Hey guys, tonight we're stepping back, way back into the mist-shrouded, often chilly and perpetually intriguing world of Victorian England. Picture cobblestone streets glistening with recent rain gas lamps casting pools of weak light on elegant brick manors, and perhaps somewhere in the distance the distant mournful cry of a steam train. Tonight you're not just a listener. You're a plucky, perceptive, and utterly tenacious young woman embarking on an unforgettable journey. You're about to delve into a life that makes your current worst day feel like a spa retreat. You probably won't survive the emotional roller coaster this journey takes, but hey, that's what makes it exciting, right? So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Let me know in the comments where you're tuning in from and what time it is for you. It's always fun to see how far our little bedtime circle stretches. Now dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. Your earliest memories are not of gentle lullabies or comforting arms, but of a sprawling, rather cold place called Gateshead Hall. It's not your home, not really. Not in the way a home should feel. Instead, it's where you, little Jane, an orphaned niece, reside under the benevolent care of your late uncle's widow, Mrs. Reed. And you feel about as benevolent as a frosty winter morning after being locked out in your pajamas. This isn't one of those whimsical, heartwarming stories where the adopted orphan finds immediate love and acceptance. Oh no, not remotely. You see yourself small and solitary, perpetually pushed to the edges, always observing. Your very presence, the lingering scent of charity, seems to irk Mrs. Reed and her spoiled brood. Her two daughters, Eliza and Georgiana, are pale, insipid little things, only beautiful in their mother's eyes and endlessly doted upon. Then there's John, the elder son. Oh, John, if ever there were a textbook case for why siblings need external regulation, John Reed is it. He's a big bullying oaf, pasty-faced and pudgy with an unhealthy appetite for sweets, and even unhealthier one for tormenting you. He seems to get a twisted sort of pleasure from making your life a misery, chasing you, pinching you, hitting you with books. Truly a man of letters, you might sarcastically note. He even enjoys blaming you for things he clearly did a classic power move perfected long before the internet troll. You try to escape his particular brand of affection. You scramble away into quiet corners, perhaps burying your nose in a book, a perilous act you'd find if John catches you. Knowledge in his world is not for the likes of you, and he'll promptly confiscate or even throw the book at your head. In those days, and for quite some time afterward in Victorian England, child abuse was rarely recognized or condemned in the way we understand it now. Discipline could be severe, and children, particularly those of lower social standing or like you dependents, had almost no legal recourse. You were essentially Mrs. Reed's property, to manage as she saw fit, and societal norms often meant what happened behind closed doors stayed behind closed doors. You might recall reading stories from that era where parents actually rented their children out for factory work from very young ages, often in conditions far worse than your worst days at Gateshead. Historians still argue whether the stark realities of children's rights or lack thereof were fully understood or intentionally ignored by the public in Bronte's time, allowing characters like Mrs. Reed to operate with such casual cruelty. The servants like the imperious governess Miss Abbott and the sharp-tongued maid Bessie aren't much better. They largely parrot Mrs. Reed's disdain, treating you as an unwelcome intruder, a burden on the house. Even Bessie, who sometimes offers a sliver of kindness, or a song, can quickly turn cold if Mrs. Reed's disapproval looms. It's a strange kind of logic, isn't it? As if one small, quiet girl could somehow contaminate their entire existence. Maybe if you'd tried convincing them you were a tiny unicorn in human form, they'd have been less harsh. Probably not, but it's worth a shot. One particular afternoon, the suffocating atmosphere reaches its peak. You're minding your own business, lost in a book, when John Reed bursts in. He demands to know what you're doing, and of course a tussle ensues over your forbidden reading. He calls you a dependent and threatens you a harsh term to throw at a little girl who's literally got no other option. In the ensuing chaos, he hits you and you for once strike back in a desperate animalistic self-defense. And that, dear listener, is your big mistake. This act of rebellion, striking your superior, who it bears reminding, is simply a rather monstrous boy with the intellectual capacity of a spoon, immediately sends you into Mrs. Reed's furious sights. With much huffing and puffing about your insolence and John howling crocodile tears, the sentence is handed down. You are to be confined to the Red Room. The Red Room. Just the name sends shivers down your spine even now. It's an old, rarely used bedchamber lavishly furnished with rich, oppressive colors. Deep crimson furniture, Heavy scarlet drapes a cavernous four-poster bed. But that's not why it terrifies you. This room is where your uncle Mr. Reed died. And ever since his passing, a chilling tale has clung to its drapes like dust. He was thought to visit it sometimes, or rather his spirit did. Victorian society had a curious fascination with the supernatural. Seances, mediums, and ghost stories were not merely entertainment, but a semi-serious part of the cultural fabric, particularly in drawing rooms after dinner. People often attempted communication with the dead using methods that today would either get you on a prank show or in a therapy session. You'd find peculiar ghost cameras and spirit trumpets being peddled with earnest sincerity to gullible folk. This wasn't some campfire story for you. It was a deeply ingrained, almost palpable fear. You're dragged struggling and screaming down the echoing passages. Mrs. Reed, her face a mask of indignation, stands over you while the servants half carry, half shove you inside. The heavy door clunks shut, the bolt scrapes home, and you are utterly alone. The silence initially is deafening after the shouting. Then it transforms, becomes thick, almost breathable. The shadows stretch long and grotesque in the fading light filtering through the massive windows. You can see your own tiny reflection distorted in the glass, a ghostly apparition echoing your terror. Every creak of the floorboards, every whisper of the wind outside becomes a ghostly sigh, a mournful warning. You climb onto a chair, straining to peer out a small, pathetic figure. But the windows are too high, the outside world an unreachable paradise. The thought of Uncle Reed's spirit, which they say still roams these very walls, overwhelms you. He was the only one who showed you kindness, a brief flicker of warmth before his death. Now he's become a source of profound dread, tangled up with your punishment. The very air in the room feels colder, thicker, pressing down on you. You're acutely aware of the locked door, the massive bed where he died, the echoing silence that feels pregnant with unseen presence. It's too much for a child. Your mind, already frayed from the injustice and isolation, spirals into panic. A chilling thought, almost a primal urge, begins to bloom. What if you're meant to die here too? What if this room swallows you whole, just like it did him? A terrible dizziness comes over you. Your small heart pounds against your ribs. The injustice, the fear, the isolation. It all fuses into an overwhelming wave of terror. Your vision blurs, the red drapes seeming to sway on their own, the shadows in the corners taking on malevolent forms. The air grows impossibly cold, then warm, then cold again. You gasp for breath, but it feels like the room itself is sucking the air out of you. And then mercifully a faintness overcomes you. The world tilts, spins, and goes utterly black. When you finally blessedly regain consciousness, it's not to the spectral terrors of the Red Room. You find yourself back in your own small bed, in your comparatively less terrifying, if still very cold, nursery. The immediate dizzying fear has dissipated, leaving only a lingering chill and the phantom scent of mahogany and stale air. You feel incredibly weak, your head throbbing, and a profound sense of exhaustion seeps into your very bones. You've clearly passed out from the sheer psychological terror of your confinement, which frankly is a rather dramatic but effective way to get out of an uncomfortable situation. One might say it's a form of extreme meditation, though definitely not recommended for regular stress relief. Around you, you can hear hushed whispers and see the grim faces of Mrs. Reed, Miss Abbott, and Bessie. The usual haughty disdain on Mrs. Reed's face seems to be mingled with a new, rather alarming fear. You can almost see the gears turning in her head. A child locked in a room passing out might actually die. Oh, the scandal. The social repercussions of a poor orphan kicking the bucket under her roof. Clearly, you've managed to worry her not out of any newfound affection, but out of a very healthy concern for her own reputation. Bravo, little Jane, you're becoming a master manipulator by accident. Shortly after a stranger arrives, a doctor, or rather, as was more common in that era for domestic calls, an apothecary, a kind of general practitioner who also prepared and sold medicines. He's Mr. Lloyd, a man with a surprisingly gentle demeanor given the general emotional temperature of Gateshead. He examines you with a professional detachment that is nevertheless miles more compassionate than anything you've experienced from the Reeds. He listens patiently, perhaps even for the first time, to your whispered complaints and worries. He doesn't dismiss your fears as mere childish fancies or moral failings as the others consistently do. Instead, he speaks of a low pulse and a nervous system affected. Imagine that someone recognizing that perhaps a constant barrage of psychological abuse might impact a person's health. Mr. Lloyd's visit is without hyperbole the crack in the oppressive wall of Gateshead. He observes the dynamic, clearly picks up on the palpable animosity Mrs. Reed directs towards you and offers a quiet, insightful suggestion. Perhaps a change of scenery, a new environment might be beneficial for your constitution. He's not overtly accusing Mrs. Reed of anything, of course. Victorian decorum wouldn't allow for such bluntness. Instead, he couches it in terms of health and nervous complaints. It's a beautifully subtle power play on his part. People at the time, particularly the well-to-do, placed a great deal of emphasis on one's nerves, a broad term encompassing everything from anxiety and depression to fatigue and unexplained physical ailments. For a wealthy woman like Mrs. Reed, maintaining appearances, especially that of being a responsible guardian, was paramount. Historians still argue whether this widespread concern for nerves in Victorian society was a genuine medical development or a convenient way for people, especially women, to express discontent and stress without directly challenging societal norms. Perhaps it was a little bit of both, a convenient scapegoat for problems whose roots lay elsewhere. This suggestion opens the door ever so slightly to the idea of you leaving Gateshead. Mr. Lloyd delicately mentions schools, specifically charitable institutions for orphans or impoverished girls. Now let's be clear, this isn't exactly the Harvard of its day he's talking about. Charity schools were, to put it mildly, often Spartan. They existed as much for moral uplift and social control as for education, aiming to mold young girls into suitable servants, governesses, or wives of humble means. They rarely boasted luxurious accommodations or gourmet meals. But for you, this concept, a school away from Gateshead, sparkles with an intoxicating, almost terrifying promise of liberation. The idea that someone else might even consider a place for you that isn't under Mrs. Reed's tyrannical thumb is a radical one. Mrs. Reed, ever pragmatic and selfish, quickly seizes on the idea. It solves her Jane problem without requiring her to acknowledge her own cruelty, getting rid of you cleanly and without scandal while maintaining her facade of charity excellent. So inquiries are made, letters exchanged, and soon a letter of acceptance arrives. You're to attend Lowood Institution, but before you depart, one last significant hurdle remains. Reverend Brocklehurst, the formidable and self-righteous manager of Lowood, pays a visit to Gateshead Hall. He is, to put it mildly, an experience. He's tall, gaunt, dressed entirely in black, and carries an air of severe piety that suggests he thinks happiness is probably a sin. You sit there, a small, insignificant figure, as he interrogates Mrs. Reed about your character. She naturally gives you a scathing review, painting you as deceitful, defiant, and fundamentally bad. You're presented as a miniature miscreant, incapable of truth or gratitude. It's during this terrifying inquisition that you, pushed to the very brink, find a flash of courage you didn't know you possessed. After Brocklehurst delivers his grim verdict, warning the teachers at Lowood that you are a child to be watched to be broken, he departs, assuming his righteous pronouncements are the final word. But as the door closes behind him, a furious, burning indignation, hotter than any fire, rises within you. For the first time in your life, you openly confront Mrs. Reed. You accuse her of lying, of hypocrisy, of being cruel. You tell her she has no right to brand you as a liar when it is she who tells the untruths. It's a breathtaking moment of defiance, like a tiny mouse suddenly roaring at a lioness. Mrs. Reed, utterly flabbergasted by your unprecedented outburst, actually retreats. She's shocked, maybe even a little scared by this transformation in her usually submissive charge. You've scratched the varnish of her carefully constructed self-image, and for a fleeting moment, she is simply a woman who has been confronted by an inconvenient truth. It's an important step for you. You've not just gained an escape route, but a vital piece of your own identity. You've dared to speak your truth, even if it might cost you. And what a feeling it is, this fleeting taste of agency, this little spark of defiant self-worth that will carry you through so much. One quirky tidbit from the era, unrelated but interesting, is that it was believed having an excessive amount of melancholy, or bile, caused sudden aggressive outbursts, and treatments sometimes involved strange concoctions or bloodletting. Luckily for Mrs. Reed and you, this wasn't an option considered. Your triumph, though immense for you personally, does have one immediate, slightly awkward consequence: you're parting with Bessie, who, despite her harshness, sometimes showed you a touch of kindness. In the raw aftermath of your confrontation with Mrs. Reed, Bessie treats you with a mixture of awe and increased respect, almost as if she's witnessed a minor miracle. She offers you cake and a comforting embrace, the kind you might find surprisingly scarce from anyone else at Gateshead. You can see in her eyes a glimmer of understanding, maybe even admiration for your courage. It's a poignant farewell, a hint that even in the bleakest of places, a small spark of human connection can endure. She hints that you might find friends at Lowood a comforting thought as you prepare to leave everything you've ever known, no matter how unpleasant, behind. And so, with a mixture of apprehension and surging anticipation, you begin the journey. You're put into a coach small luggage tucked beside you, and as the wheels churn over the gravel, you glimpse the last of Gateshead Hall fading into the distance. It's a solitary journey without anyone to accompany you. A child alone on the road traveling to an unknown fate. But with every mile that passes, the suffocating oppression of Gateshead feels a little further away, and the air around you, however cold, begins to taste for the first time of something utterly intoxicating: freedom. Even if that freedom means trading one form of constraint for another, you know deep in your core that it will be better than staying under Mrs. Reed's eternally shadowed roof. The journey to Lowood is long, arduous, and mostly conducted in a chilly silence, save for the rumbling of the carriage. As the sun sets and twilight deepens into absolute darkness, the feeling of freedom you briefly tasted begins to curdle into apprehension. You're alone, completely in the dark, literally and figuratively heading towards an unknown institution in a desolate, hilly landscape. If Gateshead was a gilded cage, this feels more like being sent off into the wild, equipped only with a very flimsy wing and a fervent hope that you won't crash land. You feel small, profoundly insignificant, and surprisingly tired. Maybe you should have packed a small inflatable mattress for the carriage, or at least a stress ball. Finally, long after you've tired of counting sheep, or more accurately counting the minutes until something happened, the carriage rattles to a halt. You're greeted by a silence so profound it almost hurts your ears after the ceaseless clatter of the journey. In the pre-dawn gloom, Lowood Institution reveals itself as a grim, rather forbidding stone structure bleak against the dim sky. It looks less like a welcoming school, and more like a workhouse, or perhaps a particularly stern reformatory. This was not the charming ivy-clad academy seen in those delightfully deceptive drawings that populate children's books. No grand welcoming entryway here, just the austere facade of unadorned practicality. You're quickly ushered inside past cavernous, dimly lit passages and eventually into a vast dormitory. It's freezing. The air bites at your nose and ears, a perpetual chill that seems to cling to the very stone of the building. Your eyes, accustomed to the luxurious, if unwelcoming softness of Gateshead, take in the Spartan simplicity rows of narrow iron bedsteads sparsely dressed lining the walls. You're given a spot pointed to your bed and left to fend for yourself amidst the deep snores and soft rustling of other unseen girls. It's an abrupt immersion into the stark reality of life for orphaned and poor children in Victorian England. Mainstream historical fact-time charity schools like Lowood, while offering a semblance of education and shelter to children who would otherwise face destitution, were frequently criticized for their harsh conditions. They were typically overcrowded, underfunded, and adhered to extremely rigid, often punitive disciplinary methods. The focus was less on nurturing individual talents and more on instilling obedience, humility, and the skills needed for domestic service, or teaching the acceptable career paths for women of limited means. The daily routine of Lowood is mercilessly regimented and designed to instill piety and self-denial. You wake before dawn, dragged from a cold, unyielding mattress by a clangorous bell. The washing ritual involves basins of icy water in a common area, often in an unheated room. For girls who might already be undernourished, this was a particularly bracing way to start the day. Sometimes you wonder if the school saved money on heating bills by sheer force of discomfort. Meals are another exercise in asceticism. Breakfast is frequently burnt porridge, thin and unappetizing. Lunches and dinners are scarcely better, consisting of whatever meager provisions the school's tight budget can afford. You often find yourself hungry, the meager rations barely enough to stave off the gnawing ache in your stomach. And what's more, there's no whining. Any complaints about the food are met with stony stares or worse. Lectures about gluttony and ingratitude. A quirky tidbit: some Victorian health experts actually advocated cold baths and sparse diets, even for children, believing it built character and fortitude, rather than, say, illness and shivering. This wasn't necessarily cruel. It was considered good, morally upstanding parenting or schooling, a physical toughening up for the challenges of life. Think of it as a low-budget, highly effective way to create internal fortitude. And pneumonia. Academically, the school follows a demanding curriculum focused on practical subjects and moral instruction. You attend long classes, your young mind struggling to absorb French arithmetic and needlework. Your most trying lessons, however, come outside the classroom, from the severe and frequently irritable Miss Scatcherd, the history teacher. She has a particular aversion to untidiness and untruths which you quickly learn can lead to severe public shaming, often without much in the way of proper justification. Her preferred method of discipline sometimes involves arbitrary scoldings and punishments. Amidst this relentless, almost dehumanizing routine, you encounter your first true companion, someone who will indelibly shape your future, Helen Burns. You first observe her under the direct fire of Miss Scatcherd's criticisms. Helen is sitting quietly deep in thought, and rather messy. Her drawers are often untidy, her work not as precise as Miss Scatcherd would prefer, her hair usually escaping its pins. Miss Scatcherd loudly berates her, chastises her for her untidiness, and even resorts to calling her slovenly. The injustice burns in your small heart, but what truly fascinates you is Helen's response. Helen endures these verbal lashings with an almost preternatural patience. There's no crying, no rebellion, no angry retorts from her. Instead, she remains remarkably serene, almost detached. Her large, soulful eyes merely flicker with a profound, uncomplaining sorrow. She embodies a passive resistance and inner peace that seems incomprehensible to your fiery spirit. How could she simply take it? Didn't she want to punch Miss Scatcherd's face? You certainly would have felt like it. Her endurance stands in stark contrast to your own quick temper and sense of furious injustice. It makes you realize that perhaps there are other, quieter, more profound ways to endure suffering than your own reactive fury. You almost feel inadequate next to her stoicism, like a chihuahua next to a saintly retriever. Helen, you discover, is an older girl, perhaps around 10 or 11, already far more learned than you. She devours books with a ravenous hunger, always with a volume hidden nearby, and her mind seems perpetually lost in elevated thoughts. When you finally speak with her, you're struck by her intelligence, her articulacy, and her deep philosophical bent. She speaks of suffering as a test of the importance of turning the other cheek, of looking to the soul's purity, rather than outward appearances or worldly comforts. She references passages from the Bible with an easy familiarity, quoting verses that preach forgiveness and acceptance of tribulation. This concept of quietly enduring injustice, of finding strength through inner spiritual purity, is revolutionary for you, raised as you were to feel anger and resentment at every slight. You also learn that Helen is particularly susceptible to cold. She often suffers from persistent coughs, a result of the perpetually chilly conditions and insufficient food. These symptoms are alarmingly common among the girls at Lowood, a subtle background hum of discomfort that foreshadows darker days. Despite her physical vulnerability, her spirit remains unwavering. She is often seen reading during recreation, sometimes getting into trouble with the teachers who believe playtime should be spent in more physically robust activities, like staring blankly at a wall. It becomes clear that the pervasive, crushing ideology at Lowood emanates directly from the pious but utterly hypocritical Reverend Brocklehurst, whom you briefly encountered at Gateshead. He's the manager of the institution, and his interpretation of Christian charity seems to involve making the girls as miserable as humanly possible, presumably to purge them of sin and teach them humility. While the students are dressed in flimsy, uniform-like attire and given the coarsest of food, he and his family, especially his daughters, arrive one Sunday dressed in lavish silks and feathers, their hair adorned with fancy ribbons. It's a shocking, almost grotesque display of wealth amidst the enforced deprivation of the girls. The contrast is not subtle. He preaches humility, self-denial, and an aversion to the pomps and vanities of this wicked world, all while his own family gleams with opulent indulgence. You notice his daughter's curling hair, while he has just recently ordered the hair of the girls at Lowood be cut off because it's considered too vain and distractingly beautiful. Historians still argue whether such glaring hypocrisy from figures of authority in charity organizations was genuinely unobserved or quietly tolerated for pragmatic reasons, that is, funding and social order in the 19th century. Was it seen as part of the normal way of the world, or was there simmering resentment? It was certainly noted by many, including Charles Dickens, who skewered such figures mercilessly. One unforgettable incident firmly establishes your place, or rather your non-place, at Lowood. Reverend Brocklehurst, observing you while inspecting the school spots, you looking off into the distance during an inspection. Presumably you were just contemplating the nature of truth and suffering, or wondering if you left the stove on in your imaginary kitchen. He immediately uses this innocent lapse as an opportunity to publicly humiliate you. He mounts a high stool and announces to the entire school before all your fellow students and teachers that you, Jane Eyre, are a liar. He warns everyone to avoid you, declaring you untrustworthy and deceitful. The familiar sensation of injustice and helpless rage washes over you, but this time it's amplified by the hundreds of staring eyes. Tears stream down your face, not just from the shame, but from the searing pain of knowing this false accusation has now indelibly marked you before your new peers. You try to explain to protest, but your voice is a tiny whisper against his booming condemnations. The burden of Miss Reed's false accusations carried over from Gateshead now settles squarely upon your shoulders in your new supposed sanctuary. For a terrible moment you fear your entire existence here will mirror Gateshead misunderstood, unloved, and relentlessly condemned. Your head hangs in shame, the scarlet letters of liar feeling burned onto your brow. It is during this moment of absolute despair that Helen Burns shows her true compassion and remarkable courage. After the long, humiliating ordeal of public denunciation is over, and Brocklehurst leaves, Helen does something profound. She offers you a quiet, steadying smile. Later, she even approaches you and provides profound, gentle comfort, offering understanding and the perspective you desperately need. You did not lie, Jane, she reassures you, cutting through the self-recrimination. You are just distressed. Be patient. Her words are like a cool balm on your fevered soul, and in that moment you realize you are not completely alone. Despite the chilling realities of Lowood, you have found a beacon, a truly exceptional friend, whose quiet strength would forever change the trajectory of your burgeoning spirit. After the public shaming by Reverend Brocklehurst, a wave of profound despair threatens to drown you. You feel utterly devastatingly alone. The sheer weight of that false accusation delivered by such a powerful figure is almost unbearable for your young heart. But then, as a flicker of warmth in the bitter chill of Lowood, there is Helen. Her quiet understanding, her simple acceptance is an antidote to the venom Brocklehurst spat. Her presence is a comfort that wraps around you, a small, perfect shield against the icy blasts of communal condemnation. You gravitate towards Helen, finding solace in her company. She possesses a remarkable serenity, an almost otherworldly calm, even when faced with the most unreasonable punishments from the various teachers. While you're still grappling with a fiery sense of injustice, always quick to retort or seethe internally, Helen exemplifies the virtue of forbearance. She often endures prolonged lectures from Miss Scatcherd or other instructors for perceived failings. A dropped slate, a smudged piece of embroidery, a moment of distraction during a lesson, without a single murmur of complaint. Her patience is astonishing. It's a profound spiritual exercise that would put many a modern-day Stoic to shame. You might try to learn a thing or two from her, but it's like trying to teach a Chihuahua to embrace Zen meditation. You appreciate the calm, but the urge to nip remains strong. Your conversations with Helen become the intellectual and emotional bedrock of your days. You seek her out during brief free periods, eager to listen to her insights. She has an astonishing knowledge far beyond her years steeped in history, literature, and most notably theology. She quotes lines from poets you've never heard of, and references biblical parables as effortlessly as others might talk about the weather. But her intellect is not just academic, it's infused with deep empathy and wisdom. She doesn't just know things, she understands things, the profound mechanics of human nature and divine will. You challenge her naturally with your own passionate, defiant nature. You ask her how she can endure such blatant injustice without resentment. You recall how furious you were after being locked in the Red Room, and wonder how she can be so placid under similar verbal assaults. Why doesn't she hate Miss Scatcherd for her unkindness? Helen, with her usual serene gaze, explains her philosophy. She speaks of loving those who despitefully use you, of God's plan, and of the soul's liberation from worldly suffering. She describes how she strives to fix her thoughts on divine truths, rather than the petty cruelties of mortal teachers. Her understanding of suffering is almost mystical. It purifies, it prepares one for a greater life. She explains that rather than focus on what she loses from the punishment, she thinks of what she might gain in terms of humility or patience. Revenge, she might quietly suggest, is the weapon of the weak. This perspective is completely alien to you, who has always lived by a stricter, more earthly code of an eye for an eye, even if it meant risking the dreaded Red Room. This deep philosophical and spiritual resilience was sometimes taught in strict evangelical movements in 19th century Britain, where a life of asceticism and unwavering faith was seen as the purest path to salvation. Mainstream historical fact: many schools established by religious charities in the Victorian era strongly emphasized character formation and moral discipline over academic breadth, preparing children for lives of humble piety and duty. The ideal was not intellectual brilliance for its own sake, but virtue, Her constant chill and persistent cough become more pronounced as winter tightens its icy grip on Lowood. Despite the rules, she's often huddled by the single fireplace in the common room, a perpetually pale, thin figure. The meager portions of burnt porridge and the thin bread at meals only exacerbate her physical vulnerability. The reality of the school's deprivations seeps deeper into your daily life. It's not just the chill and hunger that are constants. It's the constant exhaustion from early rises, long days, and inadequate nutrition. You begin to notice a quiet, shared understanding among the girls about the poor quality of the food and the pervasiveness of illness. One particularly memorable breakfast of gruel is described as too nasty to be eaten, and yet if you didn't eat it, you risked the wrath of your teachers or going hungry all day. This level of oversight extended to every aspect of the girls' lives, leaving very little room for personal choice or comfort. Despite the pervasive hardship, you start to adjust largely thanks to Helen. You learn to value the slivers of quiet, the moments of reflection. You start reading more partly because of her example and partly because it offers an escape from the bleak physical reality. You become less impulsive, more observant, channeling your passions inward rather than letting them explode outwards. You still bristle at injustice, but you begin to consider Helen's perspective. What good does unbridled anger do? Does it change anything or only cause you more pain? Historians still argue whether the stark realities of Victorian charity schools as depicted by Bronte were exaggerated for literary effect or an accurate representation of a widespread social problem. While it's clear, Lowood was extreme conditions in many similar institutions were undoubtedly grim, pushing students to the brink physically and emotionally. You also gain immense relief and comfort from Miss Temple, the superintendent of Lowood, who embodies a stark contrast to Reverend Brocklehurst. Miss Temple is tall, elegant, and possessed of a calm dignity that sets her apart. She possesses a rare compassion and an ability to see the best in her students, even when their flaws are glaring. She listens with kindness, not condemnation, and you quickly learn that her good opinion is a prize worth earning. After your public humiliation, Miss Temple goes to remarkable lengths to give you a private hearing, listening patiently to your side of the story regarding Mrs. Reed's accusations. She then, in a subtle but powerful act of vindication, sends a letter to Mr. Lloyd, the kind apothecary who saw you at Gateshead, to corroborate your story. When his reply arrives affirming that Mrs. Reed's accusations were in fact exaggerated, if not entirely false, Miss Temple publicly clears your name. This act of justice is a watershed moment for you. The crushing weight of shame is lifted. For the first time in your life, your integrity is affirmed by someone in authority who matters. Miss Temple's belief in your truth and her subsequent actions cement your faith in her. It's an enormous relief to be absolved, to no longer feel the phantom weight of Brocklehurst's terrible lie on your soul. From that day on, other girls begin to interact with you more freely, and you slowly begin to shed the cloak of isolation that defined your earliest days at Lowood. You can even for the first time allow yourself to hope for genuine connections. You and Helen also enjoy secret comforting rituals. On cold evenings, Miss Temple might discreetly treat the two of you along with other girls to hot coffee and cakes in her private sitting room, a clandestine oasis of warmth and comfort against the school's strict asceticism. These moments are heavenly. The simple warmth of the fire, the taste of something sweet, and the comforting murmur of gentle conversation are luxuries that feel illicit, making them all the sweeter. It's in these moments that you and Helen truly bond, sharing not just food, but confidences. You see another side of Miss Temple, not just the strict superintendent, but a woman with deep reserves of kindness and a genuine desire to mitigate the worst of the school's cruelties, quietly circumventing Brocklehurst's more inhumane regulations whenever possible. A quirky historical tidbit is that while most Victorian charity institutions forbade treats for students, the head of the household would sometimes sneak them for specific students. Sometimes teachers had specific foods they were prescribed for nerves or low spirits, and sharing them was technically allowed if the excuse was right. One could only imagine what lengths people would go to for a decent cup of coffee and a piece of cake back then, almost a cloak and dagger operation just to get some decent carbs. The contrast between the outward strictures and these moments of hidden solace becomes a testament to the quiet rebellion against inhumanity. You understand now that not everyone is blind or uncaring, that pockets of genuine goodness can exist even within rigid systems. Your time with Helen and under Miss Temple's subtle guidance starts to change your own understanding of suffering, patience, and compassion. You still haven't entirely embraced Helen's stoicism. You're still a bit too prone to internal dramatics, but you have learned that there are profound strengths in quiet endurance. The fires of your temper haven't been extinguished, but they are now banked, providing a steady heat rather than volatile flares. You witness Helen's unwavering spirit through a seemingly trivial but incredibly painful incident with Miss Scatcherd. Helen, prone to dreaming while listening to her lessons, has left her clothes messy in her dresser. Miss Scatcherd, seizing on this, actually tags her by tying a note around her arm, which states "Slovenly Dirty Jane," even though her name is Helen, making her wear it as public shame for a whole day. Your indignation is fierce. How could anyone treat another human being like that? Yet Helen simply bears it, going about her duties with the same quiet dignity, only a faint flush on her cheeks betraying any inner pain. "It does not hurt," she whispers to you, touching the rough label. "I know I am not dirty inside." This calm resilience, this steadfast focus on inner worth over external humiliation, solidifies your admiration and deep abiding affection for her. The bonds forged in shared hardship in hunger and cold, and in quiet defiance against petty tyranny, are remarkably strong. Lowood, initially a new form of torment, has, through these unique connections, begun to offer unexpected gifts: self-worth, deep friendship, and a developing sense of inner peace. You're growing slowly but surely from the bullied child of Gateshead into a thoughtful young woman, your spirit tempered by adversity, but far from broken. You understand now that strength isn't just about fighting back, but about standing firm internally when the world tries to break you. It's a bitter pill to swallow sometimes, but as you observe Helen, you realize that patience isn't a passive surrender, but a profoundly active choice. As winter stretches its skeletal fingers across the already stark landscape of Lowood, the chill becomes a relentless companion. It seeps into every nook and cranny of the old building, a damp, insidious cold that never truly leaves your bones. You bundle your thin shawl tighter, constantly hunching your shoulders against the pervasive draft, but it's rarely enough. The insufficient clothing, the poor quality of the food, remember that delightful burnt porridge and gruel, and the utterly unforgiving schedule start to take their toll on every girl in the institution. It's a low hum of chronic discomfort that gradually builds into a full-blown roar of fear. Your resilience, nurtured by Helen's steadfast spirit, helps, but even inner fortitude doesn't ward off bronchitis. Then inevitably the coughs become more persistent, the sneezes more frequent, the general pallor of faces more pronounced. What starts as a common cold soon blossoms into something far more sinister. Typhus, a devastating disease caused by lice and fleas and rampant in crowded, unsanitary conditions, begins to sweep through Lowood like a brush fire. You start hearing about more girls confined to bed, isolated in sick rooms, their fevers burning bright, their coughs racking their small frames. The general medical understanding of infectious diseases in the 19th century was still in its infancy, long before germ theory was widely accepted. Mainstream historical fact: epidemics like typhus, cholera, and scarlet fever were frighteningly common and deadly, especially in institutions and densely populated areas. People often attributed outbreaks to bad air or divine retribution, rather than understanding proper sanitation or contagion. They literally thought bad smells caused diseases, which led to some rather aromatic attempts at public health, like waving perfumed hankies around during an outbreak. This also contributed to why conditions like Lowood were so susceptible. The sheer speed and ferocity of the disease are terrifying. One day, a girl is complaining of a cough, the next she's delirious with fever, and then heartbreakingly, the next her bed is empty. Panic, a cold dread that's far worse than any Red Room phantom, grips the school. The cheerful chatter of recreation periods vanishes, replaced by hushed whispers and the perpetual fear of who might be next. Even the sternest teachers appear uneasy, their usual rigid composure crumbling under the weight of the escalating casualties. You might rather grimly note that at least this means the teachers are less inclined to give long lectures on the sins of vanity. Hard to worry about untidy hair when you're battling a deadly contagion. Amidst this terrifying reality, Helen's fragile health, which you've worried about for so long, finally succumbs. Her cough, a background constant, deepens. Her thin frame grows thinner, her complexion alarmingly pale, and her gentle strength slowly fades. You notice the signs with a terrible clarity, a foreboding sense of inevitability. Her illness is different, more insidious, more drawn out than the feverish suddenness of the typhus cases. Hers is consumption or tuberculosis, a chronic and equally deadly disease that quietly eats away at the lungs. Often intertwined with typhus and other ailments, it preyed on the poor, and undernourished its victims, often dwindling away slowly. One quirky historical tidbit was the bizarre fascination some Victorians had with the romantic, pallor and languor associated with consumption, as if dying slowly was somehow more poetic. Many an artist's muse would tragically meet this end. Definitely not very poetic for Helen, who was clearly struggling for every breath. The devastating impact of the disease cannot be contained or concealed. As more girls sicken and succumb, the grim reality of Lowood's utterly dreadful conditions comes to light, undeniably exposing Reverend Brocklehurst's monstrous hypocrisy. His relentless pursuit of austerity for the girls, their threadbare clothes, freezing dorms, and meager, often inedible food, directly contributes to their vulnerability. He preaches humility and self-denial while ensuring his own family is robustly fed and warmly clothed. Now, with bodies piling up, the consequences of his penny-pinching and misplaced priorities are shockingly apparent. And how does Brocklehurst react to this unfolding disaster? Does he humbly reassess his priorities? Does he spend all his collected funds on medical supplies, blankets, or even decent meals? Of course not. In a particularly revealing moment of self-preservation, Brocklehurst and his daughters flee Lowood. They decamp from the school terrified of catching the disease themselves. They're quick to escape the contagion, ironically leaving the very people they preach humility and sacrifice to face it head-on. He proves to be more concerned with saving his own skin and the lives of his well-fed, richly dressed children than with the actual health and well-being of the hundreds of destitute girls under his care. His actions are a stark, damning indictment of his hollow piety. Do as I say, not as I do, seems to be his guiding principle, with the rather inconvenient caveat of, unless it involves me being physically present where the nasty germs are. The scale of the outbreak and the horrific conditions it exposes are too significant to ignore. Whispers of scandal likely reach the influential patrons and philanthropic societies that fund Lowood. External investigations are launched. A team of new superintendents and benefactors, horrified by what they find, descend upon the institution. Their inspections are rigorous, no doubt fueled by reports of rampant sickness and deaths among the vulnerable girls. They observe the wretched living conditions, the poor sanitation, the insufficient food, and the clear lack of medical care. The terrible truth obscured for so long by Brocklehurst's self-righteous declarations and the students' quiet suffering finally bursts into the public eye. And here's where significant change begins to take root. As a direct result of the scandal and external pressure, Brocklehurst is effectively marginalized, stripped of much of his power over the school's internal management. While he remains titular treasurer, presumably because he had dirt on the original benefactors, or was too tedious to formally remove entirely, his insidious influence over daily life at Lowood is severely curtailed. New rules are implemented, ones that actually focus on the girls' welfare, not their alleged sinfulness. Life at Lowood finally begins to improve. Better food is procured and served. Proper clothes and shoes are provided. More rigorous cleaning protocols are enforced, a genuine effort towards proper sanitation that, years too late for some, starts to curb the spread of disease. A new emphasis is placed on recreation, and lessons are no longer so relentlessly harsh. You might even find an hour or two for unstructured play, or simply to bask in the relative warmth of the improved classrooms. The oppressive cloud of fear lifts, replaced by a tentative sense of normalcy, and even dare you think it comfort. The reforms ushered in a genuinely positive transformation in the overall living conditions at Lowood. It shifted from being a death trap disguised as a charity school to a functioning educational institution, albeit one still very much within the charitable, slightly ascetic framework. Historians still argue whether such public scandals often led to lasting reform in similar Victorian institutions, or if improvements were sometimes superficial or temporary once public outcry faded. It's hard to change ingrained systemic issues quickly, especially when funding for social welfare was often tied to powerful, albeit flawed, individuals. Despite these vital overdue improvements, the cost of change remains devastatingly high for you personally. While the school environment improves for the girls who survive, Helen's condition tragically deteriorates. She continues to waste away, her delicate body succumbing inch by painful inch to the ravages of consumption. You are allowed to be with her, a rare and deeply moving privilege, given the rigid structure of the school. You find her in the infirmary, not amidst the feverish chaos of the typhus victims, but in a quiet room, serene in her suffering. Her breathing is shallow, labored, but her mind remains remarkably clear, her spirit as calm and unwavering as ever. You cling to every moment, each conversation. You read to her, stroke her forehead, and hold her hand, absorbing her profound, unshakable faith. Even at the brink of death, she remains composed, articulate, and utterly devoid of self-pity. She speaks of entering a happier place and expresses a peaceful acceptance of her impending death, even reassuring you. This almost unnatural peace is both awe-inspiring and heartbreaking. You weep, clutching her, desperate for her to stay. You cannot imagine a Lowood or a world without her profound guiding presence. On one final, unforgettable night, unable to sleep, you steal into her room. The air is cold still. You slip into her bed, curling next to her, clutching her as tightly as your small arms allow. It's a final, desperate act of companionship, a childlike clinging to the warmth of a friendship that has saved you, shaped you, and now cruelly is slipping away. You close your eyes, wishing with all your might that time would stand still, that this fragile moment of togetherness could stretch on forever. But time, ever merciless, continues its relentless march. In the morning, the tragic reality sets in. Helen Burns is gone. Her body is still, her face composed, her long struggle finally over. You lie beside her, heartbroken, perhaps even clinging to the last lingering warmth of her presence. The profound peace on her face tells a story of triumph over suffering, a testament to her unyielding spirit. She leaves behind a devastated but fundamentally transformed young girl. You who had once been full of uncontrolled rage and resentment, had now witnessed the ultimate expression of Christian patience and fortitude. Her death is not merely a loss, but a defining moment, solidifying her spiritual influence on you and reinforcing the lessons she taught about faith, forbearance, and forgiveness. It's a bitter pill to swallow, this painful cost of wisdom, but the seed of her remarkable example will take deep root within your developing character. The raw pain of her loss cuts deeper than any physical hardship Lowood had inflicted, but also paradoxically strengthens you in ways you couldn't yet comprehend. It felt like someone had peeled off half your soul. Yet her quiet, powerful legacy will continue to resonate through your entire journey, long after the chill of Lowood and the stench of fever have faded. The days and weeks that follow Helen's death are for you a strange and difficult time. The initial shock of grief settles into a deep, dull ache, a constant reminder of the void she's left behind. Lowood, despite its reforms, feels even quieter, its bleak stone walls now holding a painful silence where Helen's calm wisdom once resided. You walk past her empty bed in the dormitory, a phantom presence haunting your peripheral vision. You miss her constant presence, her patient explanations, her comforting philosophical ramblings. Losing your dearest friend at such a young age leaves an indelible mark, shaping your understanding of love, loss, and the ephemeral nature of life. You're learning the hard way that happily ever after is not an immediate prepackaged deal. But amidst your sorrow, you also witness the profound positive changes that sweep through Lowood, a direct consequence of the typhus scandal. The benefactors, appalled by Brocklehurst's cruel negligence, pour resources into improving conditions. The food, blessedly, is now nutritious, and often even palatable. Imagine porridge that actually tastes like oats, and not something that scraped the bottom of a charred cauldron. There's an emphasis on hygiene, proper ventilation, and warmth. More qualified staff are hired, not just those seeking a strict moralistic asylum. The overall atmosphere shifts dramatically. The crushing severity is replaced by an almost human touch. You now have decent clothing, edible meals, and a regulated, if still disciplined, daily life. It's like the institution decided to actually invest in its human resources, realizing that dead children don't pay tuition fees or contribute to public relations. Miss Temple, who had always been a beacon of kindness, now finds her compassionate influence fully unleashed. With Brocklehurst's power largely curtailed, she can truly act as a benevolent leader, implementing gentle, humane policies. Her lessons become more engaging, less rote, and her overall demeanor encourages learning rather than simply memorization. You see her blossoming in her true role, and she in turn finds solace and connection with her students. She's less a warden and more a nurturing headmistress. Her quiet grace now, a driving force for change, not just a subtle resistance. You flourish under this improved regime. You dive headfirst into your studies, consuming knowledge with a thirst born of opportunity. With better nutrition and warmth, your mind becomes sharper, more focused. You excel in your classes, your quick intellect soaking up French drawing and music. The very subjects that once felt like a punishment now feel like tools of liberation. You devote yourself to developing your talents, practicing your sketching, and mastering the intricacies of language. You spend long hours in the improved library, a quieter, warmer space filled with books absorbing stories and facts as if each word was a delicious forbidden candy. Reading, you realize, is not just a leisure activity, but a means of seeing beyond your immediate confines, of understanding other lives and other worlds. Your relationship with Miss Temple deepens into one of profound mutual respect and affection. She is more than just a teacher. She becomes a surrogate parent, a mentor, a gentle confidant. You spend cherished hours in her private sitting room, conversing about books, philosophy, and the intricacies of life, sometimes sharing a discreet cup of tea, though likely still just warm milk or some herbal concoction given the continuing institutional norms. One wouldn't want to go too wild. She recognizes your intelligence and artistic sensibility, nurturing them in ways no one at Gateshead ever would have or could have. She teaches you to trust your own judgment, to think critically, and to apply Helen's lessons of fortitude and self-worth to your own path. The years pass surprisingly serene and stable for the first time in your young life. 8 years, in fact, slip by in a blur of diligent study, quiet contemplation, and steady growth. You transition from a student into a teacher yourself, rising to the role of instructress, primarily for the younger girls. This signifies a coming of age at Lowood. You're no longer just a pupil, but a contributing member of its small, self-contained society. You stand at the front of a classroom, a slate and chalk in your hands, trying to instill the very virtues and knowledge that had once been grudgingly pushed into your own stubborn brain. It's a moment of quiet pride, a testament to how far you've come from the cowering child in the Red Room. During this period, Lowood becomes your world. It is the only real home you have known where you've been respected, even valued. You have a purpose, a position, and a measure of dignity, but you also feel a quiet sense of detachment. The pain of Helen's loss still echoes in the quieter moments, a perpetual, gentle melancholy. And as much as you appreciate the improvements and the quiet solace, Lowood still retains a certain austere air, a pervasive feeling that you're living a life designed by strict moral architects rather than built by your own aspirations. And then another profound shift occurs that irrevocably alters your path. Miss Temple, your cherished friend, mentor, and almost familial guardian, announces her departure. She has fallen in love and is to be married. It's an announcement met with mixed emotions throughout the school. Joy for her happiness, but a heavy sense of loss for all those she has touched. Her departure is a pivotal moment for Lowood, signaling the end of an era of gentle, compassionate leadership. It's also an intensely personal moment for you. Miss Temple's constant presence had anchored you, provided the quiet strength you needed. You had unconsciously come to rely on her wise counsel and kind gaze, almost as a safety net in the world. Losing her feels like the quiet closing of a crucial chapter, not just for the school but for your internal landscape. It's a particularly painful farewell, another severing of a deep, true connection. It highlights a common truth for people living in the Victorian era. Social mobility for women especially was quite restricted. Marriage was one of the few acceptable paths for a woman to gain financial security, change her social status, or even gain a degree of personal autonomy, hence why it was so universally pursued. Miss Temple's marriage is in essence her liberation and progression into her own new chapter. This is not necessarily a bad thing. It's a necessary move for her, but a bittersweet one for you, as the void she leaves behind looms large. Historians still argue whether the concept of marriage as primarily an economic or social contract was ever fully replaced by the ideal of romantic love during the Victorian period, or if both coexisted in a complex dance. In Miss Temple's case, it's clear both affection and pragmatism might be at play. Her departure reignites a deep, simmering restlessness within you. With Helen gone, and now Miss Temple too, the strongest bonds that had kept you anchored to Lowood are broken. The safe, predictable routines which once felt like a sanctuary now begin to feel like a cage, albeit a far more comfortable one than Gateshead's. You realize with a sudden, startling clarity that your purpose here has perhaps been fulfilled. You've learned all you can from the institution, gained what little it has to offer in terms of personal growth within its narrow confines. You realize there's an entire world beyond Lowood's stone walls, a world that you've only glimpsed through books and whispered conversations with Helen and Miss Temple. The prospect is both thrilling and terrifying. You're ready deep in your soul for something new, something unknown. Your skills as an artist and your mastery of French whisper promises of new possibilities, new positions as a governess, perhaps the primary acceptable role for educated women like you from limited means in that era. It was literally a whole job market just for clever, lonely ladies who needed to pay rent. A quirky tidbit, the role of the governess was somewhat ambiguous in Victorian society, placing women in a difficult limbo. Educated and refined, yet often treated as mere servants by the families they lived with, leading to considerable isolation and loneliness, a common theme in the literature of the period. Think of it as a rather lonely professional limbo. Not quite an employee, not quite family, usually invisible. No wonder so many of them turned into brilliant writers like, say, a certain Charlotte Bronte. And so one evening, fueled by this reawakened yearning, you approach a key figure, perhaps one of the remaining teachers, to tentatively ask how one might find a position as a governess. This small, seemingly insignificant inquiry is in fact your audacious step out of the comforting cage of Lowood. It's an acknowledgement of your growth, your independence, and your burgeoning desire for true freedom. It's an act born from both your intrinsic adventurous spirit and the subtle lessons from Helen's enduring faith in a purpose beyond this life. You've spent 8 years here, grown into a young woman, and now finally the world beyond calls. You're ready to answer. It's a journey into the great unknown, yes, but for the first time you feel a faint, thrilling sense of genuine choice. The path ahead is blurry, filled with uncertain footsteps, but your heart beats with a fragile, beautiful anticipation of what might come next. So 8 long years at Lowood. Imagine that you've seen fashions come and go well, mostly stay the same because charity schools don't really do fashion trends, teachers change, and countless cohorts of girls pass through the grim stone gates. You, Jane Eyre, the small rebellious orphan who arrived utterly traumatized, are now a young woman of 19. And you're not just a student, you are an instructress. Yes, you've ascended to a position of modest authority, overseeing the younger girls, teaching them arithmetic and spelling much as you were once taught. You have a small bare room to yourself, a sliver of privacy. It's certainly more comfortable than the dormitories of your youth, and you no longer go hungry, but it still feels unmistakably like a school, not a home. It's a gilded cage now, perhaps, instead of an iron one. Life settles into a predictable rhythm. You wake at dawn, teach through the day, supervise study hours, and occasionally you might sketch by the weak lamplight in the evenings. The routine is steady, predictable. Even dare you say it, a little comforting in its sheer repetition. It's a respectable existence, a definite step up from absolute destitution, or a return to the chilling reign of Mrs. Reed. And you are on an intellectual level grateful for the opportunities Lowood has afforded you. You've become learned, refined by institutional standards anyway, and skilled. You can draw, you can converse in French, you know a good deal about literature and history. In the competitive governess market of the time, these were valuable commodities. You're marketable essentially, if rather on the quiet, plain side. Think of it as a low-budget, high-quality, government-sponsored LinkedIn profile. But as the years accumulate, a familiar ache, a quiet, insistent yearning begins to stir within your spirit. It's the same restless longing sensation that bubbled up just before Miss Temple left, but now it's grown stronger, more insistent. You see the expansive sky from the low windows of your classroom. You trace the outlines of distant hills from the chilly playgrounds, and your imagination takes flight. You're filled with a deep, inexplicable desire for a larger life, a broader horizon. It's a hunger for something undefined, something more than the well-trodden paths of Lowood. You might find yourself watching a distant cloud, feeling as if it holds the key to a vast unknown world. Or you might stare at a map, pondering the shapes of far-off lands, wondering about their customs, their languages, the very texture of their air. You're beginning to understand that confinement, however benign, ultimately stifles growth. Lowood is safe, but it's small. You crave freedom, a different kind of autonomy, an opportunity to truly live in the larger world, to experience passions and perhaps even encounter injustices of a grander, more dramatic scale than burnt porridge. You're 19 now, practically an ancient wise woman in historical terms, when people started families in their early 20s, or even late teens. You're definitely old enough for a change of scenery. The exact moment this yearning crystallizes often happens subtly. Perhaps it's a particularly gray morning, the sort that makes Lowood's gray stone look even grayer. Or it could be a chance remark, a snippet of conversation among the senior staff about their summer holidays, the grand tours some had once taken to foreign lands, before deciding to become a strict but secretly wistful history teacher. Whatever it is, the thought strikes you with undeniable force. You cannot stay here forever. You owe it to yourself, to Helen's memory, to Miss Temple's quiet encouragement to seek out your own fate. You recognize that you have skills, intellect, and a surprisingly strong will. It's time to use them. The traditional path for an educated but unpropertied woman like yourself in the mid-19th century was very limited. Mainstream historical fact. Becoming a governess was one of the few respectable and financially viable options available, apart from teaching in a school or entering service. It allowed women to use their education and attain a degree of independence. But it was often a lonely and socially awkward profession, straddling the line between servant and family member, belonging fully to neither. This unique position often left governesses in an isolated limbo, a quiet observer of other people's family dramas. It wasn't exactly an office with water coolers and ergonomic chairs, but it was a step. And so you decide to place an advertisement in a local newspaper. It's a rather audacious step for someone as reserved as you, a quiet defiance against the idea of passive acceptance. You carefully craft your wording polite, precise, yet hinting at your qualifications without sounding boastful. You offer your services as a governess, emphasizing your proficiency in French drawing and music. Those accomplishments honed over years under Miss Temple's nurturing eye. You send it off with a mixture of trembling hope and nervous trepidation. Waiting for a reply is almost excruciating. You find yourself pacing your small room, staring at the walls, jumping at every unusual sound outside. It's like waiting for exam results, or perhaps for a response to your first online dating profile. Did you accidentally say something too weird? Is your French too French? The initial silence is disheartening. Days stretch into a week, then another. No responses. Perhaps your advertisement is lost or simply too dull to attract attention. Maybe there's a flood of talented, charming governesses out there all vying for the same few positions, leaving no room for a quiet, rather plain Jane Eyre. You begin to question your decision, a tiny seed of doubt sprouting in your determined spirit. Had you made a mistake? Should you just accept your quiet life at Lowood and forget these fanciful notions of exploration? But then, just as despair threatens to settle in, a letter arrives. It's an answer to your advertisement, arriving one morning by post addressed to J. Eyre. You open it with shaking fingers, your heart doing a frantic little jig. The letter is from Mrs. Fairfax, the housekeeper at Thornfield Hall. It's brief to the point and offers you a position as governess to a young girl, Adele Varens. The terms are specified. A good salary of £30 per annum, which is actually quite decent for the time. For context, many factory workers barely made a quarter of that, and even some clergymen might make only slightly more depending on their parish. You could almost buy a small pony, or more practically many books. The thought of earning your own money, of being truly self-sufficient, sends a thrill through you. That much cash means a fair amount of autonomy, something you've barely tasted in your life. The offer sounds almost too good to be true, a breath of fresh air from the low, stale ceilings of Lowood. Mrs. Fairfax seems amiable enough in her brief correspondence, and the prospect of Thornfield Hall itself conjures images of an impressive, perhaps even romantic, old country house. Your mind fills with visions likely much grander and more welcoming than reality, of stately rooms, sweeping gardens, and a life entirely removed from the austere regimen of Lowood. A chance to work one-on-one, to have a significant singular responsibility, rather than managing a cohort of fidgeting children. It sounds like an escape, a transformation, a destiny even. You almost want to high-five the nearest startled bird. You approach the head teachers to announce your departure. Their reactions are varied, from quiet understanding to slight exasperation. Perhaps some see it as a waste, abandoning a secure position for an uncertain future. Others might grudgingly admire your gumption. You reassure them, making all the proper arrangements for your replacement, ensuring a smooth transition. Your decision to leave Lowood after all these years is met with a sense of bittersweet closure. This institution, which saw you through the trauma of your childhood and molded you into a capable young woman, is now a closed chapter. It provided sanctuary and an education, a safe harbor, but it was never truly home for your spirit. It's time for a larger stage. And so one clear, rather cold morning, you prepare to depart. Your meager possessions are packed into a single trunk, reminiscent of the day you arrived years ago. The small luggage reflects your solitary journey into the world, leaving behind the only place that truly felt like a stable refuge. You bid farewell to the teachers, some of whom offer genuine wishes for your success, others perhaps just relief at having one less governess to manage. You look one last time at the gray stone walls, at the quiet schoolrooms that contained so many years of your life, the ghost of Helen Burns, and the echoes of Miss Temple's gentle voice seeming to linger in the cold air. You are driven away in a public coach, the rumble of its wheels taking you further and further from Lowood's familiar bleakness. As the last glimpses of the institution fade into the distant horizon, you feel a mixture of apprehension and an undeniable surge of anticipation. The landscape slowly begins to change, the hills around Lowood, giving way to more varied terrain, a patchwork of fields and woods that hint at a more diverse and interesting world beyond the narrow confines of your youth. The chill of the air on your face is brisk, but it also carries the scent of possibility, of unknown adventures. You are acutely aware of the risk you are taking. What if Thornfield Hall is another gilded cage? What if the family is as difficult as the Reeds, or even worse? What if Mrs. Fairfax is a stern, impossible taskmistress? The life of a governess could be notoriously challenging. It could be isolating, subject to the whims of often capricious employers living under constant scrutiny. Often these women faced a strange form of social ostracization. Neither servant nor gentry, they frequently dined alone, struggled to find appropriate companions, and sometimes bore the brunt of their employer's frustrations. A historian would call this the peculiar liminal status of the governess, often invisible, yet intensely scrutinized. But for all the potential pitfalls, a different future beckons. You are no longer the frightened child locked in the red room. You are a young woman 19 years of age, educated, resourceful, and fiercely independent at heart. You have endured much and emerged stronger, and now you are consciously choosing your next step, steering your own small vessel into the vast unknown seas of life. The path to Thornfield Hall lies ahead, promising a new start, perhaps even happiness, and most certainly the beginning of a truly dramatic adventure. The air hums with the silent promise of transformation. The journey from Lowood to Thornfield Hall feels incredibly long, spanning hours in a rickety carriage. You stare out the window, mesmerized by the changing landscape. The familiar, rather desolate moors around Lowood gradually give way to more varied and lush countryside. Rolling hills, ancient woodlands, and distant villages pass by, each promising a world beyond your institutional upbringing. It's like watching a real-life moving picture show, if moving pictures were rather bumpy and required you to occasionally shift a heavy travel bag off your sore hip. The apprehension about what lies ahead mingles with a thrilling sense of adventure. You're not just moving to a new job, you're literally entering a whole new dimension of life. As dusk begins to paint the sky with long, fading streaks of color, the carriage finally approaches its destination. You peer out, eyes straining in the dim light to catch your first glimpse of Thornfield Hall. It's exactly as you'd imagined, yet subtly different. The outline of a large, venerable old mansion slowly emerges against the darkening sky. It looks impressive, undoubtedly old, and clearly belonged to someone of considerable means. However, there's a certain quality to it that gives you pause. Not a sense of dread exactly, but something elusive. It seems both stately and isolated, grand, but quietly shadowed. A sense of old money and old secrets, if buildings could whisper such things. The carriage rolls up a long, winding driveway flanked by ancient, gnarled trees that seem to stretch their skeletal branches over your head like silent sentinels. The silence is profound, broken only by the crunch of wheels on gravel. There's a noticeable lack of immediate activity. No bustling servants rushing to meet you, no grand welcoming party. Just the imposing silence of the manor itself, a quiet sentinel. This quiet is less about tranquility and more about absence. It implies an understated solemnity, an almost watchful quality about the house, as if it keeps its own counsel. You suppress a slight shiver. This silence is oddly unsettling. Is everyone at Thornfield a natural mime, or is something else afoot? You're finally let out of the carriage at the main entrance. The massive oak door, dark and heavy, feels less like a cheerful welcome and more like the portal to another dimension. Before you can even knock, the door slowly creaks open, revealing an elderly woman with a pleasant, kind face. This is Mrs. Fairfax, the housekeeper, who had sent the welcoming letter. Her voice is soft and welcoming, her smile gentle. You instantly feel a flicker of relief. She's not a severe martinet like Mrs. Reed or the sterner Lowood teachers. Her calm demeanor immediately makes the imposing facade of the hall feel a little less intimidating. She seems genuinely pleased to see you, ushering you into a brightly lit passage where a roaring fire in the grate instantly provides a much-needed sense of warmth. This is more like it. Mrs. Fairfax quickly makes you feel at ease. She takes you through the spacious hall, her calm presence a balm after your journey. She's remarkably open and chatty, a welcome change from the reticent and emotionally guarded individuals you've usually encountered. She tells you about the daily life at Thornfield, explaining the rhythms of the house and its staff. You learn about the estate and about its mysterious master, Mr. Rochester, who you discover is often away traveling and rarely at Thornfield Hall. Ah, yes, the master, a proper old-fashioned, somewhat eccentric landowner, presumably. He might even own one of those giant land tortoises they occasionally bought back from their grand tours. She leads you through various parts of the house, showing you your pleasant sitting room and your very own bedchamber. You're thrilled by the domestic comforts, a comfortable bed, a clean, inviting space that is truly yours. It's a welcome contrast to the bare iron cots and communal spaces of Lowood. The very idea of having your own private domain is a luxury you've rarely experienced. You marvel at the solid, elegant furnishings, the deep carpets, the quietude that for now feels calming rather than unnerving. She even lights a fire in your room's grate, and the dancing flames cast warm, dancing shadows on the walls, making the unfamiliar feel comforting. A rare bit of Victorian domestic luxury, a personal fireplace, indicating a decent living standard for you. A true modern luxury would be central heating and heated blankets. But beggars can't be choosers. Then you meet your charge, Adele Varens. She is a bright, vivacious little French girl, perhaps 8 years old with pretty dark eyes and an animated way of speaking. She clearly struggles with English, frequently resorting to French words and phrases, which is good news for you, given your years of diligent French study at Lowood. Adele, however, is accustomed to a slightly spoiled, pampered existence, quite the contrast to the austere Lowood environment. She brings with her a whole box of rather lavish toys and a collection of pretty clothes. She chatters animatedly in French, her excitement making her almost giddy. This immediate introduction to her effervescent personality helps to solidify your feelings of relief. The household seems relatively normal after all, and the work appears straightforward. The days settle into a routine, gentle and pleasant. Your mornings are spent in your cheerful schoolroom with Adele. You immerse yourselves in lessons reading, writing, French grammar, and history. You often draw with her, encouraging her artistic leanings, and guide her in learning songs and recitation. Your Lowood education, with its broad academic scope and emphasis on language, serves you well here. You realize that your efforts have prepared you for precisely this role. This focused one-on-one instruction is fulfilling. You can see Adele's progress and enjoy the intimate connection with her. The solitude of Lowood with your quiet hours of study paradoxically prepared you perfectly for this gentle solitude yet social interaction of Thornfield Hall. You come to view Mrs. Fairfax less as an employer and more as a gentle friend, a pleasant conversationalist, a stand-in for the comforting figure of Miss Temple. She's not just the housekeeper. She's a quiet, dependable presence who runs the household with calm efficiency and a reassuring air. You share meals with her in the cheerful housekeeper's room, not in grand isolation, which you appreciate. Her gentle gossip about the estate, about local happenings, and even occasional anecdotes about Mr. Rochester provide snippets of outside information and weave a fuller picture of the world around you. She also informs you that she is Mr. Rochester's distant relative, which adds another layer to her presence as both manager and distant kin. However, despite the overall tranquility, you occasionally perceive oddities within the seemingly normal routines of Thornfield. You hear strange sounds from the floor above your room at night, an indistinct murmur, a faint disquieting laugh that echoes faintly through the old house. Mrs. Fairfax usually dismisses these as the housemaids moving furniture, or perhaps the wind howling through ancient chimneys common in grand old estates, especially during wild weather. Victorian houses built without modern insulation or heating often groaned and creaked in the wind, giving rise to many a ghost story. You might tell yourself, it's just the pipes, or perhaps the ghost of a particularly melodramatic ancestor. A common quirky belief of the time, often discussed in literature and popular papers, was that certain types of old homes were presences in themselves, almost sentient beings reacting to the moods and memories of their inhabitants. Thornfield definitely gives off that vibe, an old knowing presence. Yet despite Mrs. Fairfax's pragmatic explanations, a seed of disquiet is sown. The sounds are fleeting, impossible to pinpoint, and quickly dismissed, but they stick in your mind, raising a quiet, unanswered question. What was that? Was it really just the wind? And how can a simple wind produce a sound like that? A scholarly debate among Bronte scholars and general readers is often centered on whether the Gothic elements of the novel, particularly the strange sounds and atmosphere of Thornfield, are purely external manifestations of secrets, or also externalizations of Jane's own inner psychological turmoil and subconscious fears. Is the house actually creepy, or is your sensitive soul making it so? Perhaps a bit of both. It creates a sense of unsettling ambiguity. One evening, you're enjoying your pleasant new life, absorbed in a book, when you hear a genuinely unearthly sound. It's not the wind. It's a maniacal, chilling laugh, disembodied and profoundly disturbing. It rises from the floor directly above you, shrill and utterly inhuman. It makes the hairs on your arms stand on end. You rush to the landing, fear clawing at your throat, searching for the source. You call out to Mrs. Fairfax, who seems remarkably undisturbed. She quickly calms you, insisting it must be Grace Poole, one of the housemaids, and she offers some bland explanation about Grace's odd ways, or her habit of moving things about late at night, or perhaps just having too much to drink, a common stereotype for certain domestic staff then. But the laughter had been far too loud, too prolonged, too eerie for a simple housemaid's late-night chores, let alone tipsiness. You get the distinct feeling that Grace Poole must have a truly fascinating side hustle in interpretive performance art, given the variety of weird noises attributed to her. And indeed, when you glimpse Grace Poole, she seems a remarkably placid, unremarkably ordinary woman. Not someone capable of such a wild, disquieting outburst. The sheer blandness of her appearance only deepens the mystery. How could she be the source of such raw, untamed sounds? This apparent disconnect between the sounds and the supposed source makes you pause. Thornfield Hall, you begin to understand, has more to its elegant exterior than meets the eye. Underneath the calm, orderly surface run deeper currents, unsettling undertones. But your immediate domestic comforts and the joy of teaching Adele soon overshadow these sporadic, inexplicable incidents. You largely dismiss them as products of the old house, the isolation, or simply a particularly vibrant imagination, fueled by Gothic novels which you may have recently started reading. You continue with your days, finding a quiet, gentle satisfaction in your role. The rhythm of Thornfield life begins to settle around you, weaving its quiet patterns into your routine. The odd sounds remain an infrequent background hum, a curious quirk of your new residence. Little do you know that these strange sounds are not quirks at all. They are merely faint ripples on the surface of a deep, dark pool of secrets that lie buried within Thornfield's very foundations. Secrets that will very soon rise to shatter your newfound tranquility and thrust you into a thrilling and utterly dangerous encounter with its true master. You are at this moment living a quiet preamble to a life-altering storm. The strange noises, after all, are just the house clearing its throat before it begins to truly sing. Those quiet murmurs and strange laughter, those unsettling quirks attributed to a seemingly ordinary maid, had continued to be brushed aside by Mrs. Fairfax. And you, perhaps subconsciously wishing to maintain the quiet, steady rhythm of your pleasant governess life, largely went along with her gentle dismissals. After all, the peace of Thornfield after Lowood was a precious thing. You kept a casual ear open, perhaps, like checking a smoke detector periodically, but mostly you sank into the contented daily hum of teaching Adele and sharing tea with Mrs. Fairfax. Your small world was remarkably, almost idyllically quiet. That quiet was about to be absolutely shattered, one frosty afternoon after dropping a letter for Mrs. Fairfax. At the small post office in the nearest village, you begin your solitary walk back to Thornfield. The road, a winding country lane, is rather muddy from recent rains, and the air is brisk, carrying the sharp scent of damp earth and wood smoke. Twilight is beginning to settle, painting the bare trees and fields in shades of gray and deep indigo. The kind of light that makes the familiar feel subtly eerie. You walk slowly, savoring the solitude, your mind perhaps drifting to the day's lessons, or pondering some obscure philosophical point you picked up from one of your old Lowood books. It's an almost perfect, tranquil scene from a bygone era, perhaps where personal travel was almost exclusively by foot or horse, meaning many unexpected roadside encounters. Mainstream historical fact: rural lanes and roads in the 19th century were often poorly maintained, unlit, and prone to being hazardous, especially for lone travelers or riders after dark. Highwaymen were largely a thing of the past by Bronte's time, but falls, bogged wheels, and general misfortune were very much a real concern. No mobile phones to call for roadside assistance, obviously. As you navigate a particularly lonely stretch of the road, the rhythmic thudding of hooves reaches your ears from the distance, growing steadily louder. Then a shaggy, rather magnificent dog emerges from the deepening shadows, trotting ahead, nose to the ground, as if leading some invisible charge. He looks a little like a half-wild retriever, powerfully built with wise amber eyes. Soon after the source of the hoofbeats appears a powerful horse, dark and imposing, with a single rider silhouetted against the fading light. He rides with an almost reckless speed, his figure cutting a bold, almost predatory shape against the darkening sky. Suddenly, dramatically, the horse stumbles on a patch of ice or a slick stone hidden in the mud. With a jarring, unnatural cry, it goes down. The rider, flung violently from the saddle, hits the muddy ground with a sickening thud. The scene unfolds with the sudden, terrible speed of a bad omen. One moment you're watching a quiet equestrian display, the next, you're witnessing a serious accident. If you thought your life was a mess, at least you don't usually meet your new boss after he's taken a mud bath. Your instinct thankfully immediately overcomes your natural timidity. Without a moment's hesitation, you rush forward. You see the rider lying prone, clearly stunned, the horse struggling nearby, whinnying in distress. Your training, whether from your governess roles or simply from common human decency, takes over. You cautiously approach the horse, which, while startled, seems to have only a strained leg rather than a broken one. You assess the rider. He is an imposing, broad-shouldered man now covered in mud, clearly in pain, groaning. You gently address him, asking if he's hurt. He slowly, laboriously sits up, revealing a strong, rather grim face framed by dark hair and a heavily browed forehead. His eyes, though, are what truly strike you. Dark, piercing, and intelligent, but with a deeply etched melancholy that hints at old pains and burdens. They dart over you, taking you in with an unsettling directness that feels like an unexpected interrogation. He immediately begins to question you with a peculiar mixture of brusqueness and dry wit. "Are you a witch?" he asks, fixing his intense gaze on you as if you'd just conjured the muddy road. You, always one for a pragmatic answer, quickly deny it, adding that if you were a witch, you'd certainly start by unmuddying his expensive clothes. He asks if you can assist him. He reveals that his ankle is sprained, possibly broken. You offer him your services, calm and steady. You manage to retrieve his horse, a feat of quiet strength and unexpected capability, given his imposing size, then help him lean against the fallen animal to slowly and carefully reset his foot. You do all this with a cool efficiency, never shrinking from his gaze, never faltering, despite the growing darkness and the sudden drama of the moment. You're thinking fast on your feet. This is not the sort of boss meet cute most people envision, but it's certainly memorable. The quirky tidbit of the day is that many Victorians, often with a flair for the dramatic, found such unexpected and mysterious roadside encounters to be thrilling romantic plot devices and a definite break from monotonous routines, just missing a conveniently abandoned carriage with a beautiful, mysterious passenger now. He is intrigued by you, you can tell. His dark eyes continue to search your face, probing, assessing. He is clearly not used to being challenged, or to having someone so quiet yet so steadfast. He comments on your odd calmness, your small stature, the rather old-fashioned plainness of your attire. It is from Lowood, after all, not a fashion house in London. You in turn find yourself surprisingly unintimidated. There's something about his gruffness, his unusual questions, that is rather fascinating, even appealing, precisely because it is so unlike the genteel pleasantries you're used to. It's almost refreshing, like a cold splash of water. He asks where you're bound, and you explain you are a governess at Thornfield Hall. His expression remains unreadable. He reveals his name, Mr. Rochester. At that very moment, the full implication hits you. This injured, brusque, enigmatic stranger, this unexpected victim of a rural equestrian mishap, is your master. The Mr. Rochester. You just performed impromptu first aid on your new employer. It's both mortifying and exhilarating. Perhaps this explains why Mrs. Fairfax never gave you a full description. Who wants to reveal their boss is essentially an unguided missile waiting for a road-related incident. Eventually, you help him mount his horse, no mean feat given his ankle. He thanks you with a characteristic blend of sarcasm and dry wit, his peculiar eyes holding a hint of genuine amusement. Then, accompanied by his dog Pilot, he rides off ahead, disappearing into the deepening twilight. You continue your walk back to Thornfield, your mind buzzing 100 questions tumbling over each other. The incident has left you feeling strangely alive, energized. It was an abrupt, rather startling initiation into the master's domain, a glimpse of the unpredictable life that now awaited you. Upon arriving back at Thornfield Hall, you find Mrs. Fairfax anxious at Mr. Rochester's delayed return. You calmly explain what happened, and she is both alarmed and immensely grateful for your timely assistance. She dispatches servants to assist him upon his approach. Later that evening, Mr. Rochester, assisted by his valet and grooms, is indeed brought into the house, his ankle clearly throbbing. Adele, hearing of her guardian's arrival, is naturally delighted. She adores Mr. Rochester in a childlike, almost oblivious fashion. Her French vivacity returns with a vengeance as she excitedly tells you stories about her mon bon ami Rochester, her dear good friend Rochester, who she claims is the most wonderful man in the world. Her bright chatter, her boundless enthusiasm, and her almost childish faith in him offer another contrasting perspective to the dark, complex figure you encountered on the lane. You observe this almost worshipful devotion from her, wondering what deep attachment ties her to such a demanding, complex man. Is it simply childlike adoration, or something more profound and complicated? Over the next few days, as Mr. Rochester remains confined to his room, recovering from his injury, the household adopts a new subtle energy. Mrs. Fairfax seems subtly more focused, the servants move with a little more purpose. You hear the occasional sound of his dog Pilot whining near his master's door, or a faint rumble of his deep voice from the upper floor. There's an unmistakable change in the air, a sense of an authoritative presence re-establishing itself. The house, which had been so quietly harmonious in his absence, now seems to vibrate with a barely suppressed energy. You feel a prickle of anticipation, a nascent curiosity about this man whose presence, even from behind a closed door, clearly dominated the vast house. You hear bits and pieces of gossip from Mrs. Fairfax and the maids. Mr. Rochester is eccentric, sometimes harsh, but often very kind and charitable. He travels often to foreign lands, perhaps seeking diversion or escape from some unspoken trouble. There are hints of past disappointments, of a difficult life he has led, but all are veiled in the polite circumspection of good Victorian servants who knew how to guard their master's reputation, no matter how unusual. Historians still argue whether such reclusive, melancholic male figures like Mr. Rochester Common in 19th century literature reflected a genuine societal archetype of the Byronic hero, a response to changing social norms, or perhaps even a literary means for authors to critique masculine ideals of the time. What makes him so tormented, so complicated? Is he just moody, or is there more beneath the surface? And then a message arrives. You are summoned to his room. You are to come and sit with him. A strange mixture of trepidation and curiosity bubbles within you. The moment has arrived. You will finally truly meet your master, the enigmatic Mr. Rochester, not by happenstance in a muddy lane, but face to face by his deliberate invitation. The air in Thornfield Hall, previously quiet, now feels thick with unspoken possibilities. You wonder how his brusque wit will translate to a more formal, intimate setting, and if your plain exterior will stand up to his penetrating gaze. You smooth your dress, adjust your spectacles, and take a deep breath. Here we go. You walk towards the grand staircase, your heart beating a little faster than usual, your quiet apprehension doing a clumsy tango with a nascent curiosity. Summoned to his room. It sounds very grand, very serious. You smooth your rather plain dress, straighten your spectacles, and mentally prepare yourself for an encounter with this intriguing, complicated man who crashes horses and then cross-examines bystanders. As you knock on his chamber door, you steel yourself, remembering Helen's quiet strength and Miss Temple's unwavering dignity. A servant ushers you into a large, well-appointed room, currently functioning as his recovery den. Mr. Rochester is seated by the fire, his injured ankle propped up on a footstool shrouded in blankets. His dark hair is rather rumpled, and his grim expression from the road is still present, perhaps deepened by boredom or pain. He looks imposing even while confined to a chair. His magnificent dog Pilot lies dutifully at his feet, periodically raising his head to offer a worried gaze. The room smells of old books, tobacco smoke, and perhaps a faint medicinal tang, a far cry from the antiseptic smell of Lowood. It's distinctly masculine, a little chaotic, and entirely unlike any other room in Thornfield you've seen so far. He turns his penetrating dark eyes upon you as you enter, an almost imperceptible spark of recognition in their depths. There's a slight grimace on his face as he shifts his leg. "So you've arrived, little governess?" He states, his voice a low, gravelly rumble laced with the same dry amusement you heard on the lane. "Come closer. I don't bite, usually. And even if I did with this blasted ankle, I couldn't very well chase you." He gestures vaguely to a chair opposite him, indicating you should take a seat. It's a disarmingly blunt opening, not exactly "how do you do." You sit, your posture upright, but your mind already racing, observing him closely. He looks at you for a long moment, a rather unnerving scrutiny that feels like he's trying to x-ray your very soul. You find yourself meeting his gaze, surprisingly unafraid. What's the worst he can do? Lock you in another red room? You've practically been there, done that. He breaks the silence, perhaps hoping to provoke a reaction. "Well, speak. Tell me about yourself. And don't give me any bland governess school answers. Tell me what you really think for once." And you do. He asks about your education at Lowood, and instead of giving a polite, grateful answer, you speak of the hardships, the cold, the hunger, and the arbitrary cruelties of Mr. Brocklehurst, softening it only slightly with mention of Miss Temple's and Helen's kindness. You find a quiet boldness you hadn't expected. He asks about Adele, and you speak candidly about her superficialities, her rather neglected upbringing, but also her innate affection and charming innocence. You even offer a polite yet honest opinion on his own somewhat neglected duties as her guardian, subtly implying he could be a more present figure. He leans forward, clearly surprised. You're not bland, certainly. You're a plain brown envelope, but it contains a fiery letter. His responses are fascinating. He sometimes laughs a short, abrupt sound, then quickly stifles it. Other times he probes further, his questions designed to peel back layers to uncover the real you underneath the quiet, modest exterior. He talks of his travels of disillusionment, of the hollowness of societal conventions. He asks your opinion on art, on books, on happiness. You realize he's testing you not just for your intelligence, but for your moral compass, your judgment, and your very essence. And in return, you find yourself utterly captivated by his peculiar blend of brusqueness and vulnerability, his intellectual sparring, his seemingly endless depths of cynical insight. He is utterly unlike anyone you've ever met. No saint like Helen, no benevolent figure like Miss Temple, no tyrant like Mrs. Reed. He is something far more complex and, frankly, far more interesting. He reminds you a little bit of those moody literary heroes you've read about, the ones with a dark secret and a perpetual furrow in their brow. You wonder if he secretly practices dramatic brooding in the mirror. These sessions become a regular occurrence during his convalescence. You're summoned to his room in the evenings, Adele often having been sent to bed, or busying herself downstairs with Mrs. Fairfax. The conversations become increasingly spirited, traversing wide-ranging topics. He questions you intensely, his eyes fixed on yours, demanding absolute honesty. What is your idea of a perfectly happy existence, Miss Eyre? He might challenge, expecting a demure, pious answer about humility. And you might respond with something shockingly direct like, independence, sir, and liberty to make my own way without relying on anyone's charity. Or perhaps you declare your deepest desires for understanding and equality. His brow raises in a fleeting moment of surprise, and what might even be admiration. He finds great amusement in observing your forthrightness, especially when you calmly counter his often cynical or challenging statements. Sometimes he seems to derive pleasure from shocking you, but you stand firm, revealing that your quiet nature masks an incredibly strong, unwavering sense of self. Your opinions, rooted in personal experience and hard-won morality, prove unexpectedly resilient against his more worldly and sometimes jaded viewpoints. This intellectual honesty seems to spark a unique connection between you. You don't try to flatter him or win him over. You are simply you, unfiltered, and this authenticity seems to be what captivates him most. Perhaps it's because most people only told him what he wanted to hear, and you offered an unexpected, albeit plain truth. He occasionally touches upon his past, a subject often veiled in shadows and unspoken implications. He alludes to wild travels, passionate and possibly reckless adventures in distant lands, perhaps mentioning a stay in Constantinople or Italy. You glean that he has known sorrow, disillusionment, and perhaps a past marred by mistakes or poor judgments. He tells anecdotes, some charmingly cynical, others, revealing a deep melancholy or bitterness beneath the surface. He shares stories that subtly suggest a troubled past, sometimes testing your reaction, perhaps revealing a bit of emotional baggage that could rival a Victorian steamer trunk. You also engage him with your artwork. You confess that drawing is a cherished hobby, a way to escape and process your thoughts. He requests to see your portfolio, and you bring it a collection of quiet landscapes, and occasionally dark, fantastical sketches that betray the vibrant imagination lurking within you. He critiques them not with a gentle hand, but with keen, intelligent observations, sometimes harsh, sometimes unexpectedly insightful. He's clearly not just a country gentleman, but a man of considerable intellect and worldly experience, his perceptions often astonishingly accurate. This shared appreciation for art becomes another avenue for intellectual connection. It's like finding out your gruff boss also secretly designs highly detailed miniature dollhouses. Through these sessions, you begin to observe the profound loneliness beneath his brusque exterior. He appears burdened by an unspoken weight, haunted by something significant from his past. He talks about seeking a fresh start, a cure for the canker in his soul, and suggests he looks for something pure and unsullied to rescue him. His complex emotional landscape unfolds before you like a tangled tapestry, rich with conflicting threads. You sense his intelligence, his fierce passions, but also his woundedness. You also sense that for all his worldly experience and sophisticated cynicism, he finds an unexpected sense of comfort in your unwavering simplicity and moral purity. It's like finding the only non-sarcastic person at a comedy roast. This intimate intellectual exchange between employer and governess was unusual, to say the least, for the period. Mainstream historical fact: governesses were generally treated as a distinct social class, educated but typically of lower birth, and therefore rarely on intimate or equal terms with the heads of the household, especially unmarried masters. Boundaries were strictly observed, and intellectual parity was not usually encouraged. Such prolonged private conversations, especially without a chaperone, would have been considered highly unconventional and potentially scandalous by Victorian standards, hinting at a dangerously blurred line between employer and employee, leading many contemporary critics to cluck their tongues at such impropriety. They clearly hadn't counted on Rochester's charming disregard for propriety and your quiet determination to hold your ground. One quirky tidbit to inject some lighter reality is that such long, intense conversations, particularly in the evening light and over extended periods of time, were believed by some Victorians to be quite a drain on one's vital energy, sometimes resulting in vapors or fatigue. Luckily for you, your strong Lowood constitution must have rendered you immune to such delicate maladies, allowing you to debate for hours. Historians still argue whether Rochester's testing of Jane was truly an attempt to find a soulmate or merely a cynical diversion to assuage his own troubled conscience, testing her limits before revealing his true nature. Was he genuinely seeking a connection or playing a calculated game? As his ankle slowly mends and he regains his mobility, you sense a subtle shift in the dynamic. He still requests your company, but the private, intense sessions become less frequent. He resumes some of his activities, moving more freely around the house. There's a tangible change in the household's atmosphere, a stirring from its quiet complacency. This is perhaps where the true dance of Thornfield Hall begins. Your bond with Rochester has been forged not through grand romantic gestures, but through rigorous intellectual honesty and shared understanding. It's a connection built on mind more than body, a foundation laid through wit, candor, and perhaps a budding mutual admiration that neither of you quite comprehends. Yet, you feel a strange sense of longing for the return of those late-night conversations, knowing that something uniquely stimulating had been ignited between you and this extraordinary, difficult man. And the thought leaves a warmth like the last embers of a dying fire deep within you. The immediate, intense intellectual sparring sessions with Mr. Rochester had faded somewhat as his ankle mended. He no longer required your constant attendance for conversation. He was up and about, traversing the grand passages, occasionally calling Adele to him. Life at Thornfield resumed a more ordinary rhythm, the dynamic shifting, subtly settling back into what you might call master-governess mode. It was on the surface quiet. Too quiet, perhaps. Like a theater before the truly dramatic second act, the stage momentarily empty, but the audience is already buzzing with anticipation. You almost found yourself missing his cynical observations and challenging questions, even the strange intensity of his gaze. You'd been strangely stimulated. Who knew being challenged by a brooding landowner was your jam? Then the unsettling phenomena of Thornfield Hall resurfaced, less subtle, more insistent than before. One night you're just drifting off to sleep when it happens again. The same uncanny, disembodied laugh you'd heard weeks ago. But this time it's clearer, shriller, echoing through the silence of the large house. It sounds wild. A shriek, perhaps, that morphs into a mocking cackle. It is not human, yet utterly resonant with some profound, terrible emotion. It sounds less like a tipsy housemaid, and more like someone having an actual break with reality. Or perhaps, as many people would think in a less scientific age, it's a mischievous poltergeist intent on disrupting your slumber. A fringe belief then was that strange domestic noises, inexplicable bangs, and unsettling sounds could be attributed to some residual energy or even spiritual disturbances, especially in old, isolated houses. People used to exorcise drafty homes as much as they cleaned them. You leap out of bed, your heart pounding a furious drum solo against your ribs. This time the sounds are not fleeting. They seem to come from directly above your room, near Mr. Rochester's private chambers. You know this house intimately. Now know where every servant sleeps, know the daily routine. This is not the regular household noise. Fear mixes with a strange sense of compelled urgency. You rush to your door, open it, and creep out into the long, dimly lit passage. The silence after the laugh is thick, oppressive, as if the very air has absorbed the echoes of that terrifying sound. As you stand there straining to hear anything else, you catch another smell different from the stale air or old wood of the manor. It's a faint, acrid scent, subtle at first, then growing stronger. Smoke. Smoke. The chilling laugh, then the smell of smoke. Your mind immediately leaps to danger. This is no ordinary household disturbance. Instinct takes over, pushing away the terror. Mainstream historical fact house fires were devastatingly common in Victorian England. Without modern fire detectors, stringent building codes, or widespread municipal fire departments, large houses lit by candles and gas and heated by numerous fireplaces were highly vulnerable. Fires could spread with frightening speed, leading to tragic losses of life and property. Even wealthier households relied mostly on internal staff to deal with small fires. Public fire brigades, as we know them, were often a much later development or privatized and for profit. This was a very real deadly threat. You follow the acrid scent, your bare feet padding softly on the polished floorboards. The smell of smoke grows thicker as you ascend the stairs directly towards Mr. Rochester's third-story room. You reach his door, and through the narrow crack beneath it you can see a terrifying, ominous flicker of orange light. The air near the door is hot. Panic for a fleeting moment threatens to overwhelm you, but you fight it down. Someone or something is burning. You realize with chilling clarity that this isn't just an old house creaking in the wind or a tipsy maid. This is active malice, deliberate destruction, and horrifyingly potentially murder. You beat on the door, desperately calling his name, pushing with all your might. It gives way after a moment of panicked effort, and you are plunged into chaos. The room is thick with choking, acrid smoke burning your eyes and lungs. In the dim, terrifying glow, you see curtains ablaze near Mr. Rochester's bed, the fire rapidly devouring the rich fabrics. He is still in the bed, deep in a sleep that appears disturbingly profound, perhaps aided by something more than fatigue. A dark, terrifying realization flashes whoever lit the fire meant for him not to wake. A chilling detail here: the fire itself. Why target curtains? Why not just light a common wood log right on the bed, for maximum burn? This kind of meticulous staging suggests some level of planning, or a lack of efficient pyromania training. You react without hesitation, your survival instinct overriding all fear. You grab a nearby jug of water and without a second thought begin dousing the flames. You grab every pitcher, ewer, or anything that holds liquid, emptying it onto the increasingly hungry flames. The heat is immense, the smoke suffocating. You fight with desperate raw energy, your small hands battling the voracious growing blaze. You call his name again, louder, more frantically. Mr. Rochester, wake up. The shock of the cold water hitting his face and the choking smoke finally stir him. He stirs, coughs violently, and then his eyes fly open wide with disbelief and confusion. He sees you small and determined amidst the chaos dousing the fire. He sees the burning curtains, the thick smoke. The realization of what just happened begins to dawn on him. He looks from the flames to you, his expression shifting from grogginess to raw understanding. For a moment you're simply two humans caught in a moment of mortal danger. You explain in clipped, breathless phrases what you saw, what you heard. The eerie laughter, the smell of smoke, the fire at his door. He understands with horrifying clarity that this was no accident. Someone intentionally tried to kill him. His expression hardens, becoming a mask of intense concentration. He springs from the bed, ignoring his mending ankle, helping you complete the extinguishing of the last embers. Together you wrestle the heavy curtains down, smothering the last tendrils of flame. The danger is averted, but the room is a charred mess, stinking of soot and charred fabric. The silence of survival almost more unsettling than the sounds of the blaze. As the immediate danger subsides, a peculiar transformation comes over Mr. Rochester. He is no longer the jaded, sardonic master, but a man profoundly shaken, deeply vulnerable, yet utterly resolved. His usual wryness is gone, replaced by a stern, unreadable intensity. He begins to question you, his gaze unnervingly direct, not of skepticism, but of a desperate, urgent search for information. Who do you think it was? What exactly did you hear? He dismisses your Grace Pool suggestion with a chilling, clipped finality, making it very clear he knows who it was, and it's not the simple maid. Do you think she did it? He demands, his eyes piercing yours, testing if you truly believe that convenient lie. And you don't, not really, not any longer. Your intuition, sharpened by years of observing injustice and deception, screams that there's a larger, more sinister truth at play. He thanks you, the words deep and quiet, profoundly sincere. His usual cavalier attitude is entirely absent. There's a raw emotion in his voice, something that suggests profound gratitude mingled with a terrible hidden burden. He then binds you to absolute secrecy. Swear to me, he insists, his grip on your arm surprisingly tight, that you will never mention this to Mrs. Fairfax, to Adele, to any servant in this house, or to anyone outside Thornfield. Do you understand? You swear, sensing the grave weight of his command. He offers an alternative, official story to tell Mrs. Fairfax if she notices the damage. Perhaps it was a faulty lamp or a fireplace chimney. He is actively creating a deception, making you complicit in the cover-up. and you understand that by taking that oath, you have stepped deeper into the complex, dangerous secrets of Thornfield Hall and its mysterious master. This feels like entering a real-life spy novel. So much for quiet governess duties. Over the next few days, despite his feigned nonchalance, Rochester seems particularly wary. You see him engage in quiet, terse conversations with Grace Poole. She seems to accept whatever explanation he offers for her role, or rather non-role in the incident. Grace continues her ordinary work around the house, looking as placid and unruffled as ever. Her very normality after such an extraordinary night attributed to her now seems unnerving. Her bland demeanor just solidifies the contradiction. She is utterly implausible as the source of such a manic, terrifying laugh or such a deliberate, fiery act. What you wonder is really going on. You continue to reflect on the night of the fire, the chilling laughter, and Rochester's intense, desperate secrecy. The convenient Grace Poole explanation Mrs. Fairfax offered now rings completely hollow. This deepens the enigma of Thornfield. What is so valuable, so dangerous, that it must be kept hidden even after an attempted murder? What dark secret is powerful enough to provoke such an extreme response? Such a shocking, deliberate attempt on a master's life? Your quiet world as a governess has just gotten a significant, rather terrifying upgrade. One open scholarly debate surrounds Rochester's actions during and after this fire. Historians still argue whether his insistence on secrecy and his creation of elaborate deceptions are simply understandable attempts to manage a scandalous and dangerous personal secret, or whether they also reflect a darker, more manipulative side to his character, effectively making Jane an unwilling accomplice to his hidden life. Was he protecting her, or merely protecting himself by exploiting her compassion and loyalty? Or was he testing her again, seeing if she would be truly devoted enough to uphold his wishes even at great personal discomfort? You carry this secret with you, a heavy, disquieting weight. It binds you closer to Mr. Rochester in a peculiar way, an almost dangerous intimacy born of shared trauma and forbidden knowledge. The previous emotional intimacy you felt during your conversations now feels underscored by a tangible danger, a deeper sense of mystery. Thornfield, once merely a place of quiet refuge, now feels like a labyrinth of secrets, a house that breathes and watches and harbors unknown horrors. And you, little governess, are caught in its silent, enigmatic web. You start to feel less like a mere employee and more like a permanent witness standing right on the precipice of a dangerous truth. The fire was put out, yes, but it left far more questions than answers. The house holds its breath. So do you. That terrible smoke-choked night, and Mr. Rochester's insistence on a web of silence, left a new raw layer beneath the polite surfaces of Thornfield Hall. You carried the secret of the fire, the phantom cackle, and Rochester's peculiar request for complicity like a strange, unsettling badge of honor. It was a weight, yes, but also a bond and almost dangerous intimacy with the unpredictable master of the house. You watched Grace Poole go about her work utterly bland, and you wondered again at the terrifying chasm between her outward appearance and the manic laugh that you still heard in your mind's ear. The house itself felt watchful, pregnant with unspoken history. Mr. Rochester's own demeanor shifted subtly but perceptibly after the fire. While he returned to his characteristic brusqueness and wit, there was an underlying tension, an increased preoccupation in his piercing eyes. Sometimes he would fix his gaze on you with an intensity that suggested he was thinking about the events of that night, perhaps even gauging your loyalty, or wondering how deeply you comprehended the darkness he concealed. He would often call for you not for intense conversations as before, but simply to sit in his presence while he read or mused, or stared into the crackling fire, drawing deep, restless sighs. The air around him often felt thick with unsaid things, a quiet confession held firmly behind clenched teeth. He had this remarkable ability to make the silence feel like an epic novel waiting to be translated. He also began to hint more broadly at his sordid past, as he might put it. He spoke in generalizations of errors committed in youth, of burdens inherited of a life twisted by unforeseen circumstances or bad choices. He often adopted a cynical tone, expressing profound disillusionment with worldly pleasures and the hypocrisy of society. He'd mutter about being burnt in the past, perhaps hinting at failed relationships or cruel deceptions he had endured. He talked about wretched bonds he couldn't break, and a damaged nature. It all remained vague, like the blurred edges of a bad dream, but enough to paint a picture of a man burdened by an unredeemable past. You, with your innate empathy and penchant for introspection, found yourself pitying him, drawn into the melancholy depths of his story. even without full disclosure. Perhaps he should have considered joining a modern-day support group. "Hello, my name is Edward, and I'm terrible at keeping secrets, but also secrets." Then came the announcement. Rochester was expecting guests, not just a casual visitor or two, but a whole house party. Glamorous high society individuals titled ladies and gentlemen members of the elite circles from London. He delivered the news to Mrs. Fairfax with a sigh that could only be interpreted as performative reluctance. It was less an enthusiastic invitation and more a grand imposition, a tiresome social obligation. You listened quietly as Mrs. Fairfax relayed the news to you, her practical concerns bubbling up as she began planning for the onslaught. The logistics of housing, feeding, and entertaining such a prestigious crowd in a large old country house were formidable, a far cry from providing breakfast for a dozen charity students. This wasn't merely company. This was a significant social event meticulously orchestrated. Suddenly, Thornfield Hall, previously a haven of quiet domesticity, erupted into a frenzy of activity. Servants scurried. Dust sheets were whisked away from seldom-used furniture, revealing gleaming mahogany and forgotten gilt. Rooms that had long been shut up were thrown open to airing, filled with the bustling energy of cleaners polishing, scrubbing, and arranging. You could practically hear the squeak of leather as maids knelt to wax the floors and the rhythmic beat of silver being polished. Imagine if a modern cleaning crew used to industrial-strength vacuum cleaners were dropped into that scenario. They might spontaneously combust. Every corner of the vast house, from the grand drawing rooms to the guest chambers, underwent a meticulous transformation. Fresh flowers appeared in ornate vases, their subtle perfumes filling the air, masking the older, mustier scents. New drapes were hung, portraits were dusted, and ancient tapestries shaken out. The general energy in the house ratcheted up about 20 notches, moving from ASMR-level calm to a polite but intense hustle. In the kitchens, the bustle was even more intense. Cooks and their scullery maids moved with urgent purpose, preparing for the arrival of discerning palates. Recipes for elaborate meals were consulted, ingredients ordered, and a pervasive smell of baking, roasting, and spiced preparations began to drift through the house. You glimpsed frantic discussions about menus, seating arrangements, and wines. The Victorian elite dined formally and extravagantly. Multiple courses were common, presented with theatrical flourish signifying wealth and social status. This wasn't a potluck. This was a performance. Mainstream historical fact entertaining on this scale was a crucial part of maintaining one's social standing and establishing connections within the highly stratified British society. Formal house parties were essential for matchmaking, forging political alliances, and displaying wealth and taste. For families with unmarried daughters, such gatherings were practically strategic maneuvers on a chessboard, where the prize was a lucrative marital alliance. As you observed the preparations, you felt the inevitable tug of your own position. You, the governess, were part of the household, yes, but you were decidedly not of it. Certainly not of this grand visiting society. Your plain dresses, your simple manner, and your working status firmly placed you in a separate category. You were expected to remain largely invisible, present only when necessary to attend to Adele, or play the piano, a background hum in the grand performance of social elegance. This sense of being an outsider, an observer, is something you had become intimately familiar with since childhood. But now it was underscored by the sharp contrast with the coming glitter and privilege. You'd perfected the art of standing slightly to the side, looking in without actually participating in the opulent charades. You almost expected to be forced into some form of servant costume, maybe with a small hat, just to truly fit the part. Your time with Adele became more irregular. Her days, too, were swept up in the preparation for guests, filled with fittings for new party dresses and strict instructions on behavior. Adele, as Mr. Rochester's ward, would be presented to these grand figures, expected to charmingly perform her little recitations and polite manners. This shift felt like another layer of removal from your intimate, quiet bond with your charge. Adele was now a public display, not just your pupil. One day you found yourself watching Mr. Rochester in conversation with Mrs. Fairfax. He seemed particularly concerned with the arrangement of certain items, overseeing things with a more active, almost expectant air than usual. He made pointed inquiries about details for Lady Ingram, the central figure in the impending social whirlwind, or at least the one he mentioned most frequently. He had always been prone to bursts of passion and odd temper, but he now showed a surprising eagerness, almost a theatrical intensity in these preparations, as if playing a role himself. You began to wonder if his past hinted at a desire to escape this societal game, and yet here he was, throwing himself headlong into it. Or perhaps he simply enjoyed being able to manipulate the rules of the game himself for once. The news of a single lady named Lady Ingram being prominent amongst the expected guests piqued your particular interest. Rochester himself seemed to reference her rather often, even while adopting his familiar jaded tone about society. You heard snippets of conversation from the maids, too, about how Lady Ingram was expected to snare Mr. Rochester, how she was an eligible match. It was the prevailing societal expectation, the common belief that a bachelor of Rochester's wealth and standing would naturally seek a suitable bride from his own class. Marriage was a deeply ingrained social expectation for wealth transfer and continuity. You, being of a logical mind, started to piece together the implications. A house party of this magnitude focused on such an eligible man strongly hinted at a thinly veiled audition for a wife. This social gathering, you surmised, wasn't just a casual get-together. It was an exhibition. Mr. Rochester, despite his disdain for empty society, was actively setting the stage for some important performance. A particularly intriguing historical fact from the era is the prevalence of highly specialized etiquette manuals detailing every nuance of social behavior, from how to make polite conversation to how to eat an orange elegantly at a ball. Such manuals reinforced the rigid class distinctions and provided a blueprint for how proper Victorian society functioned, a subtle, often merciless test of one's breeding. Heaven forbid you buttered your bread incorrectly. A single misstep could damage a family's reputation. A quirky historical tidbit from the world of 19th century society was the common use of language of flowers for covert communication. Each flower carried a specific meaning, allowing suitors and sweethearts to send coded messages during highly chaperoned events, subtly undermining the strict social control of polite society. So a guest might unknowingly bring a bouquet of flowers that meant, "I want to secretly elope with your master because he's ridiculously brooding," hidden in plain sight. Given Rochester's enigmatic personality, you half expected him to respond only in floral codes. As the days crept closer to the arrival, a pervasive sense of anticipation mingled with a faint anxiety filled the air. Thornfield, once quiet and holding just a single unsettling secret, now hummed with the superficial excitement of a grand impending pageant. You tried to focus on your quiet lessons with Adele, but even she was swept up in the approaching glamour. You found yourself drawing more often, sketching not only the familiar Thornfield scenes, but also imaginative visions of what these elegant ladies might look like, what their lavish dresses would feel like. You also sketched yourself a plain figure in the corner, an observer of a drama you were forbidden to be a part of. One open scholarly debate often questions Rochester's true intentions behind this house party. Some scholars argue that he genuinely intended to marry for social convention, despite his romantic claims later seeking a suitable partner for his status. Others contend that the party was a deliberate smokescreen, a strategic move to mask his true plans, or even a test designed to push Jane into revealing her own feelings, while simultaneously reinforcing his perceived unavailability to her. Was this whole grand display a search for a perfect aristocratic match, or an elaborate psychological trap for you, his quiet governess? Either way, you felt the pressure. You prepared for their arrival with a strange mix of detachment and curiosity, fully aware that your role was to recede to become as inconspicuous as possible. You understood your place. You were there to serve, to facilitate, but not to participate in the lavish spectacle. But beneath that pragmatic understanding, a faint current of resentment or a curious spark of envy might stir. To watch the world unfold from the sidelines was one thing, but to be actively excluded from a vibrant display of life happening directly under your nose was another. You were prepared for the social chasm, but that didn't make it any less poignant. Thornfield Hall was about to receive its glorious, glittering, superficial self, and you would be watching, observing, waiting, knowing that soon its true heart and its deep secrets might be laid bare, though probably not by candlelight, in a parlor game. The long-awaited day finally arrives. From the moment the first carriage crunches onto the gravel driveway, a wave of opulence, noise, and sheer presence washes over Thornfield Hall, engulfing its familiar quiet. The grand house once filled with your solitary musings and the polite murmurs of Mrs. Fairfax transforms into a glittering hub of aristocratic life. This isn't just a simple visit. It's a full-blown invasion of fashionable society, complete with the rustling of silks, the jingle of carriage harness, and the incessant chatter of highly refined, overly polite voices. The stable yard springs to life with grooms and porters, wrestle heavy trunks announcing each arrival with booming declarations of titles and surnames. It's an exercise in social performance perfectly orchestrated. You find yourself observing the arrivals from a quiet, strategically invisible spot. Perhaps you're perched on a window seat in an obscure gallery or standing subtly in the background near the conservatory doors. You witness the elaborate rituals of polite society. The eager welcomes, the carefully calibrated curtsies, and bows, the air kisses that barely skim cheeks, all executed with an almost theatrical grace. Every gesture, every spoken phrase, is a meticulously crafted performance. And then Lady Ingram arrives. She sweeps in like a veritable sailing ship in full canvas, grand, imperious, and absolutely bristling with silks and jewels. Her features are sharp, her expression a permanent testament to her unassailable social standing. Her voice, when it eventually cuts through the general polite chatter, is clear and resonant, perfectly calibrated to command attention and demand respect. She's the kind of woman who walks into a room and instantly reshapes the entire social gravitational pull around her. She carries herself with an air that suggests everyone else exists merely to confirm her superior elegance. Think of her as a Victorian matriarchal equivalent of a highly exclusive brand, rare, expensive, and largely unattainable for the general public. Trailing behind her inevitably is her captivating daughter, Blanche Ingram. If Lady Ingram is a fully fledged majestic sailing ship, Blanche is a sleek, expensive yacht, modern, dazzling, and undeniably striking. She possesses a bold beauty, tall with a graceful figure, lustrous dark hair elegantly styled, and large, intelligent eyes that sparkle with a lively confidence. She's a true socialite, comfortable and utterly at ease in her elite environment. She moves with a confident grace, her laughter a silvery chime that effortlessly catches the attention of every gentleman in the room. But as you observe Blanche more closely, perhaps from behind a potted palm, you notice nuances. There's an undeniable flashiness to her beauty, an overt confidence that seems to demand attention. Her charm, while evident, appears somewhat performative. Her eyes, though lively, lack a certain depth or genuine warmth. It's almost as if she's constantly playing a part, presenting a perfectly curated version of herself for the appreciative audience of society. You instinctively sense that her vivacity, for all its sparkle, conceals a certain intellectual superficiality and an aristocratic disdain for anyone outside her exclusive circle. It's the difference between real diamond and a highly polished zirconia. Both glitter, but one's substance is less profound. Mr. Rochester, you notice, responds to their arrival with a strange mixture of politeness and a hint of suppressed irritation, barely masked by his customary sardonic charm. He bows with a certain formality to Lady Ingram and converses with Blanche with an air of amused tolerance. He exchanges sharp, witty banter with Blanche, playing her game, matching her in superficial charm. But you catch moments, fleeting glances where his eyes flicker away, perhaps to you, and you quickly look away, of course, or simply to a distant corner of the room, suggesting a certain weariness or detachment beneath the facade. He might seem engaged in flirtation, but his attention isn't entirely captured, leaving you, the keen observer, with questions about his true feelings. Is he simply performing for his guests, or does he genuinely enjoy her company? It's like watching a chess grandmaster play against a gifted amateur. One side is clearly playing for fun, not truly tested. The very atmosphere in the hall changes dramatically. No longer a haven of quiet study and domestic comfort, Thornfield transforms into a vibrant, bustling stage for social theater. The large drawing rooms, usually quiet save for a stray sunbeam, are now alive with loud conversation, echoing laughter, and the frequent melodic tinkle of the piano as guests take turns to perform. Adele, meanwhile, is predictably enchanted. She circles Blanche with childish awe, wide-eyed at the glittering dresses and elaborate hairstyles, captivated by the lady's every move. She curtsies dutifully and shows off her carefully rehearsed French phrases and a little song for the new company, relishing in the attention. She's finally got her little aristocratic audience, a mini version of her theatrical mother. Your own role during this period becomes what it was always designed to be: utterly invisible unless absolutely required. You remain largely confined to the schoolroom with Adele during the day, maintaining the appearance of your regular duties, though even those are disrupted by the guests' erratic schedules. During the evenings, when the company gathers in the drawing room for music or card games, you are occasionally called upon. Sometimes you are invited to quietly take a seat at the back, your presence tolerated but barely acknowledged. More often you play the piano for dancing, your nimble fingers flowing over the keys, providing background ambiance. When you do attend, you are expected to maintain an air of polite silence, to be a ghost in the background. Mainstream historical fact. The social conventions regarding governesses in Grand Victorian houses were rigidly defined. Governesses were expected to be educated and genteel enough to educate aristocratic children, but were strictly considered servants forbidden from fully participating in family social life, dining with the family, especially guests, or sitting among the gentry. This put them in an awkward liminal space, socially isolated, and constantly reminded of their lower status. They were not to outshine or attract attention, but simply facilitate. It was a role that in a modern workplace would have about 30 different HR complaints on day one. You find yourself acutely aware of your plainness, your rather worn low-wood dresses compared to the lavish silks, satins, and plumes of the female guests. Their elegant finery is expensive, imported, and undeniably beautiful, designed to dazzle. You observe the latest Parisian fashions with a quiet, dispassionate eye, noting the elaborate bonnets and the intricate lacework. But the contrast cannot help but highlight your own simple wardrobe. It's not resentment that you feel, not precisely, but a sharp sense of the immense social distance that separates you from them. It's an undeniable feeling of being an outsider, a stark confirmation of your place in this meticulously structured hierarchy. Even your spectacles feel suddenly heavier, duller, more prone to slipping down your nose as if in agreement with your low status. Conversations among the guests frequently revolve around superficial topics. The latest scandals, court gossip, society balls, elaborate meals they've attended, and the merits of particular country estates. Their discussions are light, sparkling, but often lacking in any true depth. They embody a particular brand of refined triviality designed for light amusement rather than profound insight. You, with your intense interiority and intellectual curiosity, find their conversations utterly draining. You find yourself retreating, mentally listening, but not engaging, observing their rituals with an almost anthropological detachment, a witty light joke at their expense. You notice they seem to have developed a form of social telepathy, as everyone instantly knows the latest juicy gossip, without any obvious email chains or social media updates. Must be all the staring at each other. Blanche in particular captivates and charms all the male guests, her effortless grace and cultivated conversation always at the forefront. You often see her beside Mr. Rochester, engaged in lively banter, sometimes playing duets with him on the piano. Her clear, strong singing voice is a social asset, her confident artistry evident. He certainly plays up the role of the attentive, charmed suitor, flattering her with veiled compliments and engaging in lengthy conversations. But you still catch that flicker in his eyes, a weariness or a distraction. He seems to be going through the motions of social expectations rather than experiencing genuine engagement. You start to think Rochester performs ardent suitor quite well, but then so could a trained parrot. One quirky tidbit about this level of Victorian high society. The pursuit of accomplishments like singing, drawing, and piano playing for young ladies was a crucial part of their education, designed not for personal artistic expression, but purely to make them more marriageable. A well-bred young lady was expected to display a cultivated ignorance of serious subjects, while excelling in light arts that could entertain future husbands and adorn their drawing rooms. So Blanche's artistic prowess was less about soul-stirring talent and more about effective marital marketing. An open scholarly debate around these Thornfield social scenes often focuses on whether they function as a purely cynical portrayal of aristocratic hypocrisy and shallowness contrasting with Jane's profound integrity, or if there's a more nuanced critique at play, questioning the entire societal structure that elevates people like the Ingrams while suppressing genuinely intelligent and moral women like Jane. Is it just rich people bad? Or is it society is flawed for valuing the wrong things? Either way, you observe this carefully, acutely aware of how quickly a false charm can masquerade as substance. As the days turn into evenings, and the evening gatherings reach their height, you find yourself retreating to your small, quiet room whenever possible, a quiet sanctuary from the constant hum of superficiality. There you can shed the enforced invisibility, take off your governess mask, and be truly yourself. You sketch by lamplight, losing yourself in your imagination, finding a far richer, more honest reality in your art than in the dazzling but empty theatrics downstairs. You recognize that the glittering prizes of their world are not for you, nor do you genuinely covet them. But beneath the surface of detachment, a strange and unwelcome emotion begins to stir, a vague, gnawing apprehension that Rochester might genuinely choose Blanche. He certainly puts on a good show of it. The idea is unsettling, leaving a strange, dull ache in your chest that you don't fully understand. It's not envy of Blanche's social position, but something far more personal tied to those earlier, intimate conversations you shared with him. It is a nascent feeling of quiet alarm, a tremor of an emotion you haven't yet dared to name, much less truly confront. You tell yourself it is just surprise that such a worldly man would succumb to such obvious vapid charm. But something deeper, an unfamiliar sorrow, pulls at your heart as you observe him perform his role for his elegant guests. The feeling is vague, but its discomfort is undeniable, a quiet disruption to your painstakingly rebuilt composure. The Thornfield Hall house party was now in full glittering swing, a perpetual carnival of polite conversation and strategic maneuvering. And at the very center of it all, captivating everyone's attention like a meticulously staged fireworks display, was Blanche Ingram. From your quiet vantage point, you observed her relentlessly dissecting her charm, analyzing her every move, almost like a social scientist observing a rare and peculiar specimen. You were determined to understand this woman, for she seemed to be the primary target of Mr. Rochester's social machinations. Blanche was undeniably striking. Tall, with a graceful figure, elegant neck, and features that when set correctly conveyed haughty beauty. She moved with a calculated poise, a confidence that bordered on arrogance. Her dark hair was often exquisitely dressed, sparkling with subtle jewels or elaborate ribbons. Her gowns of the latest fashion and finest fabrics seemed to swirl around her like a living advertisement for wealth and exquisite taste. She held herself like royalty, completely aware of the social power her beauty and station commanded. If she were a modern celebrity, her social media feed would be immaculately curated, devoid of any relatable messiness. She had a practiced grace that simply flowed through her. But what truly defined her beyond the polished exterior was her personality, which was a sharp contrast to her physical allure. You quickly observed that her beauty was merely a surface. Beneath it, her personality was often marked by a pronounced hauteur and an aristocratic arrogance that she barely bothered to conceal. She often adopted a dismissive air towards anyone she considered beneath her, a disdainful glance or a clipped retort serving as clear signals of social distance. Her intellect, while occasionally sparkling with wit, often proved shallow. Her conversations, though animated, frequently revolved around gossip fashion and deriding others. Her charm felt practiced, a polished veneer designed to captivate the right people, but never to truly connect with anyone she deemed unworthy. She would lead conversations in the drawing room, her laughter clear and bright, and she enjoyed dominating any group she entered. You often heard her playing the piano, performing showy pieces with technical skill, but to your sensitive ear without much genuine feeling. She sang, too, with a strong melodious voice, selecting operatic arias or popular sentimental ballads of the day. Mainstream historical fact. Accomplishments like playing the piano, singing, drawing, and speaking French were considered essential elements of a high society lady's education in the 19th century, designed to enhance her marketability in the marriage market, rather than necessarily fostering genuine artistic expression. They were like a very elaborate CV, but for finding a suitable husband. Young women were not generally encouraged to pursue academic or profound intellectual interests beyond what would make them good conversationalists at dinner parties, hence the frequent shallowness you detected. Her primary target for her social machinations, of course, was Mr. Rochester. She was constantly at his side, engaging him in lively repartee, leaning in with what she clearly thought was alluring attentiveness. She'd flatter him, joke with him, and subtly try to outwit him. She seemed to revel in their verbal fencing, believing herself his equal in intellect and wit. Rochester, for his part, often played along, indulging her with ironic compliments and a cynical charm that only seemed to increase her ardor. He could hold forth on a grand theory or tell a long-winded tale, and Blanche would gaze at him utterly enraptured. You often saw a strange expression in his eyes as he interacted with her, a mixture of boredom, weariness, and perhaps a sardonic amusement. He appeared to be playing a role one he had performed many times before. He looked like an actor going through the motions on opening night. You sometimes wondered if he would give her an honest critique, if he could. Less gazing, more substance, darling. Also, your singing needs work. You notice her specific cruelties. Her disdain for Adele, for instance. Blanche treats Adele with an open indifference bordering on contempt. She rarely interacts with the child directly, perhaps merely offering a dismissive glance or a sharp retort when Adele approaches too eagerly. She views Adele as a nuisance, a childish appendage to Rochester rather than a human being requiring affection and care. This callousness towards a vulnerable child reinforces your growing disdain for Blanche. If she can't even extend common kindness to a small girl, what kind of person is she really? This was far worse than the polite ignoring you'd sometimes experience. And towards you, the governess Blanche's disdain is even more pronounced. She makes it explicitly clear that you are invisible, less than nothing. She never addresses you directly unless absolutely necessary, and then it's with a cold, haughty formality. She frequently makes rude, disparaging remarks about governesses in general, always within earshot, as if you, the real-life governess, were a disembodied echo rather than a living, breathing person. She openly derides the plight of governesses as a sort of humiliating slavery, and expresses exaggerated distaste for blue stockings, a pejorative term for educated women considered unfeminine or pretentious. This often occurs when Mr. Rochester is present, a cruel game where she is showing off her perceived superiority. It was, of course, an open secret, or rather an open jab, that many such elite women believed that governesses were a necessary evil to be endured but not truly seen as peers. A governess was to be barely heard, ideally unseen, a rather unusual cultural dynamic for what is essentially an educated live-in employee. It's no wonder people believed in nervous conditions, if this was the general vibe at work. You bear these public insults with the dignified composure you honed at Lowood under Helen's influence. You bite your lip, remain silent, and continue to serve your function, play the piano assist. Adele, melt into the background, even as your cheeks burn with a quiet, furious humiliation. Your years of enforced meekness now act as a shield, but beneath it the hot anger still stirs, banked but never extinguished. It feels like she's pouring salt on a barely healed wound, deliberately aiming for the places that sting. And Rochester, he generally allows it. He does not actively participate in her derision, but neither does he step in to defend you or challenge her cruelty. He watches, his expression often unreadable, sometimes appearing to even encourage Blanche's vanity and flirtations, perhaps out of some deeper, undisclosed purpose. This lack of intervention, this silent complicity from him puzzles and wounds you, adding another layer of disillusionment to his complex character. You wonder, can he really be that oblivious? Or just that cold? A curious element of their interactions is Mr. Rochester's peculiar gypsy disguise. One afternoon, he introduces a supposed old fortune-teller into the gathering. This mysterious, veiled old woman, dressed in a red cloak and claiming to see the future in tea leaves, speaks to each of the ladies in private. She's particularly blunt and unsettling. When it's Blanche's turn, she enters the drawing room brimming with anticipation. The gypsy appears to tell Blanche something less than flattering. After her interview, Blanche emerges from the encounter visibly agitated, upset, and rather sulky, no longer sparkling and confident. Her ego has clearly been pricked. Whatever was said, it seemed to have revealed truths that she was deeply unwilling to confront. She flounced away, almost confirming a certain childishness in her nature, despite her apparent worldly sophistication. It made for excellent entertainment for the rest of the group, which only reinforced your observation that she seemed very much an all-show person, who deflated rather quickly once the spotlight hit her insecurities. Soon after, you yourself are summoned to the presence of the mysterious gypsy. With a mixture of apprehension and an innate curiosity, you descend to the deserted dining room, where she sits by the dying fire. As you converse, you find the gypsy to be surprisingly perceptive, delving into your quiet despair, your loneliness, and your secret heart. The fortune-teller challenges you to confess your true emotions. The conversation feels oddly intimate and insightful, pushing you to confront suppressed feelings. Then the gypsy's hand shifts, and her voice changes slightly, taking on a familiar cadence. In a dramatic reveal, the veil is momentarily thrown aside, and you realize the truth. It's Rochester himself in disguise. He pulls off the ruse with a flair that is almost theatrical, revealing the extent of his cunning. He had designed the entire charade to provoke responses from his guests, to test them, and ultimately to learn about your true feelings for him without directly asking. It's a bold, utterly unconventional, and rather manipulative tactic. A truly fringe or quirky tidbit, some social tricksters of the Victorian era did actually engage in such theatrical forms of social experimentation, or even hoaxes to expose people's true characters, a blend of parlor game and amateur psychological observation. Rochester clearly read a very specific self-help manual on how to woo via subterfuge. This revelation, confirming his deliberate orchestration of events, changes the dynamic of the house party for you completely. You're filled with a dizzying mix of embarrassment at having confessed your hidden feelings to him, albeit unknowingly, and a strange thrill at his desperate measures. His complex scheme to observe his guests, including yourself, leaves you with a heightened awareness of his unusual, almost devious nature. But it also hints at a deeper game at play, a motivation beyond mere social conventionality. What was he truly trying to accomplish by using this strange masquerade? Was it to prove something to himself, to you? An open scholarly debate centers on whether Rochester's gypsy charade is an elaborate if cruel test of Jane's affections and character, a manipulation designed to expose her deeper feelings for him, while still allowing him to maintain social distance and a degree of control. Or is it merely an impulsive act born from his troubled mind and desperate desire to escape his predicament? Historians still argue about the moral implications of this tactic and how it colors his character as a potential romantic lead. Did it make him thrillingly unconventional, or simply a manipulative jerk? Despite this revelation, Blanche Ingram remains determined in her pursuit. She flirts openly, her every move aimed at solidifying her claim to Rochester. She engages in public performances of her accomplishments, singing songs that overtly praise Rochester, acting as the charming, dutiful prospective mistress of the house. Her mother, Lady Ingram, provides consistent, forceful encouragement, praising Blanche's every virtue and subtly promoting the match. The social consensus of the assembled guests points overwhelmingly towards this union. It's the right marriage, the sensible, acceptable alliance for a man of Rochester's station. It makes all the logical sense, after all. You find yourself increasingly confined to your own internal world, a quiet observer of this theatrical display. Your heart feels heavy with a mixture of suppressed longing and increasing resignation. You remind yourself of your humble position, your lack of fortune, and your plain looks. Blanche, with her dazzling beauty and elevated status, is the logical, suitable match. Rochester, you think, will inevitably succumb to the expectations of his class. You prepare yourself for the inevitable outcome, bracing your heart for the formal announcement of their engagement, which you sense is only a matter of time. You tell yourself you'll deal with the pain with the fortitude Helen taught you, burying your feelings under layers of duty and pragmatism. But the dull ache persists, an inconvenient and insistent reminder of your inconvenient and persistent hope. The relentless sparkle of the Thornfield Hall house party continued each day, a new exercise in polite, gilded triviality. You remained a silent, observant fixture in the background, your duties to Adele sometimes punctuated by requests to play the piano for the assembled company. Blanche Ingram's calculated charm remained firmly in place, her unwavering focus on Mr. Rochester, almost a masterclass in strategic flirtation. And Rochester. He continued his performance, charming the crowd, playing his part as the eligible bachelor. Yet beneath his jaded exterior, a flicker of restlessness persisted, especially noticeable to your keen, discerning eye. You watched the entire charade, your heart slowly, painfully bracing for the inevitable engagement announcement, the thought a bitter knot in your stomach. Then, just as the predictable pattern of the party seemed set in stone, a new element, deeply unsettling, unexpectedly appeared. A letter arrived for Mr. Rochester one afternoon, distinct from the other mail. He read it in his study, away from the chatter of the guests. His face, when you briefly glimpsed him shortly after, was utterly transformed. It was a mask of shock, alarm, and a deep visceral agitation. His eyes, usually piercing with their own intensity, were now clouded with a raw, almost primitive fear. It was as if he'd just seen a ghost walk through a wall, and that ghost demanded overdue rent. Whatever the contents of that letter, it had violently dislodged his composure, stripping away the layers of jaded amusement he usually wore. The man looked absolutely haunted. Soon after, a new visitor arrived. Not with the grand fanfare of Lady Ingram, but quietly, discreetly. You first spotted him in the grounds, an unexpected figure emerging from the twilight as if he simply materialized from the damp evening air. He was a man of around 30, not imposing in stature like Rochester, but rather slender, even somewhat frail. His complexion was pallid, his features delicate, his hair fine and light-colored. He had an oddly quiet manner, almost subdued. He looked like he'd recently battled a bad case of jet lag that extended to his soul. You heard him mention the name Richard Mason, and when he spoke, his voice was surprisingly low and soft, a stark contrast to the boisterous tones of the other male guests. He had a somewhat disoriented air, as if he wasn't entirely grounded in the present. You noticed his eyes. They held a peculiar vacancy, a certain weariness, but also a vague underlying sadness that seemed almost permanently etched into them. He seemed harmless enough, utterly bland on the surface. Yet Rochester's reaction to his arrival told a very different story. Rochester, who was generally cool under pressure, completely lost his carefully constructed composure. He rushed to meet Mason in the hallway, his usual aloofness shattered. You heard the hurried, whispered exchanges, a desperate urgency in Rochester's voice. He seemed anxious, almost frantically concerned about keeping Mason away from the other guests. Not a word. You overheard Rochester hiss, his voice low and guttural. Not one damn word. This clandestine conversation, carried out in hushed tones, while society reveled obliviously in the drawing room, was a striking testament to Mason's disturbing significance. Clearly, this wasn't some distant, annoying cousin showing up for tea. This was the inconvenient elephant in the Thornfield china shop. Rochester managed to swiftly escort Mason to an isolated chamber, one rarely used for guests away from the main thoroughfare of the house. He impressed upon him the need for discretion, inventing some vague illness or a preference for quiet seclusion as an excuse for Mason's sequestered state. Mainstream historical fact. During this era, wealthy families often had isolated wings or remote rooms in large houses that could be used for sick relatives, reclusive family members, or indeed the concealment of uncomfortable family secrets away from public view and gossip. The extensive architectural layouts of these grand estates often provided the perfect, almost custom-made hiding places. They had dungeons for secrets and guest rooms for people they actually liked. You began to notice subtle shifts in Rochester's behavior concerning Mason. He would disappear from the social gatherings sometimes for long stretches, presumably to attend to Mason or manage his confinement. His temper grew shorter, his already etched-in melancholy deepening. He occasionally gave out cryptic warnings about not speaking with strangers, especially any odd new guests, without offering clear reasons. It was all highly unsettling, transforming the lighthearted social drama into something far more serious, even dangerous. He seemed perpetually on edge, like a cat on a hot tin roof that secretly houses his uncomfortable history. You also found yourself quietly studying Mason whenever you caught a glimpse of him. He looked weak, almost sickly, yet somehow serene. You sometimes heard him speak of Jamaica, and you wondered about his connection to the West Indies. You knew that Rochester had spent significant time abroad, much of it in that part of the world, hint-dropping vaguely about it. There was a general assumption that any wealthy Englishman who'd spent years in the Indies must be connected to colonial enterprises, perhaps slave ownership or exotic dealings, often leading to hidden wealth, but also potential scandal. These associations carried implications both social and often, as the Victorian consciousness grew, moral. A common but false historical belief among some people then was that tropical climates literally changed a person's temperament, often making them more volatile, or even causing bouts of illness. Perhaps Richard Mason is a victim of his environment. One afternoon, in the midst of the lively house party, you found yourself near Mason's room, perhaps retrieving something or simply passing by. The door was ajar, and you overheard a snippet of conversation, just enough to catch a phrase that sent a shiver down your spine. Mason's quiet voice, imbued with an unexpected fragility, uttered words about taking something out and leaving a bloody trail. Your breath hitched. What could he possibly mean? It was enough to connect the faint, almost forgotten, unnerving memories of the strange laughter from the third floor and the deliberate fire with this new, unsettling visitor. An alarming pattern began to form in your mind, too sinister to ignore. This felt less like a harmless visitor, and more like a poorly contained national security risk. The incident with the gypsy fortune-teller also played a role here, adding a layer of ironic context to Mason's arrival. The guests, including the disdainful Blanche, had been fooled by Rochester's theatrical performance, completely missing the more subtle and truly ominous events unfolding in the background. While everyone focused on Blanche's fluster and the trivial insights of a false prophet, the real specter of Rochester's past quietly slipped through the door, making itself manifest. It's almost funny if it weren't so unsettling. What an absurd, if brilliant, diversion. A truly quirky tidbit that fits in here is how many of the upper class, though, often deriding vulgar superstitions, secretly enjoyed theatrical charades or games of fortune-telling as harmless amusement during social gatherings. Perhaps they preferred easily explained mysteries to true dark secrets, which was convenient for Rochester. Rochester's concern about Mason seemed primarily directed towards maintaining Mason's absolute secrecy from his guests, especially Blanche. His desperate attempts to hide Mason's presence were not subtle to your watchful eye. You even caught a glimpse of Rochester slipping Mason a glass containing a peculiar dark liquid one evening, and observed him closely supervising his activities and movements within his sequestered chamber. He might claim to be managing Mason's nervous constitution or illness, but the intensity of his efforts implied a profound, desperate desire to prevent any contact, any conversation, any possibility of the hidden truth escaping. Rochester's preoccupation with Mason is a subtle but tangible withdrawal from the social play acting he has been engaged in with Blanche. While he still pays her formal attention, his thoughts are clearly elsewhere, his gaze often distracted. This small but significant detachment in his interaction with Blanche gives you a tiny illicit spark of something akin to hope, an irrational thought perhaps. Is she not his final choice then? His shift in focus signals that something far more significant and genuinely troubling occupies his mind than merely choosing an acceptable society bride. His grim facade, though often a part of his charm, now takes on a new layer of weariness and deep anxiety. An open scholarly debate centers on the symbolic significance of Richard Mason's arrival. Many critics argue that Mason represents the direct manifestation of Rochester's secret, bringing the dark colonial past and its consequences directly into the seemingly genteel English manner. Others view him as a more general symbol of Rochester's unredeemed past, his buried sins, and the burdens of his aristocratic family. Historians still argue whether Mason's physical delicacy is intended to highlight the metaphorical weakness of colonial ventures, or if it is merely a device to make him seem less of a threat. Does Mason symbolize the tangible burden of an old contract, or something far more complex? Mason's presence injects a heavy sense of foreboding into Thornfield. The air seems thick with tension, not just because of the impending marriage announcement, but because of a darker, unacknowledged danger lurking just beneath the surface. You who are so sensitive to subtle changes feel this pervasive unease profoundly. It's the silent scream of an unspoken truth held tightly captive, waiting for the opportune moment to break free. And your connection to it deepens with every fleeting glimpse of Mason and every strained word from Rochester. The truth you sense is coiled and ready to strike. The pleasantries of society were merely a thin veil. The ominous undercurrent was finally becoming palpable. The atmosphere hums with something dangerous, and for the first time since that terrifying night of the fire, you realize just how close to danger you might be. You're no longer just an observer, but perhaps unknowingly already a participant in the profound, terrible drama unfolding at Thornfield Hall. The arrival of Richard Mason had injected a thick, almost suffocating sense of unease into the glittering artifice of the Thornfield Hall house party. You saw the tension in Mr. Rochester's face, in his tightly coiled movements, in the way his eyes constantly flickered towards Mason's sequestered room. He acted like a man walking a tightrope over a very active volcano, and he had tied himself to it. The polite chatter in the drawing room seemed a distant, hollow echo against the mounting apprehension you felt, knowing some dark, terrible secret pulsed beneath the elegant veneer of the house. You almost wished someone would spill gravy on Lady Ingram just to lighten the mood. The social season of balls and extravagant parties which consumed the gentry of Victorian England was a whirlwind for those involved, but you found yourself in the quiet solitude of your own chamber late that night, far from the festivities still faintly murmuring below. You had perhaps indulged in a rare book, one of Rochester's more forbidden philosophical volumes, by candlelight. Your mind drifted half asleep, contemplating the complex and seemingly insoluble puzzle that Thornfield Hall and its master had become. You knew that such events for the aristocracy could last late into the night, extending until the wee hours before the gentlemen would retire to their cigars and brandies, while the ladies might retreat for less formal conversation before their late-night ritual, all fueled by vast quantities of rich food and small talk. Mainstream historical fact: high society balls and gatherings were notorious for extending well past midnight, serving multiple lavish suppers, and testing the stamina of guests who would then retire, often quite exhausted and occasionally inebriated, well before dawn. And then it came. A sound. A shriek so blood-curdling, so raw and inhuman, it seemed to cleave the very night in two. It wasn't the insane laughter you'd heard before, which was terrifying in its disembodiment. This was a scream of agony and raw terror, undeniably from a living throat, sharp and agonizing, instantly ripping you from your half-slumber. It pierced through the thick walls of the old house, penetrating every silent corridor, causing your heart to seize in your chest. You sprang from your bed, your blood chilling to ice in your veins. This was not the playful ghost or the restless wind. This was violence clear and unmistakable. Without a thought for your own safety, a flicker of courage born from past traumas and a new unsettling bond with Rochester, you snatched up a candle and threw open your door. The passage outside your room was in almost complete darkness, save for a few slivers of moonlight cutting through distant windows, and the flickering, weak glow of your single candle. The silence after that primal scream was deafening, thicker than anything you had ever heard. It pressed down on you, the house itself, seeming to hold its breath. Then you heard a low groan, the unmistakable thud of a body, and a stifled struggle emanating from directly above, from Mason's isolated room. Your bare feet flew to the stairs, not daring to stumble. You rushed up to the third story, your candle illuminating fragmented scenes of horror as you advanced. You burst into the corridor, your eyes straining to make sense of the chaotic shadows. What you saw next froze you in place. Near Mason's door, Rochester was struggling in the dim light, wrestling with a shadowy figure. The other figure, cloaked in darkness and seemingly mad, lashed out wildly, snarling, fighting with unnerving strength. It wasn't just a struggle. It was an active, brutal assault. The air was thick with the scent of fear, and then a metallic cloying smell that made your stomach lurch blood. You knew instantly what it was. This was the result of a profound, raw malice, not some polite, aristocratic argument about card game rules. You almost expected Rochester to have pulled a tiny, sarcastic sword from his coat to defend himself. You saw Rochester wrestling the assailant into submission, using his brute strength to push them back, struggling against powerful, animalistic resistance. And then you saw Richard Mason. He was slumped against the wall of his room, his head tilted unnaturally, his body bleeding profusely from a gaping, horrifying wound on his arm. His white linen shirt was soaked, turning scarlet against his pale skin. His eyes were wide with shock and pain, and a low, ragged moan escaped his lips. The sight, utterly horrifying in its raw brutality, burned itself into your mind. What sort of demon you thought could do this to another human being? A rather uncharming monster, clearly. Rochester, struggling with the figure, suddenly cried out to you. His voice, usually so controlled, was raw with desperation and urgency. "Jane, come go get help. No, don't alarm the house, come to me." He saw you, and for a fleeting second his struggle paused, revealing the assailant more clearly. A woman's hair-disheveled face contorted into a monstrous grimace, her eyes alight with a terrifying primal fury. It was utterly shocking, utterly impossible, yet horribly real. It struck you with the force of a blow to the head that this wasn't some unknown madman. This was the source of the uncanny laughter. This was the entity attributed to Grace Poole. This was something far more complex, dangerous, and horrific. You, for all your knowledge of human cruelty, had never imagined such madness, such raw, animalistic fury hidden in such close proximity. This was less a person and more a human explosion waiting to happen. You surprisingly reacted with an almost surgical calm, the discipline learned at Lowood instinctively kicking in. Your mind worked quickly, shutting down the emotional response and focusing on action. Your first priority was Mason and the horrific wound. You remembered a passage from an old medical text, or perhaps an emergency first aid pamphlet Miss Temple once lent you during a lesson on basic hygiene, which recommended the application of pressure and bindings to stem excessive bleeding. You ordered Rochester to control the assailant, even as he was grappling with them. He snarled something under his breath about keeping her still. You raced back down to your room, ignoring the instinct to wake Mrs. Fairfax and raise the alarm, remembering Rochester's desperate plea for secrecy during the fire. This man was willing to risk public scandal for this, so this person, this hidden horror, must be important. You grabbed an unused scarf from your dresser, the cleanest and firmest piece of linen you could find. You found a clean towel from the linen press, also from your supplies. Returning, you knelt quickly by Mason's side, applying the cloth and pressure to his arm, tightly binding it. "Don't move, Mr. Mason," you said, your voice steadier than your shaking hands. "We must stem the flow." Your medical skills were minimal, but your intention was pure, and sometimes common sense and rapid action trumped intricate procedures. It reminded you grimly of your days nursing the sick at Lowood, minus the public shame. Rochester, his face, grim eyes still haunted, finally subdued the assailant, perhaps using a piece of cord or rope to tie her to a chair in her secluded chamber. He muttered urgent, frantic instructions to you as you tended to Mason. He gave you the location of a strong smelling bottle, and you administered it to the swooning Mason. "Go to the servant's door," he ordered, his voice raw, "and rouse the coachman. Tell him he must ride instantly to the surgeon, but only him. Tell him for God's sake he must make no noise, and if anyone questions him, he was riding to fetch his daughter from an urgent family illness. And Jane, do not speak to Mrs. Fairfax or the others." His desperation was palpable. His voice conveyed both panic and cold, hard calculation. This wasn't just damage control, this was full-blown cover-up. You wondered how much Rochester must practice this kind of controlled chaos, possibly with dramatic music playing in his head. You did as you were told, acting as his perfectly disciplined agent. You roused the bewildered coachman, reiterating Rochester's urgent, rather cryptic instructions for discretion. You then returned to Mason's room. Rochester was back by his side, clearly shaken, but already regaining his usual control, however strained. He continued to manage the wounded Mason, holding him upright, his expression still etched with profound fear. Eventually, the surgeon arrived, riding hard through the night. He was ushered quickly and quietly into Mason's chamber. You overheard his terse medical assessment. The wound was deep, likely a bite and a stab requiring immediate attention. The sheer brutality of the injury made your stomach churn. Who had such monstrous teeth or a dagger hidden for such cruel use? You assisted the surgeon, holding instruments, fetching water, keeping Mason as calm as possible while Rochester oversaw the grim procedure, his face a mask of strained composure. When the surgeon was done, Mason was carefully, silently carried from the room. He was still very weak, heavily sedated, and perhaps mercifully unconscious to a waiting carriage that would take him away, presumably to a remote safe location to recover and be kept out of sight. His face, though pale and injured, looked strangely relieved, as if escaping this fate, however temporarily, was a reprieve from a far worse agony. Rochester breathed a profound sigh of relief as Mason's frail form was carried away. It felt as if a tremendous burden one held precariously in a highly public place had been temporarily removed. You also wondered in your practical Lowood-trained mind if any Victorian surgeon performed his operations wearing a dramatic cape, perhaps with a top hat. Likely not, but a girl can dream. The departure of Mason left an even deeper silence in the upper passages. Rochester, though the crisis was temporarily averted, was still utterly, profoundly shaken. His hand trembled as he thanked you again, his dark eyes fixed on your face. "You saved him, Jane," he whispered, "and perhaps me too. You are an instrument of salvation." The weight of this unexpected intimacy, forged in the raw fire of danger, was profound. He spoke cryptically, promising an explanation when circumstances allowed, vaguely gesturing to the secrets still festering in the house. He made you reaffirm your vow of silence, stressing again the importance of the utmost secrecy, especially regarding the mad occupant he was guarding so carefully. He again provided a carefully crafted lie for any accidental glimpse of a struggle by Mrs. Fairfax, or the servants perhaps claiming Mason had a particularly violent nervous attack due to travel stress. An open scholarly debate centers on whether the mysterious mad figure in Mason's injury serves purely as a Gothic plot device to create suspense and highlight Rochester's tortured past, or whether it reflects wider societal anxieties about mental illness, domestic privacy, and hidden shame in Victorian Britain. Historians still argue about the moral implications of Rochester's choice to keep such a dangerous person secretly confined within his home. Was it necessary due to the lack of humane alternatives for the mentally ill, or was it a morally dubious decision rooted in pride and fear of scandal? Your gut reaction is that it's all of the above tangled in a messy, bloody knot. The night ends in an eerie silence, the immediate horror quelled, but the truth more tantalizingly close than ever vibrating in the still, stale air of Thornfield. The attack on Richard Mason and your part in managing it propelled you even deeper into Rochester's dangerous web of secrets. You were no longer just a governess in a respectable house. You were now a confidant, a co-conspirator, perhaps even an unwitting participant in a profound family drama, one fraught with danger and hidden madness. The casual peace of your existence had been irrevocably shattered, and your destiny, you knew, was now inextricably linked with the profound, dangerous secrets that resided within Thornfield's very walls. You knew now with chilling certainty that the source of the evil lurking here was real, corporeal, and profoundly dangerous, a hidden monstrosity in the very heart of the beautiful estate. The incident had changed you too, solidifying your unwavering bravery, and proving your worth not just as a governess, but as a person capable of great courage in the face of profound horror. Your plain life, you knew, had just taken a spectacularly dark turn. The long night after Richard Mason's attack slowly yields to the dawn, leaving behind not just the physical stench of burnt fabric and stale blood, but an oppressive weight in the very air of Thornfield. Mr. Rochester, once he had ensured Mason's quiet departure, and the surgeon's discretion had retired with a terse, "Good night, Jane," his face a mask of strained control. You were left in the cold light of a new day, utterly drained, exhausted to your very bones, yet wide awake, your mind racing, trying desperately to process the horrors of the preceding hours. You feel like you've just exited a particularly vivid nightmare, only to realize your heart is still pounding, and the monster is still in the house. You might wonder if Rochester even has a good explanation for the faint smell of char and frantic breathing in the general atmosphere of his house today, but it seemed he trusted his secrecy to work magic. You revisit the entire horrific sequence of events, turning them over and over in your mind like a macabre jigsaw puzzle. The high-pitched, inhuman laughter escalating into a guttural shriek of raw malice. The acrid smoke and the frantic blaze, a deliberate act of arson, not an accident. The brutal, agonizing groan from Mason and the sight of his lacerated, bleeding arm. And then the terrifying vision of the shadowy female figure, wild and powerful, attacking him with murderous intent. You remembered her tangled hair, her distorted face, the eyes that burned with pure madness. Who was that woman? Your mind latches onto Rochester's repeated, almost frantic insistence on Grace Poole being the perpetrator. Mrs. Fairfax had readily accepted this explanation weeks ago, for the strange laughter, perhaps out of politeness, or willful blindness, or maybe because sometimes in polite Victorian society, one simply accepted a convenient class-appropriate scapegoat without further inquiry. Mainstream historical fact. Mental illness in the 19th century was poorly understood and often highly stigmatized. Wealthy families would go to extreme lengths to conceal a mentally ill relative, especially one prone to violent outbursts, to avoid social disgrace and the implications of a tainted family line. Confinement at home, often under the care of nurses or guards, was a common practice, as asylum conditions were frequently abysmal and considered a last resort. This provided excellent literary fodder for many novels, but a rather grim reality for anyone who lived it. But now, after witnessing the sheer animalistic fury of the assailant, you knew with chilling certainty that it couldn't have been Grace Poole. You had glimpsed Grace just yesterday morning, an ordinary-looking woman, stout, placid, going about her mundane duties. Her face expressed only quiet indifference. There was nothing, absolutely nothing in her demeanor or appearance to suggest such demonic strength or murderous intent. You felt like shouting at Rochester. Does she also moonwalk on Tuesdays? Does she recite Shakespeare while juggling flaming torches? Because frankly, the only thing her appearance suggests is a mild obsession with knitting, not arson and assault. The sheer illogic of blaming her now after seeing the perpetrator confirmed that Rochester was weaving an elaborate, desperate lie. As you thought, a strange but important detail from Mason's muttered words resurfaced. In his delirious state, half-conscious and bleeding, he had muttered phrases like, "He's been with her now 12 years, and it will pass over." But most hauntingly, he'd cried out, "He's torn me. He's torn my flesh." You connect this now to the profound lacerations on his arm, the strange bite marks combined with slashes, almost as if an animal had attacked him. This wasn't just a simple knife wound. It was something far more primal, more terrifying. The man himself was fragile, and these hints spoke of a prolonged history of trauma and madness. You remembered other snippets. Rochester's references to a past full of sin or wrong judgments, to chains that bound him to an old wound that never healed. His desperate longing to purge himself of something, to find a fresh spring of feeling, a desire to atone for past errors often mentioned in a cynical, almost hopeless tone. All these hints, which had previously been vague fragments, now begin to coalesce into a coherent, horrifying narrative. The person or thing locked away that only Mason knew intimately enough to incite such madness that Mason himself suffered from. It must be someone intensely personally connected to Rochester. Someone that must be kept secret at all costs. A powerful, frightening secret, something worth the immense cost of this sustained deception. The sudden thought strikes you with shocking clarity: relationship. What if Mason isn't just an associate? His mild features, so lacking in the Ingram glamour yet familiar in a fleeting, subtle way, might share something with Rochester's own. His visit from the West Indies, a place Rochester often hinted at in connection with his past. Was this not some unfortunate mental patient from a distant hospital, but someone bound by blood, a family member? This too was a reality in that period. Often madness ran in the family, though they wouldn't understand the true genetics yet, instead calling it hereditary taint, or a bad strain of blood. If it was a family member, what would that entail? What dark sin or shame would demand such an elaborate, life-threatening cover-up? The wealthy in Victorian society held their social standing, their reputation, above almost everything else. A mentally ill or otherwise shamed relative, especially one of the fairer sex prone to violent madness, could irrevocably destroy a family's name, ruining marriage prospects and tainting a family's entire legacy. That reputation was essentially their public credit score, built on careful observation of every single interaction, every social gathering. To them, it wasn't just shame, it was financial ruin. They certainly weren't going to tweet about their family secrets. A quirky tidbit to avoid the dreaded stigma of mental illness, some Victorian families would resort to extremely creative euphemisms, describing afflicted family members as suffering from brain fever, hysteria, delicate nerves, or excessive sensibilities, all to dance around the unspeakable reality. Imagine being truly unhinged and being told you just have sensibilities. You'd be even angrier. Your thoughts continue to spin. The hidden woman's incredible, almost supernatural strength, and the extreme violence of her actions. This suggested a persistent, long-standing affliction, not a temporary malady. She wasn't just ailing. She was mad, and had been for a long time. Mason's cryptic reference to 12 years echoes in your mind, signifying a considerable period of confinement. It suggests the situation wasn't recent, but an enduring, desperate, expensive, and dangerous situation that Rochester has been managing alone for over a decade. And it forces you to look back on all of Thornfield's eccentricities and mysteries in a new light. The strange sounds which Mrs. Fairfax always dismissed now seem perfectly logical if a confined, violent madwoman lives upstairs. The secrecy that envelops parts of the house, Rochester's peculiar moodiness, and frequent dark reflections on his fate, which previously seemed part of his enigmatic charm, now appear as the raw burdens of a man grappling with a profound, terrifying secret that consumes his life. It gives an unsettling new meaning to the general melancholy in his eyes, as though he constantly carried the entire history of his painful family past in his every glance. No wonder he needed a good vacation, or as it turns out, a complicated hidden prison keeper job. The knowledge becomes a heavy burden. You now understand that Rochester is keeping someone a powerful, violent secret hidden away in his own house. And he trusts you with this secret, drawing you into his web of deceit and danger, even if by mere happenstance. This shared knowledge deepens your complex bond with him in a profound, unsettling way. You are no longer just his employee. You are a complicit witness to his carefully constructed life, aware of the raw, dangerous truth concealed within his walls. You almost want to send him a card. Sorry about your violent relative thoughts and prayers from your complicit governess. P.S. Can we discuss a hazard bonus? One open scholarly debate in literary circles centers on the ethics of Rochester's choices concerning the secret. Historians still argue whether his confinement of the woman, particularly the degree of her mental deterioration and dangerousness, was an understandable action given the social context of the time and the limited options for mental health care, or if it constitutes an abuse of power and a violation of human rights. Was he a victim of circumstances or a perpetrator? How much agency did he truly have in the situation, and did his intentions justify his actions? You find yourself caught in the difficult moral quandary whether to judge him or pity him. The presence of the house party, particularly Blanche Ingram, now strikes you as tragically ironic, perhaps even part of a deliberate cover-up. Rochester's willingness to entertain and pursue an engagement despite his internal turmoil and dangerous secret makes you question his character and motives even more profoundly. Is Blanche merely a shield? A deliberate smokescreen to hide his domestic nightmare? A convenient social facade while he navigates his personal inferno? He was performing on two stages at once, the social scene with Blanche and the macabre domestic theater with the imprisoned madwoman, and he's not getting nearly enough rest nor enough applause for his double acts. You realize that your initial attraction to Rochester's complexity, his worldly knowledge and his piercing intelligence, was now complicated by this unsettling knowledge. You see a man who is not just burdened by the consequences of his choices, but also actively involved in a continuous deception that could endanger others, including you. The emotional landscape between you, which had been so vibrantly explored in your quiet conversations, now feels far more perilous, infused with the tang of desperation and fear. But this new understanding, while horrifying, does not immediately repel you. Instead, it seems to strengthen a peculiar protective instinct within you. You have already faced such danger-endured trauma and still come out whole. There's a curious thread of compassion and a stubborn resolve to not abandon Rochester or Thornfield now that you glimpse the true depth of its darkness. You have a quiet courage that few possess, and this deep secret held tightly by Rochester paradoxically draws you deeper into his orbit, a strange, terrible bond forged in shared peril and hidden truths. You recognize that whatever this awful secret is, it explains so much, justifying some of his bitterness and deepening your own perplexing sympathy for him. He's not just complicated, he's haunted. And in a house full of glitter, being truly haunted almost made him the most interesting person there. The heavy atmosphere of Thornfield Hall, thick with Mr. Rochester's dangerous secret, was still palpable. Richard Mason's blood, symbolically speaking, still stained the upper floorboards, and you, an unwilling confidant, felt the precarious balance of your new life teetering. You were perpetually alert, watching Rochester analyzing his fraught conversations with Grace Poole, who remained stubbornly, terrifyingly normal. The glittering facade of the house party, however, began to mercifully wane its energy, gradually dimming as guests prepared to depart. Blanche Ingram and her mother, still assuming the capture of Rochester, likely planned their next grand social offensive, leaving you with a lingering odd sense of detachment from their trivial pursuits. You were aware that he had kept Mason from the scrutiny of the elegant world, and you respected that bizarre choice, for the strange bond forged in shared peril and knowledge was growing. It was like knowing you both witnessed a secret alien landing. It changes the dynamics, makes small talk about weather seem rather dull. But before the societal whirlwind of Thornfield could truly settle, a completely unexpected and deeply unwelcome summons arrived, yanking you abruptly from your present concerns back into the cold grip of your past. A letter, brief and stark, came to Thornfield for you. It was from Bessie, the maid from Gateshead. Mrs. Reed, your aunt, was dying, and she wished to see you. The news hit you with a complicated mixture of shock and an old ingrained dread. Gateshead. The name alone conjured up chilling echoes of cold cruelty, relentless bullying, and the oppressive terror of the Red Room. For so many years that place had been your prison, the source of all your earliest trauma. Now it was calling you back like a malevolent specter, unwilling to release its hold even on the brink of dissolution. It felt like an inverse summons, not a demand from an alive tormentor, but a faint whisper from a dying one. A tiny voice in your head, the one that probably needed therapy, just screamed, "No, not back there." The journey back to Gateshead was marked by a pervasive sense of unease. Each mile you traveled back over familiar terrain felt like stepping back in time, re-entering a long-buried nightmare. The pleasant landscapes of Thornfield faded, replaced by memories of the cold, impersonal elegance of your childhood house. You relived in fragments the daily humiliations, the harsh words, the unjust punishments. You recalled the distinct stench of starch and lemon polish that somehow managed to convey the cold emotional sterility of the place. It was like a very unwelcome rerun of a show you passionately hated, where you were the protagonist, and your only recurring nightmare. You could almost feel the phantom sting of John Reed's pinching fingers. When the carriage finally pulled up the familiar driveway, Gateshead Hall appeared different, yet depressingly the same. It seemed older, certainly, its stone walls perhaps a little grayer, its formidable facade now bearing the silent marks of time and neglect. But the imposing atmosphere remained unchanged. It still loomed a monument to the cruelties of your past. Yet you also noticed something else: it no longer possessed the raw, immediate power it once held over you. Your time at Lowood, tempered by hardship, educated by compassion, and the recent tumultuous experiences at Thornfield had subtly reshaped you. You were no longer the terrified, powerless child. You carried an inner fortitude now, a quiet dignity that had been forged in hardship and fire. You were received by Eliza and Georgiana Reed, your two cousins, who had matured superficially anyway into women, but apparently not into kinder people. Eliza, ever rigid and self-righteous, was even more prim and devout, her severe piety thinly veiling her deep-seated hypocrisy and resentments. She resembled a permanently displeased librarian of virtue, her features sharper, her gaze colder than ever. Georgiana, conversely, was still flighty and utterly superficial, obsessed with fashion vanity and the fleeting attentions of shallow suitors. Her pretty face now bore the subtle lines of a shallow discontent. They seemed to view your arrival not as a family reunion, but as an inconvenience, an irritating disruption to their lives, especially as they juggled managing their dying mother's affairs and securing their own inheritances. You might as well have been a particularly annoying piece of furniture they needed to dust. They regarded you with the same thinly veiled contempt and cold indifference they had always shown, as if nothing had changed, as if the last 10 years had never happened. No warmth, no acknowledgement of your own personal growth, no trace of affection. They were still wrapped in their cocoons of self-absorption, unable or unwilling to extend genuine human connection. Your arrival felt like the arrival of a tax auditor, unwelcome but grudgingly accepted because it was somehow necessary. And then you were led to Mrs. Reed's sickbed. She lay thin and frail, utterly wasted by illness, a ghost of the once formidable tyrant who had dominated your childhood. Her imperious features were now drawn and sharpened by suffering, her face almost transparent against the stark white of the bedsheets. The vigor of her malice might have waned, but the essential hardness of her heart, Her stubborn resentment still flickered in her dull, faded eyes. You expected some sort of softened demeanor on her deathbed, perhaps a hint of remorse, a confession and apology for the countless times she had belittled, punished, and demonized you. But none came. She clung to her lifelong grudges, her coldness remaining as palpable as the grave. She held onto her hatred as tightly as a miser clutching his last coin. She still harbored the deeply entrenched belief that you were a deceptive, ungrateful child, incapable of truth or gratitude. Even in the face of death, the false accusations she had propagated about you, especially her denunciation to Mr. Brocklehurst and her claim that you were a chronic liar, remained firmly fixed in her mind, like an unshakable delusion. This bitter, enduring animosity clung to fiercely until her last breath made you confront the almost unbearable injustice of your childhood. You offered compassion, pitying her desperate, withered state, but found genuine forgiveness elusive in the face of such unrelenting hatred. Mainstream historical fact. During the Victorian era, lingering grudges and familial disputes were often meticulously recorded and passed down through generations. A deathbed confession, or a last-minute change of heart, was considered spiritually significant, often influencing inheritances or perceptions of a family's honor. Mrs. Reed, by denying this, solidified her bitterness even beyond the grave. You reflect painfully on your childhood. You see your younger self, the frightened, lonely orphan in the dreaded red room, suffocated by fear and injustice. You remember the bullying, the constant taunts, the sense of being an alien presence in your own nominal home. You recall Bessie's sometimes kindness, sometimes cruelty, and the perpetual cold judgment of Mrs. Reed. This house was where you learned too young the raw nature of cruelty, prejudice, and arbitrary power. Your old self, vulnerable and easily terrified, seems to stand beside you in the room, witnessing the slow, agonizing end of her tormentor. You wonder how she could sustain such enmity for so long. Surely there comes a point where holding on to resentment is more work than simply letting it go. A quirky tidbit. Some Victorian deathbed customs included mortification, disciplining the body, like through abstaining from comforts, not just as spiritual preparation, but also as a means to encourage confession or repentance for the dying, hopefully to lighten their consciences and gain eternal salvation. Mrs. Reed apparently missed the memo. You remain patiently and dutifully by her sickbed. You listen to her ragged breaths, her faint complaints, her occasional ramblings about money and past grievances. You care for her out of a sense of moral obligation, because that is who you are, because Miss Temple taught you charity, and Helen taught you forbearance lessons. Mrs. Reed utterly failed to embody. Your conscience, not your heart, compels you. The struggle between natural pity for a dying human and the bitter taste of old injustice creates a painful conflict within you. Could you truly forgive a lifetime of systematic torment even on a deathbed? Historians still argue about the true nature of forgiveness, whether it's a process primarily for the victim's own healing or a moral act for the perpetrator, and whether it's always morally required or justified in cases of profound, unrepentant harm. Is it truly healing if the source of the wound remains stubbornly unbowed? The irony is not lost on you. The only reason you're there is because she needs something. It's not an apology that spurs her. It's a burden she must finally shed. During these somber days, you notice a palpable anxiety emanating from her whenever her son John Reed is mentioned. She appears particularly agitated by the news of his ruin, his increasingly dissolute and wasteful habits. You recall his arrogant cruelty as a boy, how he delighted in tormenting you. The cycle of misfortune, of past injustices coming back to roost, becomes sickeningly apparent. John, it seems, has inherited his mother's lack of conscience, if not her control, and has gambled away much of their family's dwindling fortune, wasting away his life. He is now essentially a drunkard and a gambler, dragging his already fading family name even further through the mud. A small, dry, humorless chuckle escapes your lips, perhaps. Karma, you think, had apparently chosen John Reed as her primary recipient. You see a pattern in her dying words. Her rambling takes a turn, a desperate need to unburden herself of a specific festering secret that has haunted her. It becomes evident that she's withholding a critical piece of information from you, something linked to your past, perhaps a connection to your real family beyond this sad, dying husk of a woman. It's an unusual way for family revelations to come out. Not a cozy chat by the fire, but a deathbed struggle of conscience from someone who still begrudges you her dying breath. It almost makes you want to offer her a discount rate on the truth potion from the apothecary. You sense the shifting emotional landscape of the house as her decline progresses. Eliza and Georgiana, more focused on inheritance than their mother's well-being, hover like vultures, their impatience thinly veiled by outward decorum. Their callousness toward their own dying mother provides a chilling echo of their cruelty toward you as a child. They've changed perhaps, but certainly not improved. This solemn return to Gateshead, therefore, is not merely a visitation to a dying relative, but a profoundly reflective journey. It forces you to confront the ghosts of your past, to measure your growth against the stagnant hatred of your former tormentors, and to realize just how far you've come. It also begins to pull at a thread, the thread of your own lost history hinted at by Mrs. Reed's persistent discomfort around John and certain unknown circumstances. You're bracing for an inevitable revelation, knowing that on a deathbed, sometimes a tortured conscience finally unravels, letting escape truths held prisoner for a very long time. The air in Mrs. Reed's death chamber grew heavier each passing day, thick with the weight of her suffering, but also with the dense oppressive cloud of her unspoken malice. You sat patiently by her bedside, watching her diminish, hearing her ragged breaths, sensing her internal struggle. She tossed and turned, haunted, not by angels it seemed, but by old resentments and unconfessed sins. You held her emaciated hands sometimes, performing the duty of a kind relative she had never been to you, quietly waiting for whatever bitter truth her tortured conscience might finally relinquish. You suspected her bedside manner, even in death, would still include at least one thinly veiled insult. One afternoon, as her strength faded further and her grasp on the present grew tenuous, the dam finally broke. Her voice, thin and reedy, cracked through the silence. She began to speak, words tumbling out in gasps, not of remorse, but of grudges of past injustices, real or imagined, and then finally of a specific festering lie. It was a torrent of old jealousies, particularly her resentment over your uncle's kindness towards you, her poor dependent, an object of his unwanted last-minute charity. It always boiled down to the petty, didn't it? A common mainstream historical fact in the Victorian era was that family secrets, especially those involving inheritances, illicit relationships, or shameful pasts, were rigorously concealed to protect a family's social standing. The honor of the family name often outweighed personal truth or happiness, creating ample ground for dramatic deathbed revelations just like this one. She confessed, eyes darting about as if unseen tormentors hovered at the foot of her bed, that a man your paternal uncle had tried to find you years ago. His name was Mr. Eyre. She specifically remembered his visit when you were at Lowood, and her memory of him arriving in person and asking after you burned like a brand on her conscience. Mr. Eyre had traveled from abroad, from a place she vaguely called Madeira, and had made diligent inquiries to learn of your whereabouts. He had not only sought to establish contact with you, but also wished to find a long-lost heir to his considerable fortune, for he was wealthy, very wealthy, and alone in the world with no other direct issue. You remember her contemptuous expression as she recalled him to herself, as if the concept of an old man seeking his niece, rather than pursuing polite society, was entirely beneath her. But here was the twist of the knife, the real betrayal that had echoed through your quiet years at Lowood. Mrs. Reed confessed that she had deliberately and maliciously withheld important information, specifically letters. For years she had received correspondence from Mr. Eyre in Madeira meant for you, intending to reach out and potentially establish contact. Instead, she had intercepted them, hidden them, and ultimately thrown them into the fire, making sure you would never receive them. She admitted that she had even told Mr. Eyre's messenger that you were dead, a chillingly cruel lie, perhaps because she feared he might remove you, thus ending her access to what little she might have gleaned from her care over you, or simply from sheer spite. This malicious act effectively cut you off from your own kin and your rightful inheritance, plunging you back into poverty, trapping you in a fate far beneath your actual birthright. It was the ultimate cold-blooded act of calculated cruelty, ensuring your life remained small, insignificant, and dependent on her. Why did she do it? She rambled about the unreasonableness of her late husband, your Uncle Reed, who she claimed had always preferred you, and that he'd insisted on her taking you in after his death, a decision she deeply resented. She also nursed a pathological resentment against you for daring to stand up to John Reed during the Red Room incident, seeing it as unforgivable insolence and enduring blight on your character. It was, she believed, an appropriate punishment for your insolent spirit and perceived ingratitude. Her final confession, therefore, was less an act of true repentance and more an unwilling catharsis, a painful expelling of her enduring petty malice that had festered within her for decades. It's like finding out your lifelong bully was actually a frustrated stage magician who only got attention by setting things on fire, but then finally admitted he hated rabbits. A truly fringe idea, then, was that on a deathbed, evil deeds literally left an uncomfortable physical burden that had to be vocalized before one could achieve peace in death, almost as a spiritual projectile vomit. You sat there absorbing this bombshell, a bewildering mix of emotions swirling through you. Shock certainly that such a deep-seated treachery could have been visited upon you. Pain for the lost years, the lost connections, the quiet suffering at Lowood that might have been avoided. But beneath that, a profound sense of vindication. You were not forgotten. You were not unloved, not by everyone. There was family out there, a rich kind uncle who had cared enough to seek you out to plan for your future. The truth in all its bitterness still liberated you, stripping away the deep, subtle shame of feeling utterly unmoored in the world. It was a partial resurrection of identity and lineage, almost a promise for future prosperity. This revelation was certainly far more dramatic than any of the ghost stories Bessie used to tell. The information regarding Mr. Eyre's address in Madeira, a far-flung tropical island, sparked a particular interest. Rochester himself had made vague allusions to time spent abroad, perhaps even mentioning connections to the West Indies. The world, it seemed, was smaller and more interconnected than your narrow life at Lowood had previously allowed you to believe. This uncle had existed out there beyond the grim confines of Lowood and Gateshead, proof that not all relationships were defined by a Mrs. Reed or a Mr. Brocklehurst. You had a root after all. Mrs. Reed's confession completed as if a weight had lifted from her frail frame, her breath became shallower. You felt a wave of profound pity for her, a woman whose life had been consumed by bitterness, unable to find peace even at the end. Despite the cruel revelations, you knelt by her feeling not revenge, but a somber sadness for the withered existence she clung to. Her confession of malice also inadvertently reveals her character completely. She wasn't simply negligent. She actively destroyed your potential. This revelation made you understand her resentment more deeply. Her jealousy was almost a driving force in her life. And then she was gone. Mrs. Reed passed away quietly, her long, bitter battle finally concluded. The room filled with a new kind of silence, one that held the lingering echoes of past injustices, but also, paradoxically, the fragile promise of future possibilities. In the immediate aftermath of her death, you observed the stark differences in the Reeds' grief or lack thereof. Eliza, ever the stoic, viewed her mother's passing as a natural, albeit inconvenient, inevitability, perhaps even an opportunity for the quiet assertion of her own rigid religious control over the family affairs. She meticulously handled the funeral arrangements, managing every detail with the chilly precision of an accountant rather than a grieving daughter. Georgiana predictably was concerned primarily with appearances. She dissolved into loud theatrical wails at appropriate moments, her mourning often performative, and complained endlessly about the dullness of the house and the forced period of social quiet. Their reactions underscored how truly little emotion beyond self-interest ruled their lives, confirming your deep conviction that the Reeds remained incapable of genuine affection or warmth. You could practically hear the clink-clink of coins in their mental piggy banks. You remained at Gateshead for a short while longer out of a lingering sense of familial obligation and respect for the dead. During this time, you had one last significant conversation with your cousin Eliza. She outlined her rigid plans for her future. She declared her intention to retreat fully from the world and dedicate herself to an ascetic, pious life, eventually entering a convent as a Protestant nun. It was a bleak vision, a life devoted to rigorous self-discipline and isolation, a stark expression of her cold, unforgiving temperament. She described it with a fervor that suggested both conviction and perhaps a deeper fear of true human connection. This was a socially acceptable, albeit severe way for women of that era to pursue a path independent of marriage, dedicating themselves to religious duties or intellectual pursuits within a structured community. Eliza was less finding God and more finding a set of rules that completely validated her general distaste for human interaction. After the funeral, you were free. Gateshead, having delivered its painful secrets and discharged its bitter matriarch, no longer held you captive. It was time to return to Thornfield Hall, carrying not only the ghosts of your past, but also the very real potent seed of new identity and potential wealth. You thought of Mr. Eyre, of the fortune of the broader world suddenly stretching out before you. An entire lineage you'd never known about suddenly sprung into existence, not just poor, hard-working relatives, but a rich uncle. It's almost enough to make you reconsider your previously staunch opinions on social mobility and wonder if family truly means fate, rather than merely family gathering chaos. The journey back to Thornfield felt very different from your hurried return to Gateshead. This time you carried a secret of your own, one not born of trauma or fear, but of profound, unsettling possibility. The knowledge of your new lineage, your unexpected potential for wealth, swirled in your mind. How would this change things? How would it change you? And most significantly, how would this news affect your strange, deeply complex relationship with Mr. Rochester, the man haunted by his own dark secrets whose house held both hidden madness and the potential for new desires? As the carriage once again neared the familiar grounds of Thornfield Hall, you felt a surge of emotion you could hardly name. It was not merely anticipation, but a yearning, a pulling of your heart towards him, towards that unpredictable man who, despite his darkness and burdens, had carved out a peculiar, unique space in your life. You had seen his hidden suffering, saved him from fire, helped him conceal his profound secret, and perhaps more importantly, had connected with his intellect and spirit in a way no one else had. The weight of his own secrets, which had felt so terrifying, now mingled with the exhilarating promise of your own new beginning, your own now solid, independent standing in the world. Historians still argue whether Jane's eventual financial independence was more crucial to her agency and choice in the novel than her emotional connection with Rochester. Was money the real liberator, or love perhaps a combination in true Bronte fashion? You were returning to Thornfield not just as a governess, but as someone irrevocably changed, armed with new knowledge that could shift the entire balance of your interactions. The prospect of seeing Rochester again, of sharing space with him under the same mysterious roof, was now suffused with an urgency that both thrilled and terrified you. You were no longer just a humble dependent, but a woman with roots, a family, and soon wealth. The air in Thornfield Hall felt thick with unspoken possibilities. The journey back to Thornfield Hall felt profoundly different from the grim return to Gateshead. There you had been drawn back into a chilling past to witness the bitter demise of an old tormentor and learn a devastating truth. Now returning, you carried that truth, the knowledge of your uncle Mr. Eyre and his considerable fortune, your own now solid lineage. The air crisp and cold against your face as the coach rattled along seemed to whisper not of burdens, but of possibilities. You weren't just going back to a job. You were going back to a life that had in unexpected ways opened up to you. It felt like coming home, but a home that hummed with a different kind of electricity. Your baggage now included secrets and a future far more intriguing than the one you'd ever imagined. As the carriage finally crunched on the familiar gravel of the driveway, Thornfield Hall revealed itself in the fading light. Most of the glittering, tiresome houseguests had mercifully departed, leaving behind a profound silence that settled over the estate like a quiet sigh of relief. The constant chatter and orchestrated entertainments had ceased, replaced by the hushed activity of the remaining household. The main hall, which had once seemed overwhelmed by velvet and polite chatter, was now back to its elegant, slightly echoing familiar self. It was a pleasant reprieve, as though the very house itself was breathing a sigh of relief. You almost expected it to stretch and yawn contentedly. Mrs. Fairfax, as ever, greeted you with warmth and quiet pleasure, genuinely glad to see you safely returned. You recounted in carefully edited detail the general circumstances of your absence, hinting at Mrs. Reed's passing without revealing the specific venomous details of her deathbed confession. Adele, meanwhile, practically leaped into your arms, overjoyed to have her governess back. She recounted all the excitement of the house party with typical childish ebullience, glossing over any of its awkward social nuances and focusing on the new toys she received and the dazzling gowns. Life resumed its pleasant rhythm with Adele lessons, walks in the grounds, the quiet comfort of your small private world within Thornfield Hall. The previous period of social charades and veiled intentions now seemed a distant, rather flimsy dream. But there was an unmistakable shift, and it came directly from Mr. Rochester. After his necessary social exertions with the Ingram set, he seemed profoundly altered. He was calmer, certainly perhaps even physically weary from his own exertions of hiding his massive family secret and playing the eligible bachelor. Yet he was also strangely different towards you. The abrupt, almost harsh sarcasm had mellowed. His penetrating dark eyes, which always seemed to test and provoke you, now held a new, deeper warmth. He sought your company not in stolen, intense discussions after Mason's attack or in his room for his convalescence, but more generally, openly. He invited you to join him and Adele on evening walks in the gardens, discussing mundane observations and profound philosophies in the same breath. He engaged you in long conversations, sometimes on philosophical subjects, sometimes just quietly observing the beauty of the dusk. His usual restless energy seemed slightly calmer, perhaps because the direct threat of discovery for a while had receded, and perhaps because the burden of playing a part had lifted. He spoke more frequently of himself, not in cryptic allusions, but with an open vulnerability you hadn't seen before. He even joked gently with you, his laughter less a harsh bark and more a warm, genuine chuckle echoing a newfound ease in your presence. It was clear his internal filter, already thin, was fraying entirely around you, letting more genuine emotion shine through. One particular evening he confessed his deep relief that the social obligations were over. He openly admitted the sheer boredom he experienced during the prolonged interactions with the aristocratic herd, particularly Blanche Ingram and her shallow conversational style. He spoke dismissively of Blanche's accomplishments, judging them as mechanical, performed only for social advancement rather than born from true artistic passion. Her fingers could fly, he might say, but her heart could not sing. This honest, direct dismissal of the woman everyone presumed him destined for sent a peculiar, unsettling thrill through you. To hear him confirm your own private judgments so acutely observed from the sidelines felt strangely intimate. It also sparked a tiny, illicit flame of hope in your heart, quickly suppressed but stubbornly persistent. You tried to tell yourself it was just your imagination, that he was simply letting off steam after a social ordeal. But the intense eye contact and the softening of his expression suggested something far more personal. His behavior grew steadily more demonstrative, more expressive, and utterly distinct from how he treated any other person in the household. He might reach out and gently touch your arm during a conversation, or hold your gaze for an uncomfortably long time. He'd find reasons to linger after lessons to share a meal with you and Adele, ensuring your presence by his side. He valued your quick intellect and frank honesty, no longer challenging you as much as simply enjoying the genuine exchange. His compliments, though sometimes veiled in his typical gruffness, became more frequent, signaling an admiration that went beyond the typical employer-employee dynamic. You'd catch him observing you from across the room, a subtle, softened look in his eyes that stirred a confusing mix of feelings within you. Fear, certainly, of misreading such profound signals, but also a longing you hadn't known you possessed. You meanwhile felt yourself increasingly drawn to him. The strange, unsettling bond forged during the night of the fire, solidified by your shared knowledge of Mason's attack, and the secret upstairs, created a peculiar kind of intimacy. You had seen him vulnerable, desperate, afraid. You had witnessed his raw, uncontrolled humanity, and in doing so felt an unexpected current of compassion and protectiveness flow from you. You began to understand the complex layers of his melancholy, sensing it was not merely an aristocratic affectation, but a profound inherited burden now shared. His presence in your life had transformed it, imbuing it with passion and urgency you'd never dreamed possible beyond the pages of your forbidden romance novels. He was, for all his flaws, simply captivating. You felt like you were orbiting a fiery, unpredictable star. However, your own burgeoning feelings were still constantly reined in by the cold dictates of reality and convention. You, a plain governess, unpropertied, with no social standing, no connections to speak of. He, the wealthy, enigmatic master from a prestigious family. The social chasm between you remained immense. The world, or at least Victorian society, simply did not allow for such unconventional matches between a man of his standing and a woman of your lowly status. A mainstream historical fact is that social status was a rigidly maintained construct in Victorian Britain, largely determining marriage prospects, financial security, and one's entire place in society. Marriages, especially for the landed gentry, were strategic alliances intended to consolidate wealth and power, rarely based solely on affection, much less affection for someone so far outside one's class. This reality weighed heavily on your thoughts, even as your heart tried to defy it. You now carried the additional knowledge of your own, as yet unclaimed, family inheritance. Your uncle Mr. Eyre's fortune loomed a potential source of independent wealth and elevated social standing. You were not quite as unpropertied as you once were, perhaps, though it was still a theoretical fortune, not a tangible one. This awareness, however, subtly altered your internal calculations. It lent you a newfound confidence and almost imperceptible strength in your interactions with Rochester. You might not be a lady, but you weren't completely dependent either. This internal shift in your perceived status gave you a subtle sense of defiance against the class boundaries that Rochester implicitly and perhaps unconsciously challenged. A quirky historical tidbit: it was believed that an attraction that defied social norms and distinctions, like an employer and governess falling in love, often meant it was true love based purely on merit of character and spiritual connection, not earthly considerations. Almost a romantic fantasy of pure attachment versus societal pressures. Such a defiance of decorum was, however, almost guaranteed to send any well-to-do Victorian chaperone into a full-blown fainting spell. The sheer scandal would be delicious for society to whisper about. Yet despite your increasingly profound connection and the palpable tension growing between you, Rochester occasionally almost cruelly spoke of Blanche Ingram as his presumed intended bride, especially when Mrs. Fairfax or other servants were present. He would feign enthusiasm for an alliance with her, or mention her beauty in passing sometimes with a casual, almost challenging glance in your direction, as if testing your reactions, or perhaps still trying to mislead the wider household. Was he trying to extinguish your hopes to prevent deeper feelings, or simply to manage perceptions while he pondered a path even more scandalous than this? Was it still part of his elaborate mind games, his emotional puppetry designed to reveal your reactions? An open scholarly debate in literary circles often questions whether Rochester's prolonged indecision and repeated emphasis on Blanche Ingram is truly a strategy to avoid legal entanglements and manage his secrets, or a psychological tactic to test Jane's jealousy and devotion. Some scholars argue it highlights a darker, manipulative side of his character that forces Jane into a position of emotional vulnerability, while others argue he is merely struggling with immense pressure and attempting to manage an impossible situation in the only ways he knows how. Was his reluctance real or part of the play? What did he truly hope to achieve by continually dangling Blanche as a potential future? These brief, calculated mentions of Blanche caused a pang, a subtle ache, a dull resentment in your heart. You were painfully aware that in society's eyes and in the eyes of Thornfield she was still the logical choice, the proper match, and you were not. You tried to rationalize, to suppress the illogical, inconvenient yearnings that his deepening attention kindled. You constantly reminded yourself of your place, of your plainness, of the sheer audacity of wishing for more. Yet his subtle tenderness, his candid expressions spoke far louder than any feigned mention of another woman. The intimacy that was growing between you was intoxicating, terrifying. He spoke of the depth of your soul, your keen intelligence, your inherent goodness, traits he explicitly said he found absent in the women of his social class. He saw something in you, the humble governess that none of the grand ladies possessed. And you in turn were deeply, powerfully drawn to the passionate, complex, and deeply wounded man he revealed himself to be beneath the cynical exterior. The atmosphere in Thornfield after the high society retreated became increasingly charged, filled with a delicious, unspoken tension, a dangerous longing that seemed to defy every logical, social, and emotional barrier. You felt yourself teetering on a precipice, unsure if it led to profound connection or utterly shattering disappointment. The air itself felt thick with unexpressed desire, a profound gravitational pull drawing you irrevocably toward your mysterious, brooding master. The world, so often defined by rigid lines and polite smiles, was about to reveal how thin those boundaries truly were when confronted with genuine human passion. The air around Thornfield Hall, no longer buzzing with the hollow social graces of the house party, now shimmered with an entirely different kind of tension. Mr. Rochester's mood after his grand aristocratic performance had concluded had softened almost completely. The sardonic edge, the cutting wit that once both fascinated and intimidated you had retreated, revealing a profound warmth, an open yearning in his dark eyes. He sought your company at every turn, drawing you into his orbit with an unspoken urgency, as if the silence of the now emptied house only amplified his desire for your presence. You walked with him in the gardens, sat with him by the fire, shared the occasional meal with Adele every moment, a precious private exchange that hinted at depths yet uncharted. It felt less like a professional relationship, and more like an elaborate multi-act play unfolding where you were inexplicably both the bewildered audience and the star. You almost expected an interval announcement, or perhaps a dramatic score swelling in the background. One mild early summer evening, the garden was suffused with the sweet, heavy scent of honeysuckle and rose. Twilight deepened the hues of the flowers, and a crescent moon, faint and shy, appeared above the distant trees. It was one of those perfect evenings that seemed designed for whispered confidences and significant declarations. You found yourself strolling beside Rochester, the conversation as usual ranging from the mundane to the profoundly philosophical. You had been discussing freedom and dependency, the confines of societal roles, a favorite topic for you both. He listened to your thoughts, his gaze intense, absorbing your every word, as if it held a secret map to his own soul. Then he abruptly stopped by a gnarled old chestnut tree. Its dark leaves rustled softly in the evening breeze, almost like nature holding its breath. He turned to face you, his hand briefly touching your arm, an uncharacteristic tenderness in his gesture. His expression grew incredibly solemn, almost pained, He spoke, his voice low, resonating with a strange mix of profound weariness and deep melancholy. He spoke of his past not with his usual cryptic veiled hints, but with a raw, stark honesty you'd never heard from him before. He detailed a history of disillusionment, of vain and superficial loves in his youth, of errors and mistakes made in desperate attempts to find happiness and solace from an undefined old wound. He described himself as having tried to find solace in pleasures to escape a deep-seated despair, all to no avail. He painted himself as a wanderer, a deeply flawed and morally compromised man, riddled with a burden from his past that he lamented might make him unworthy of any true pure affection. "I have been hard-driven, Jane," he might say, "pursuing a phantom of delight, but it eluded me. I craved happiness and earned bitterness." He sighed heavily, looking into your eyes with a torment that felt profoundly real. "Do you think a man like me," he continued, "can ever find peace, can ever make a fresh start?" His questions felt like a direct appeal to your inherent kindness, to your profound empathy. He was laying bare his deepest, darkest burdens, inviting your judgment, or perhaps your absolution. You noticed how the flickering light caught the intensity in his gaze, making him seem both incredibly vulnerable and impossibly charismatic. You found yourself nodding, your heart aching with sympathy. You felt he was speaking less about his wicked ways and more about how much rent his existential dread was demanding these days. He continued, his voice softer, yet charged with a growing emotional intensity. He then turned to the practicalities, speaking in a measured, almost formal tone about his financial plans for Adele. He stated his intention to place her in a proper finishing school, presumably once he secured a wife, someone who could not tolerate having such a foreign-bred child under her wing. Your stomach twisted with a sudden, painful clench. This was it. Wasn't it the beginning of the end? He was going to send you away. And then, like a practiced theatrical villain twisting the knife, he delivered the seemingly final blow. He explicitly, unequivocally spoke of Blanche Ingram as his chosen bride. "I shall marry Miss Ingram, Jane," he said, his voice flat, devoid of emotion. "It is the appropriate match, the sensible match. Wealth and position for wealth and position." He went on, sketching out a dry, pragmatic vision of his future, with Blanche emphasizing the practicalities of social propriety, financial alliance, and an unspoken expected dynastic progression. His tone was strangely casual, almost dismissive, considering the monumental gravity of the statement. But to you it felt like a heavy, cold rock being dropped directly onto your soul. It was worse than 1,000 Mrs. Reeds combined. This was the one thing you never knew you secretly feared losing, now explicitly snatched away. You almost heard the soft clunk of your own heart shattering, an internally disastrous sound, not entirely unlike that terrible clangorous bell at Lowood, announcing burnt porridge. A sudden sharp pain lanced through you, piercing your carefully constructed walls of reserve and pragmatism. All the emotions you had rigorously suppressed, all the quiet hopes you had diligently denied, erupted within you in a wave of crushing, unbearable sorrow. You felt the raw anguish tearing through you, utterly exposed, profoundly heartbroken. Your mind reeled, a kaleidoscope of shattered dreams. He was leaving you. Not for another better version of you, but for a shallow, artificial representation of society's expectations. Tears, hot and unstoppable, sprang to your eyes, blurring the fading beauty of the garden. You tried desperately to swallow them, to control the trembling in your voice, to maintain some semblance of professional composure, but it was impossible. Your carefully cultivated composure, the dignity honed by years of hardship, fractured in the face of this unexpected, agonizing truth. "I must leave Thornfield, sir." You choked out, your voice thin and raw with suppressed pain, not caring any more about your secret. "I must find a new position." He watched you, his eyes still dark, piercing, almost triumphant, and then he played his cruel but ultimately magnificent hand. As you poured out your misery, describing your painful loneliness, your fierce, unwavering loyalty to him, and your complete lack of place or connection in the world, save for your tie to him and his household, he revealed his true intention. "Do you think, Jane," he cut in, his voice suddenly sharp, thrillingly urgent, "that because I am engaged to Miss Ingram I cannot love you? Do you believe me incapable of knowing pure affection when it stares me in the face, in your face?" The words hung in the air, potent and bewildering. He watched your disbelief, your struggle to comprehend. Then his voice deepening, becoming gravely earnest, full of a fierce, desperate conviction. "I ask you, Jane, to be my wife." The declaration struck you like a bolt of lightning, shaking your entire being. The very words seemed to tear through the thin veil of your composure. Wife. You. The plain, penniless governess, a governess from nowhere orphaned, dependent to be the wife of Mr. Edward Rochester of Thornfield Hall, a wealthy, prestigious landowner. It was so wildly improbable, so utterly defying of all societal norms, that for a long, bewildering moment, you couldn't believe it. You were Jane Eyre, not some dashing duke's daughter in a historical romance. Had the summer air and honeysuckle gotten into your head? Perhaps he'd finally found a method of eccentric comedy he thought truly innovative by pranking you. A genuine scholar would be very interested if his true love language was shock and awe with hints of heartfelt yearning. "Are you mocking me, sir?" You finally managed to ask, your voice barely a whisper, a tremor of doubt lacing every syllable. "Is this a jest you speak of marrying Miss Ingram?" He shook his head, a decisive, powerful gesture. "No jest, Jane. Every word I said about Miss Ingram was a lie, a performance to gauge your feelings, to free me from an intolerable path. It was you, always you. I have been seeking something real, something pure, something to cure my damaged soul, and I have found it only in you." His sincerity was overwhelming, radiating from him like heat from a furnace. He then launched into a passionate, ardent plea, revealing how he had tried to steel himself against feeling for you, reminding himself of your station, his burdens, how he should choose convenience over love. But love, he proclaimed, had relentlessly, irrevocably consumed him. He would not live without you. His hand found yours, holding it with a fierce grip that conveyed a desperate, profound need. He poured out his heart, a mixture of self-recrimination for his past mistakes and passionate, raw declaration of love for your genuine nature. It was an unfiltered torrent of devotion, almost painfully honest. And then, as you watched him, his dark eyes pleading, utterly sincere, something snapped within you. The disbelief shattered, replaced by a surge of overwhelming, breathtaking joy, an emotion so profound it almost buckled your knees. All your pent-up loneliness, your secret yearnings burst forth. It was true. He loved you. And in that glorious, incandescent moment, you recognized your own love for him, deep and fierce and utterly undeniable. The man was as flawed and complex as any Greek tragic hero, yet here he was, asking you, a little plain governess, to spend your life with him. "Yes!" you cried, throwing yourself into his arms, utterly uncaring of propriety, of past strictures, of social dictates. "Yes, Mr. Rochester, I will marry you." It felt like 1,000 tiny fireworks going off in your chest, but the polite Victorian kind that mostly glitter and don't make loud banging noises. The joy was overwhelming. He pulled you into a tight, almost suffocating embrace, his strong arms closing around you as if he would never let you go. He peppered your face with kisses, calling you his darling Jane, his little bird, his own true love. It was a kiss that sealed not just a betrothal, but a desperate, thrilling surrender to a love that defied all boundaries. You melted into him, lost in the sheer rapture of the moment. The dark shadows of Lowood, the icy cruelty of Gateshead, even the unspoken horrors of Thornfield's third story, all momentarily receded before the blinding light of this unprecedented, miraculous happiness. Mainstream historical fact. Such a marriage between a landed gentleman of Rochester's social standing and his penniless governess was in Victorian society incredibly scandalous and extremely rare, often bordering on a scandalous affair. The strict class stratification and importance of strategic marital alliances for wealth and family reputation usually precluded marriages based solely on affection, particularly for someone of lower status and no fortune. It was quite simply not done, often inviting ostracization from polite society, which means this proposal was basically a giant social hand grenade. You had truly snagged yourself a social outlier, darling, a quirky tidbit. While public displays of affection were highly frowned upon, especially for respectable women, the moment of proposal often became a loophole where heightened emotion briefly overcame ingrained decorum. The passionate, breathless words exchanged in the dark secrecy of a garden could be almost a pre-honeymoon flurry of feelings before reverting to respectable restraint in public. Historians still debate whether Rochester's highly dramatic and manipulative proposal, first pretending to marry Blanche, then confessing his true feelings only after drawing out Jane's despair, reflects genuine romantic ardor or a cruel and selfish psychological game. Some argue it was necessary for him to determine Jane's true feelings and commitment before revealing his complex situation. Others condemn it as emotionally abusive. Was it a dark display of love, or a master manipulator pulling emotional strings? As he held you the reality of his offer, your acceptance began to slowly permeate your euphoria. Marriage. To Mr. Rochester. You who had always been so alone, so untethered, would finally belong to someone. And that someone was the one who had seen beyond your plainness to the very depths of your unique spirit. It was the deepest joy, the greatest risk. But even in your joy, a tiny thread of anxiety, a whisper of a forgotten secret tugged at the edges of your bliss. The house Thornfield itself held a dark, potent secret that lay above them, sleeping but not forgotten. For a fleeting second, the triumph of this beautiful radical proposal felt profoundly shadowed by the one terrifying reality you still carried about Rochester's unrevealed burden, the terrifying locked-away woman upstairs. But tonight, that secret was momentarily suppressed by the profound, thrilling, incandescent joy of a true and wild heart's desire. The night of the proposal, when Mr. Rochester had declared his impossible, astonishing love for you, felt like a glorious fever dream. The shock of his revelation, his ardor, and your ecstatic yes had enveloped you in a bubble of pure, unadulterated joy. It was the kind of euphoria you usually only found within the pages of very dramatic novels, certainly not in your own decidedly undramatic life. You went to bed feeling like you'd won some kind of cosmic lottery, utterly exhausted, but blissfully, irrevocably happy. You likely barely slept a wink, the exhilaration buzzing through your veins. The morning after was no less intoxicating. Rochester was still utterly besotted, his dark eyes tender, his gruffness softened into an almost charming solicitude. He began immediately making plans, sweeping you along in a whirlwind of romantic declarations and practical arrangements. His impatience, previously a source of a slightly nervous excitement, now manifested as a joyous eagerness. He wished for the wedding to take place swiftly, as if delaying it for even a moment would break the delicate spell. You were barely able to breathe, much less think clearly, carried along by his intense excitement. It was the kind of enthusiasm that could either be utterly charming or slightly concerning, depending on your baseline level of cynicism. He insisted on showering you with gifts, transforming you from the plainly dressed governess into something entirely new. He ordered exquisite gowns from London dressmakers, lavish silks, fine muslins, elegant lace. You found yourself standing in rooms overwhelmed by bolts of fabric, samples of ribbons, and shimmering jewels. He declared you would wear diamonds and emeralds, fine furs and fashionable bonnets. It was a dizzying display of wealth and generosity, almost aggressively, so as if he intended to utterly remake your appearance to reflect his intense regard for you. You, who had worn the same two sensible low-cut dresses for years, suddenly had an entire wardrobe of unwearable finery. You looked at yourself in the mirror, adorned in impractical finery, and scarcely recognized the new glittering woman staring back. It felt almost uncomfortably like a Cinderella story being rushed along at double speed, possibly by a slightly impatient fairy godfather with a penchant for melodrama. You felt a slight, subtle discomfort with this excessive opulence, this rapid transformation. You preferred your simplicity, valuing character and substance over outward show. The notion of becoming a mere pretty doll or a social butterfly didn't sit well with your earnest nature. You voiced your slight reservations, reminding him gently that you did not desire riches for their own sake, only to be loved. He would laugh, a low, pleased chuckle, brushing off your protests with a playful kiss and a murmured, "Nonsense, little witch, you shall be adorned as you deserve to be." His affectionate insistence ultimately won out over your practicality. You were swept away not just by his love, but by his desire to make you the mistress of his estate in all visible ways, and by societal convention, it really needed a visual upgrade. Despite your initial practical discomfort, there was an undeniable excitement in preparing for such a grand affair. The staff of Thornfield Hall buzzed with quiet delight, anticipating the master's wedding. Even Mrs. Fairfax seemed to emit a soft, benevolent glow, quietly overseeing the myriad arrangements. You discussed patterns and fabrics for wedding decorations, consulted on guest lists, mostly Rochester's, of course, and spoke of elaborate wedding breakfasts. Mainstream historical fact. Victorian weddings, especially for the landed gentry, were elaborate, meticulously planned affairs that often lasted for days, incorporating formal ceremonies, lavish feasts, and elaborate social gatherings. They were a public declaration of family status, wealth, and moral uprightness, reflecting strict etiquette and social expectations. No hastily signed papers at the registry office here. You definitely needed an actual gown and multiple courses. But even amidst this intoxicating whirlwind of joy and luxury, a subtle unease began to creep in a tiny crack in the edifice of your perfect happiness. It manifested as inexplicable flashes of foreboding, tiny chills running down your spine, unbidden thoughts of unease that lingered at the periphery of your awareness. It was a pervasive underlying current, barely noticeable amidst the effervescence but undeniably there. It felt like walking through a glorious summer meadow, but perpetually being able to hear the distant rumbling of a storm that others seemed to ignore. Sometimes a fleeting whisper seemed to brush past you, barely audible above the general domestic chatter of the mistress or the lady. Was it simply a mishearing, or the remnants of gossip from previous historical weddings, perhaps? Or was it something more recent? The peculiar phrase, the mistress, had always stuck in your mind, not simply denoting Mrs. Rochester, but suggesting a prior occupant, a specific identity beyond the generic term. You'd caught it sometimes attributed to Mrs. Fairfax about her employer, before you knew what that actually implied. It always struck you as peculiar, even during the innocent, happy early days at Thornfield. These tiny slips of the tongue, or peculiar formulations by the staff about a previous mistress's, made you pause. Then there were the brief, unreadable exchanges between Rochester and his head valet Mr. Hay, or his horsekeeper John. You caught him giving furtive, tight-lipped instructions perhaps about preparing certain hidden rooms, or securing particular passages in the older wings of the house. These were small, seemingly innocuous conversations, but they held an undercurrent of urgency, almost desperation, that you now privy to his greater secret immediately recognized. These were the hushed tones of a man maintaining a delicate, dangerous lie, just as he had during the fire, or when Richard Mason visited. It was as though a silent, separate operation ran concurrently to the cheerful wedding preparations. You sometimes wondered if he had a tiny walkie-talkie and was giving coded instructions from under the dinner table. And what about Grace Poole? The woman at the center of the nominal lie regarding Mason's attack. She continued to move about Thornfield, her bland face a perpetual mask of indifference seemingly untouched by the violence attributed to her. Her presence was a constant, irritating contradiction to the thrilling relief you felt that Mason had been spirited away, and to the love story now blossoming so ardently between you and Rochester. She was living proof of the monstrous deception that you and Rochester alone shared, and for a fleeting moment, you considered if it wouldn't be better just to know. But no, Rochester promised an explanation. Eventually, maybe after the honeymoon, definitely something he could perhaps write in a little wedding favor poem. You struggled to articulate this growing sense of dread, this persistent feeling of something being not quite right. How do you voice a premonition, an uneasy sensation? "Excuse me, Mr. Rochester. I have a profound feeling that your very big house is about to reveal a secret that will shatter our lives. Could we postpone the wedding, perhaps?" Not very romantic? So you suppressed the gnawing suspicion, focusing instead on the magnificent dresses, the shimmering jewels, and the overwhelming certainty of Rochester's profound love. You were marrying him. That was the core, the undeniable, overwhelming truth. And against that truth, other fears seemed minor, perhaps irrational. A quirk of Victorian psychology. A firm belief existed in nervous presentiments. Vague premonitions often dismissed by doctors, but believed by many as a form of heightened sensitivity, or even psychic insight, particularly among delicate women. It could also sometimes be your gut screaming, "Run, darling," but society would suggest you merely calm your nerves. You saw the way Mr. Rochester himself battled with some unseen weight even amidst his outward jubilation. There were moments when his joyous expression would flicker, his dark eyes would cloud, or a grim line would form around his mouth. He would abruptly break from conversation, walk away to stare out a window or sigh heavily. Sometimes he would seem distant, almost withdrawn, lost in some private agony that you sensed touched upon the great secret upstairs. He seemed almost haunted by the rapid approach of the wedding, his exuberance occasionally punctured by an unreadable dread, as if he knew the fragile bliss he was building could be shattered. He was less an engaged man, and more a human anxiety bomb slowly counting down to detonation. The idea of impending happiness also carried with it a curious shadow. Your whole life, any glimmer of true contentment had been cruelly snatched away, whether it was the early loss of your family, the relentless abuse at Gateshead, the bitter conditions and Helen's death at Lowood. So many years of sorrow, so little joy. Could this magnificent radical happiness truly be real? Or was it too perfect, too good to last? A cynical part of your heart, perhaps a residual bitterness from your early life, couldn't entirely shed the fear that any joy of yours would inevitably be tainted or stripped away. This kind of fatalism that misfortune is simply waiting for you at the next bend in the road was not uncommon for those who had experienced great suffering early in life. You sometimes tried to discuss this sense of disquiet with Rochester, but subtly never explicitly mentioning your true awful knowledge of the attic of Grace Poole's nominal crimes. You'd touch on your feelings about your own sudden change of fortune, the enormity of your step. He, in turn, would sometimes speak cryptically, offering profound promises of eternal bliss, while acknowledging in hushed tones the difficulties and obstacles he had overcome to secure your future. He sometimes looked as if he was contemplating his profound secrets. His explanations about past burdens and faults were more elaborate now, attempting to paint his murky past in a less damning light, and often seemed to build towards some unspoken confession he struggled to articulate. He kept hinting at deep old wounds that only your presence could heal, an almost messianic view of your companionship, but he stopped short of concrete revelations. An open scholarly debate surrounds Rochester's delays and half-truths in confessing his secret to Jane. Historians still argue whether his constant deferral was driven by genuine fear of losing her, or a manipulative attempt to ensure her commitment before revealing a devastating truth, thereby making her morally obliged to stay with him, despite his burden. Was he acting out of love or out of a desperate need to avoid shame? As the days sped towards the ceremony, the preparations reached their climax. The wedding dress arrived, a magnificent confection of white satin and fine lace far grander than anything you could have imagined wearing. The veil, pure white gossamer light and intricately embroidered, added to the almost overwhelming sense of theatrical beauty. You donned it for fittings, gazing at your transformed image, a phantom bride in shimmering white, hardly recognizing the plain governess from before. It was an almost unreal vision. A rather amusing light joke, but certainly plausible for the Victorian fashion trends. The dress had so many layers and voluminous folds of fabric, you wondered if you might actually be a small ghost of a child, simply hiding within a particularly exquisite white parachute. Or perhaps if the ceremony was in an open field, you'd become a living windsail. You almost forgot the underlying current of unease until the night before the wedding. It was a clear, quiet night. The house, usually settled by this hour, seemed strangely restless. A premonition, a chill that was far more than physical, stole over you. You were in your bed, barely sleeping, too excited, too nervous, too filled with the momentous anticipation of the following day. But a sound utterly distinct, utterly impossible, reached your ears. A muffled laugh, eerier than anything you'd heard before, seemed to float through the ceiling from directly above. It was the laugh, that chilling, insane cackle, amplified by the silent expectation of the impending solemnity. It was not a dream. The hairs on your arms stood on end. It was the very same sound that had haunted your earliest days at Thornfield, the sound attributed to Grace Poole, the sound that had immediately preceded the terrifying fire in Rochester's room. The one sound that Rochester himself had, to your certain knowledge, utterly refused to explain honestly. This time it felt closer, more personal, aimed directly at your future, your hopes, your love. This felt less like a general disturbance and more like a focused assault on your peaceful future. It felt profoundly like an ill omen, a direct challenge to the happiness you dared to claim. And this time, you weren't content to simply hide in bed. You felt compelled, an invisible hand guiding you toward the terrible truth. The night before your wedding was supposed to be a cocoon of sweet anticipation, a quiet embrace of future bliss. Instead, it was shattered by that laugh. The sound, a guttural, maniacal cackle, echoed from directly above, slicing through the usually quiet midnight air of Thornfield. It was the same laugh you'd heard on your first night, the prelude to the fire in Rochester's room, and the chilling undercurrent that followed Richard Mason's brutal attack. It was not a ghost. It was too corporeal, too visceral. It was a terrifying omen, a malicious presence directly assaulting your dreams of happiness. Your heart leaped to your throat, a familiar icy grip taking hold. This wasn't some benign house creaking. This was deliberate, directed malice. It was less of a nervous tremor and more of an earthquake in your very soul. You sat bolt upright in bed, your ears straining, the blood thrumming in your veins. The laugh came again, a mocking, triumphant shriek, now joined by muffled sounds, a dragging noise, a rustle. Something was moving directly above in that mysterious third-story passage. And for the first time, this particular sound, this particular haunting, felt intensely personal, directly aimed at you. It was not a general threat to Rochester or a general disturbance to the house. It was specifically targeting your newfound joy, your impending union. Throwing caution and frankly common sense to the wind, you once again seized a candle. You knew this was madness. You knew this was playing into a nightmare. But something primal, an almost desperate need to understand, compelled you. You stole from your room, slipping silently onto the landing. The shadows thrown long and dancing by your candle played tricks on your eyes. The old house seemed to breathe around you, its very timbers creaking as if with anticipation or dread. You crept up the silent staircase, your bare feet padding softly on the worn treads, each step closer to the source of the chilling sounds. You were either incredibly brave or just desperately in need of sleep. Perhaps both. As you neared the threshold of the third-story corridor where Richard Mason had been attacked, the eerie atmosphere thickened. A peculiar, sickly sweet odor filled the air, mingled with a damp, fetid scent. It was a smell of unwashed bodies, confinement, and something else, something animalistic, wild. It made the hairs on your arms prickle with revulsion, even before you saw anything. Then at the far end of the corridor, near the room that Rochester kept so strictly confined, a shape materialized in the dim light. It was a tall, disheveled figure silhouetted against the weak moonlight filtering from a distant window. Her movements were jerky, unnatural, almost feral. She swayed, muttered to herself in a low, unintelligible growl, her face obscured by masses of dark, tangled hair. The silhouette alone sent a chill down your spine, but as your candle flickered closer, revealing hints of a soiled white gown and glinting, dilated eyes, you understood the true horror. This was no ghost. This was flesh and blood. The figure turned her head cocked in a disturbing, unnatural angle, as if sniffing the air. Then, with a chillingly deliberate motion, she advanced toward the part of the corridor where your bridal dress and veil were laid out. Yes, your beautiful, pure white wedding dress, meticulously prepared and draped for inspection on a dummy the next morning. It lay waiting for its moment, symbol of all your future happiness. It felt suddenly profoundly vulnerable. The woman approached the dress with a grotesque, almost hungry interest. Her muttered growls intensified into a low cackle. With a sudden savage swiftness, she seized the voluminous white wedding veil, your magnificent ethereal veil adorned with delicate lace painstakingly made, and before your very eyes ripped it with astonishing force. The sound of tearing lace, a delicate, fragile shriek of fabric, was strangely horrifying. She ripped it to shreds, laughing a manic, triumphant sound that echoed through the quiet house like a victorious war cry. Then, her fury seemingly satisfied, she threw the shredded pieces onto the floor, trampling them underfoot, spitting on them. She completed her horrifying desecration with a peculiar, deliberate stomp on the dummy itself. You almost heard the sad little gasp from the fabric itself. It was the ultimate direct assault on your dream. Your heart, previously hammering in fear, now twisted with a desperate anguish. This wasn't just the destruction of fabric. It was a savage, calculated assault on the symbol of your future, your love, your purity, your everything. This was not a general menace. This was a direct, violent sabotage of your happiness, of your marriage to Mr. Rochester. You realized with sickening clarity that the madness you had glimpsed before, the violence that had nearly killed Mason and Rochester, was intimately tied to your impending union. The madwoman didn't simply happen to be there. She had sought out your bridal attire and deliberately, maliciously destroyed it. She was trying to prevent the wedding, and she was succeeding. As quickly as she appeared, the woman's attention shifted. With a final terrifying glance in your direction, a gaze that spoke of triumph and malicious glee rather than true human madness, she retreated, scuttling back into the concealed room from which she had emerged, disappearing into its impenetrable shadows. The heavy door clunked shut behind her, plunging that end of the corridor into an unnerving silence. Only the faint, putrid smell lingered, a visceral reminder of the horror you had witnessed, and the tangible proof of the shredded veil lying in desolate ruin on the floor. It was a bizarre, unforgettable tableau, the destruction of pure bridal lace by what seemed like a demon. You looked at the shattered remnants of your hopes and could almost hear your happy dreams collectively sigh and give up the ghost. You stood there transfixed, paralyzed by shock, horror, and a terrible cold certainty. This was not Grace Poole you knew. This was not some minor staff peculiarity. This was something far, far worse. It was the absolute embodiment of Rochester's deepest, darkest secret, now revealed in a shocking, terrifying act of domestic sabotage. This was the monster he kept hidden, a true harbinger of despair. And you, your hands still clutching the now flickering candle, realized the full, profound gravity of the situation. This was more than just bad juju before the wedding. This was an explicit, horrifying challenge to your very right to exist, to find happiness in this house. Mr. Rochester, disturbed by the muffled sounds, or perhaps by his own inner anxieties about this very situation, appeared quickly on the landing. He saw you pale and trembling, illuminated by the guttering candle standing beside the shredded wedding veil. His eyes, typically piercing, now held a deep dread and utter recognition. His casual, sardonic charm vanished, replaced by an expression of profound dismay and a bitter, painful self-recrimination. He knew. He had always known. And this scene, so brutally literal, was a confirmation of his darkest fears. His face confirmed your own dreadful understanding. It felt as though a lightning bolt had struck him, revealing all his vulnerabilities. He wasn't a charming eccentric anymore. He was a haunted man. He led you gently, but with grim determination, back to your room, trying to offer comfort explanations. He carefully picked up the tattered fragments of your veil, confirming the violence. He murmured soothing words, insisting it was nothing, and a trick of your imagination, an attempt to deny what you both clearly saw and felt. He blamed Grace Poole, feigning ignorance, attributing it to her being overwrought, or perhaps not quite herself, from a drink taken, maintaining the facade even then, but his eyes spoke volumes. He struggled to rationalize the incomprehensible act, attempting to explain away something intrinsically inexplicable. This was quite the act, but you were no longer buying the performance. You felt like an expert debunker of theatrical shenanigans. You were silent, accepting his words without true belief, absorbing the horror and the deeper meaning of the night. You knew he was trying to protect you, perhaps to protect himself from exposure, but the image of that monstrous figure, her eyes blazing, tearing your future apart, was indelible. You knew now unequivocally that he had a dark, mad secret confined within the walls of Thornfield Hall. Mainstream historical fact. Seclusion was a common treatment for dangerous or disturbed individuals with mental illness in the 19th century, sometimes in the family home, rather than a public asylum to avoid the great stigma. Families often employed guardians, nurses, or even family members to manage their violent outbursts in hidden rooms for months or even years. This practice often resulted in worsening mental health, not improving it. So a person confined and managed for 12 years, as Mason hinted, could easily descend into what you saw. The dawn, when it finally broke through the eastern windows, seemed unnaturally bright, almost mocking the profound terror that had pervaded the night. You rose utterly exhausted, a tremor still running through your hands. The destroyed veil, a desolate symbol, lay, a crushed reminder of the events. Rochester tried to buy you a new one, but you resisted, quietly accepting the ruin, understanding its deep, dark message. This terrifying encounter, this direct confrontation with the hidden madness, deeply heightened your fears about the impending wedding. It wasn't just a nervous jitters. It was a tangible, visible assault on the sacred promise you were about to make. You understood that Mr. Rochester's burden was not merely a secret, but a physical presence capable of inflicting tangible harm. And this malevolent entity was trying deliberately and violently to prevent your marriage. What power, what hold did it have over him that he would still try to go through with this? This wasn't just an old grudge or family embarrassment. It was an active threat, an insurmountable obstacle. The joyous anticipation that had enveloped you during the engagement period evaporated, replaced by a cold, leaden dread. You watched Mr. Rochester the next morning, as he still prepared for the wedding, affecting a cheerful and bustling demeanor, making his arrangements with the staff, attending to final details with outward composure. But you saw the flicker in his eyes, the suppressed tension in his jaw, the almost manic determination beneath his facade. He was trying to pretend everything was normal, that this wasn't the eve of a disaster, that a violent madwoman hadn't just tried to utterly annihilate your future happiness. But you both knew. You shared the burden of that dreadful secret knowledge. The shattered veil, the raw horror of what had occurred now laid bare and palpable between you. An invisible chasm opening directly beneath your feet. An amusing but darkly fitting quirk for this moment, it was superstitiously believed in parts of England that if a bridal veil tore or was damaged the night before the wedding, it signified a marriage doomed by ill luck, a portent of future unhappiness, or even dissolution. Clearly, whoever tore that veil was very well versed in folk magic, and extremely intent on making sure your marriage was a failure, or at least a highly dramatic experience. Historians still argue whether Jane's intense and detailed perception of this spectral intruder and her immediate grasp of the hidden truth were extraordinary insights unique to her character, or if Charlotte Brontë intended for the scene to possess a deeper, perhaps more supernatural significance within the Gothic tradition, reflecting a heightened sense of prescience or forewarning in her heroine. Was Jane seeing a real entity, or was she hyper-aware of a secret she'd previously suppressed, finally understanding its magnitude? The morning of the wedding dawned bright, but you felt nothing but an oppressive cloud weighing on your spirit. You knew the weight of this terrible secret, the violence it portended. You tried to quiet the anxieties that clamored in your heart, convincing yourself that once you were married safe with Rochester, perhaps the mystery would lessen, the secret would fade. But you were keenly aware that this terrible threat was still lurking, very much alive, contained yet simmering, hidden, but powerfully present. You were heading towards a marriage, yes, but not to a blissful sanctuary. You were heading into the heart of Thornfield's very real darkness. The beautiful facade was cracking. The morning of your wedding day dawns bright, almost cruelly so, against the dull, heavy dread in your heart. You stand before the mirror, arrayed in the magnificent white gown, a pristine shroud for your shattering illusions. Your veil, the very same one so savagely shredded the night before, is thankfully not on your head, but replaced by a new, equally beautiful, unblemished one. Rochester, with a casualness that betrayed his underlying tension, had quietly sent for another. You feel like a ghost or a wax figure being prepared for a grand display. The meticulous preparations, the excitement of the few remaining household servants, all of it felt detached, moving around you in a dizzying blur, as if happening to someone else entirely. Your quiet internal screams felt muffled by layers of satin and lace. Mr. Rochester, trying to project an air of joyous confidence, enters the room to escort you. He is dressed impeccably, undeniably handsome, and attempts a cheerful facade. But his dark eyes betray him. They hold a profound anxiety, a flickering dread that mirrors your own. He glances nervously at you at the undamaged veil, a silent acknowledgement of the terrifying incident from mere hours before. His attempts at casual banter are strained, and you catch glimpses of him running a hand through his dark hair, with a weary sigh. It's clear he's carrying a crushing burden, his cheerfulness a thin veneer over profound fear, and perhaps a desperate hope that all his meticulously planned deception will hold. He looks like a man about to launch a particularly tricky rocket, just hoping it doesn't blow up in his face on the launch pad. The short walk from the hall to the quiet little church nearby, where a private ceremony is planned, feels like an eternity. Adele, dressed in her best frock, skips ahead, oblivious in her childish excitement, prattling on about the confetti and the wedding cake. Mrs. Fairfax beams, radiating an innocent joy, completely unaware of the ominous shadows clinging to your spirit and to the very foundations of Thornfield. Rochester grasps your arm, his grip surprisingly firm, almost as if he's anchoring himself to you or holding you up against a great unspoken force that threatens to consume him. You both walk in silence, an unacknowledged truth, throbbing between you like a low, persistent drumbeat. You know this isn't just about a marriage anymore. It's about what monstrous reality is lurking just beneath the surface of the quiet rural decorum. You step into the quaint old village church. Its ancient stones smell faintly of damp earth and reverence. Sunlight streams through the stained glass windows, casting jewel-toned patterns on the worn stone floor. The altar gleams, simply adorned with a few flowers. The quiet vicar stands ready, prayer book open. In the front pews, a few assembled figures: Mrs. Fairfax, Adele, and two strangers. Two men you've never seen before, quiet, unremarkable, yet undeniably present their faces bland but watchful. You notice them peripherally registering their presence, but dismissing them as local parish officials or minor acquaintances of Rochester's. They look like they're just there to witness, nothing more. A surprisingly small wedding for such a prominent gentleman, you briefly note. No Blanche Ingram here, just quiet intimacy. It almost makes you momentarily feel a quiet thrill of genuine love overcoming all social expectations. The ceremony begins. The vicar's voice, calm and steady, intones the sacred vows. Mr. Rochester's voice, usually a deep rumble, is surprisingly clear and resonant as he answers, making the promises, the commitments that are supposed to bind you both forever. You stand by his side, gazing at him, and for a fleeting moment all fear recedes. You believe him in your quiet, ardent heart. You believe his love, his intentions. This is real. This is your happy ending. This is Jane Eyre finally receiving her share of joy. It's the moment of profound, breathtaking hope that had always seemed impossible. You mentally offer a prayer of gratitude to Helen, to Miss Temple, to all those who somehow led you to this moment. I call upon anyone here present. The vicar intones, his voice echoing in the small church, moving into the critical portion of the ceremony. Who knows of any just cause or impediment why these two persons should not be joined together in holy matrimony to declare it now? It's a standard, centuries-old legal and ecclesiastical declaration intended to prevent bigamous or otherwise unlawful marriages. Mainstream historical fact. Before modern civil registries, a marriage proclaimed publicly in a church banns was the primary legal way to ensure validity. This public challenge, allowing anyone with an impediment to step forward, was a crucial legal safeguard against hidden previous marriages, which were a far more common problem than especially for those with less straightforward pasts or international travel. The Victorian legal system placed immense importance on legitimate marriage, and any impediment could be damning. And then, just as your breath catches in anticipation of Rochester's joyful "I do," a voice breaks the sacred silence. A harsh, chilling whisper followed by a flat, direct statement that utterly shatters the fragile world you've built. The marriage cannot go on. Every head turns. The voice belongs to one of the strangers you noted earlier, a man with a pale, resolute face. He steps forward unwavering. Rochester's face beside you turns ashen. His eyes, usually so commanding, are wide with shock denial, then a deep, horrifying rage. His carefully constructed performance of joyous certainty disintegrates into a mask of pure visceral agony and bitter, furious recognition. "What is your business here, Mason?" He snarls, his voice low and guttural, betraying the truth immediately. Not an unexpected acquaintance, but someone Rochester intimately, frantically did not want present. And the name Mason. Your mind screams Richard Mason, the same man from the West Indies who had been stabbed, who Rochester himself had hidden and dispatched just weeks ago, seemingly out of existence. He's here, hale and present, looking grim but intact, and clearly here to perform his dramatic plot function. Rochester attempts to deny, to bully, to intimidate the interloper. He shouts that Mason is a madman, a schemer, trying to dismiss the terrible weight of his statement. But it's useless. Mason stands firm, backed by the other stranger, who is now identified as a solicitor named Briggs. Mr. Briggs, methodical and cold, produces documentation, official papers, legal declarations that systematically, utterly, and publicly demolish Rochester's desperate deception. He states clearly that Edward Rochester is already married. The words cold and clinical fall upon you like shards of ice. Already married. A wave of dizziness sweeps through you, making the church tilt precariously. You hear a sharp gasp from Mrs. Fairfax, a bewildered murmur from Adele. It's not a misunderstanding, not a lie. The sheer overwhelming finality of it crashes down on you. Briggs provides the unshakable evidence, the marriage certificate validly drawn up witnessing Edward Fairfax Rochester's marriage to a certain Bertha Antoinetta Mason, dated 15 years prior, from the very source, Richard Mason, her own brother. He provides signed affidavits and testimony. There's no escaping it, no denying it. The truth, ugly and raw, is revealed in a brutal public execution of your dreams. It's worse than the shredding of your veil. It's the tearing of your very soul. You look at Rochester and you see clearly the man you had so loved revealed as a duplicitous liar, a bigamist, a deceiver. The pain is physical, as if an actual knife has been plunged into your heart, worse than any Red Room trauma. Rochester, cornered and desperate, finally drops the act. He doesn't deny it, not truly. Instead, with a raw, savage fury born of desperation, he confesses, not in shame, but in a strange, tortured rage. He proclaims the very source of his agony, the deep, dark secret he has kept locked away now to be brutally exposed to all present. He admits that Bertha Mason is indeed his wife, but she is mad. She is mad, he cries, his voice raw with despair, madder than any fiend in hell. He offers to show them. He challenges them to judge whether a sane man could remain bound to such a monster. He is not repentant about the marriage. He is furious about the condition of his wife. The scene descends into utter chaos. The quiet solemnity of the church gives way to gasps and bewildered murmurs. Mrs. Fairfax seems faint. Adele, utterly confused, starts to cry. Briggs and Mason, impassive, merely observe the desperate man unravel. Rochester then makes the final devastating dramatic move. "Come with me," he demands, seizing you, pulling you not gently but with a desperate, forceful grip towards the old house. He leads the small, stunned procession from the altar out of the church and across the fields back to Thornfield Hall, no longer hiding the path, but instead exposing it to public scrutiny. The walk, though short, is thick with an agonizing tension. Your feet barely register the ground, your mind reeling, shattered into 1,000 pieces. This isn't a return to a wedding feast. It's a grim march to a dark revelation. He leads them, including the stunned vicar Mrs. Fairfax, Adele, and the implacable Mason and Briggs, directly to the infamous third story. The very section of the house where the wild laughter resonated, where Mason was attacked, where the veil was torn. He throws open the door to the hidden room, the source of all your silent fears, all your unspoken suspicions. And there she is, Bertha Mason, Mr. Rochester's true wife, the mad woman. The sight is horrific, worse than any nightmare. Bertha is less a woman and more an animal. She is a massive, disheveled figure, her black hair long and tangled, hanging in coarse masses around a purple-tinged, bloated face. Her eyes, bloodshot and vacant, roll wildly. She growls and gibbers in an incoherent frenzy, gnashing her teeth, foaming at the mouth. Her hands are like talons, tearing at whatever she can reach. Her dress is ragged, her entire being a horrifying tableau of unleashed madness and depraved confinement. She appears utterly, irredeemably insane and profoundly terrifying, not a human being, but a raging beast trapped in a gilded cage, literally and figuratively. She is utterly without a semblance of reason, dignity, or human connection. You can see the full, terrifying truth now. This was the source of the screams, the laughter, the violence. This was the entity Rochester had risked everything to conceal. A quirky historical tidbit, literary descriptions of madness, especially for female characters in the Victorian era, often conflated mental illness with overt displays of violent animalism, hysteria, and unchecked passion reflecting prevailing social anxieties about female sexuality and autonomy. Such descriptions played on readers' deepest fears and prejudices regarding uncontrolled femininity. Rochester, a figure of tortured despair, explains her history in raw, guttural terms. He outlines their arranged marriage years ago in Jamaica, a match engineered for wealth and property, where he was tricked into marrying a woman from a line already prone to madness. He details her gradual descent into complete, incurable insanity, her violent, dangerous outbursts, her attacks on servants and family, the complete and total disintegration of her being. He explains how he had been forced to confine her for 15 long years to this single room in Thornfield, under the constant care of Grace Poole, to avoid public scandal and the ignominy of her existence destroying his social standing and reputation. He tells how she, on nights when her keeper's guard lapsed, escaped to commit these malicious acts: the fire, the attack on her own brother Richard Mason, and the violent desecration of your bridal veil. He recounts his lonely, desperate attempts to control her, to keep the monstrous secret his constant surveillance. He offers no apologies for hiding the marriage, only a justification for why he did so, and a desperate appeal for pity regarding his cursed fate. "See, I did not lie to you, Jane," he might cry. "Only to the world my first lie was when I stood at the altar before this mad woman." Your heart clenches with a terrible pain, not just for Rochester's ruined life, but for the profound betrayal. You recognize the awful truth of what he has concealed, the living secret he risked everything to protect. And it makes your future with him utterly impossible. He, bound to this living nightmare, is truly tied in an inescapable prison. Your pure innocent happiness, moments before so glorious, has been completely shattered. Your name, about to be twinned with his in holy matrimony, is saved only at the last devastating minute from being forever tainted by this scandalous bigamy. As you stare at the raging figure and at Rochester, whose face is now a roadmap of misery, you realize the ultimate brutal truth. Your connection to him, forged in fire and confession, could never truly culminate in a normal life. A true marriage, a simple partnership. The legal impediment, the societal shame, the sheer horror of this confined creature, all of it ensures an unbridgeable chasm. He is bound, and now so are you, not by legal ties, but by the terrible knowledge that irrevocably marks both your lives. Historians still debate whether Bertha Mason's character is solely a representation of Gothic horror, an externalized embodiment of Rochester's sins and moral decline, or whether she is also a tragic symbol of the oppressive and restrictive treatment of women and the mentally ill in Victorian patriarchal society, effectively a critique of her imprisonment. Some scholars argue she represents a shadow self of Jane Eyre, or the fiery passion that must be constrained by societal convention. Is she a monstrous other or a dark reflection? You see her as a profound symbol of the limits placed on both you and Rochester, a barrier forged in madness and law. The solemn procession of onlookers departs, leaving you standing in the dreadful quiet of that third-story hall. Rochester stands beside you, a man stripped bare, exposed his desperate manipulative schemes, utterly ruined, his raw pain on full display. His gaze implores you, promises remorse, pleads for your understanding. He grasps your hand, begging you to stay, to not abandon him. But you know you cannot. You cannot live under this monstrous, ever-present secret, this shadow of legal and moral impossible. Your dream, a fragile thing, has been shattered into 1,000 jagged pieces by the raw, brutal truth. You are standing utterly alone among the ruins of your magnificent wedding day. The utter soul-shattering devastation of the wedding revelation hit you with the force of a physical blow. Standing in that oppressive third-story corridor, having witnessed Bertha Mason, the very embodiment of Mr. Rochester's darkest secret, your world crumpled into shards. The vows, the dreams, the beautiful lie you'd allowed yourself to believe, all of it lay in desolate ruin along with your shattered spirit. This was far worse than the Red Room, worse than the hunger of Lowood. This was the betrayal of trust, the corruption of a love you had believed sacred, the final crushing of your quiet, resilient hopes. Rochester, his face a roadmap of raw despair and desperate pleading, begged you to stay. He followed you from the third story into the hushed privacy of the grand drawing room, then into your own quiet bedchamber, pouring out a torrent of desperate justifications. He confessed to a terrible life, a miserable union he had been forced into by a deceptive father and an unscrupulous brother-in-law, both eager to secure his wealth. He recounted Bertha's descent into utter dangerous madness almost immediately after their marriage, forcing him to choose between ruinous scandal and desperate confinement. He spoke of the bitter mockery of being legally bound to a madwoman unable to obtain a divorce. Mainstream historical fact: divorce in 19th century England was exceptionally difficult, prohibitively expensive, and almost exclusively available only through an act of parliament, effectively making it a luxury for the ultra-wealthy. Mental illness, even incurable insanity, was generally not grounds for divorce. So Rochester's legal bond to Bertha was, in practical terms, absolutely indissoluble, a true legal trap for an unlucky husband, no matter how tragic. He argued passionately, even desperately, that his attempts to remarry, his decision to try and make you his second wife, in defiance of human law, was a desperate plea to salvation. He saw you and your purity as his last only hope for redemption and happiness. He confessed his loneliness, the spiritual desolation of his existence, the endless agonizing search for solace that led him inevitably to your quiet virtue. You were meant to be my Eve, he might plead, the only one who could redeem my fallen spirit. He held you, tears streaming down his face, begging for your pity, for your understanding, for your boundless forgiveness. He invoked his own suffering, arguing that his years of silent agony made him worthy of your compassion, if not your absolute trust. It was an overwhelming display of raw masculine vulnerability, desperate in its urgency, seductive in its profound, desperate honesty. It almost convinced you to disregard every ounce of common-sense logic and self-preservation you possessed. It made him look less like a scoundrel and more like a spectacularly misbegotten martyr. You were a moment away from making yourself complicit, and yet despite the raw sincerity of his suffering, the immense magnetic pull of his passion, something held you back. The monstrous image of Bertha Mason locked in her infernal cage burned irrevocably in your mind's eye. The brutal, shocking, undeniable legality of his marriage, which you had just witnessed confirmed by solemn papers, spoke louder than all his tortured justifications. You saw the reality. You would be his mistress, living in sin, a grave violation of your profound moral conscience, condemned by society, living a life of perpetual concealment and deceit. Your sense of inherent self-respect, your deeply ingrained moral purity honed by the rigorous virtues of Lowood could not tolerate it. Your inner voice, the quiet voice of dignity and fierce independence, spoke with undeniable clarity: you must leave. To stay would be to compromise your soul, to betray your fundamental sense of right and wrong, to live a half-life of public condemnation and private anguish. It would be a surrender of yourself, utterly antithetical to everything Helen Burns and Miss Temple had nurtured in you. You were a woman of profound principle forged in fire, and no matter how compelling Rochester's passion, you could not become a willing participant in his perpetual deception. This wasn't merely a romantic breakup. This was an existential crisis played out in dramatic fashion. You spoke, your voice surprisingly firm, though thick with unshed tears. You acknowledged his pain, your profound sympathy for his desperate situation, but unequivocally stated your intention to leave. You gently reminded him of the laws of God, and man laws you, a principled woman, would not defy, no matter the cost, to your own heart. "Sir," you choked out, "I am not wicked. I cannot consent to be your ruin, nor your partner in sin." His desperate pleadings turned in that moment into a dangerous, dark fury. He might threaten to physically restrain you, to lock you up. He might hint at the vast loneliness that would swallow you if you left. He might argue that there were no other prospects for a governess of your appearance without money or connections, that the world would chew you up and spit you out. His arguments grew more savage, more manipulative, touching on every fear you harbored. But you stood firm, unwavering. You clung to your decision with a grim, fierce determination, knowing that your dignity, your very soul, depended upon this unbearable act of self-preservation. It was the hardest thing you'd ever had to do, to walk away from a love that seemed destined from a man who embodied everything you sought. It was like extracting your own beating heart slowly and painstakingly. You retreated to your room, preparing to make your escape. Your mind raced with practicalities, a frantic battle against the overwhelming emotional devastation. You had money, a paltry amount, a few coins given by Mrs. Fairfax from your last quarter's pay. Not enough for prolonged travel, certainly not enough for long-term survival without immediate employment. Mainstream historical fact. For an unmarried woman in Victorian society, traveling alone and without a specific destination or visible means of support was exceptionally perilous. It exposed her to social suspicion, moral judgment, and genuine physical danger, risking ruin and even prostitution due to lack of options or income. To leave Rochester meant effectively abandoning all forms of social security, safety, and respectability. You were deliberately stepping into a vortex of vulnerability, and you knew it. You dressed in your plainest, most unremarkable garments, clothes that wouldn't attract attention or suggest any lingering connection to the opulence of Thornfield. You bundled what little money you had, your old prayer book from Lowood, and a few essentials. You didn't write a farewell letter to Rochester or Mrs. Fairfax or Adele. The emotions were too raw, the pain too immense to capture in words, and perhaps a part of you hoped that if you slipped away without a trace, he would not be able to follow you. The complete erasure, the clean break, was a brutal necessity for survival. Under the deep cover of a moonless, quiet dawn, before the first servant stirred, you stole out of Thornfield Hall. Every creak of the old floorboards sounded like a gunshot, every whisper of the wind a loud farewell. You opened the large oak front door as silently as possible, letting it creak softly behind you as you stepped out into the damp, chill air. The ancient trees in the driveway stood like silent, solemn sentinels bearing witness to your heartbreaking flight. Thornfield Hall, which had held such promise, was now a tomb of shattered hopes and hidden horrors, leaving you once again utterly alone in the world. It felt less like walking out of a house and more like escaping from a gilded prison, a silent bolt snapping open on your freedom, if freedom meant profound hardship. You chose the first public coach passing by the lane. It was heading almost mercifully away from London, away from your painful associations with the North. The conductor, perhaps mildly curious at the solitary female traveler at such an early hour, offered a cursory glance before taking your small fare. You settled into the uncomfortable seat, a silent, almost invisible figure in the dim, enclosed space. As the carriage began to rumble forward steadily, picking up speed, taking you further and further from Thornfield, the enormity of your actions pressed down on you. You had burned your bridges. You had left the man you loved, perhaps the only person who had ever truly loved you, for a difficult, dangerous, and profoundly uncertain future. There was no plan beyond simple survival, no safety net, no prospects, just the open road and the vast, indifferent countryside stretching ahead. Mainstream historical fact: the open road in the 19th century was often a euphemism for extreme vulnerability for women who faced rampant poverty, the threat of destitution, or becoming targets for various predators in a society that offered little social protection. You weren't simply going on a long journey. You were venturing into a life utterly fraught with peril, a constant scramble for safety. The hours bled into a painful, grinding journey. You held your meager purse tightly, a cold, empty feeling in your stomach that was not merely hunger. As the coach wheels churned through town after town, then out into desolate stretches of countryside, you realized with growing panic that your small store of money was rapidly dwindling. The conductor called out new towns, distant landmarks, the names foreign and strange. You had to choose a destination, and quickly. Finally, the coach stopped at a crossroads in the middle of nowhere. A remote village barely visible in the gathering gloom offered a scant promise of human habitation. Your money was almost gone. You only had enough to cover your fare this far, with a mere shilling or two left over. Not even enough for a decent meal or a night's lodging. This was it. This was the moment your grand gesture of self-preservation met the raw, brutal reality of survival. A true crisis. You alighted from the coach alone and exposed. The countryside around you stretched vast and silent, a bleak moorland that offered no comfort or immediate shelter. The wind howled a mournful cry, seemingly echoing the desolation in your soul. Your worn shoes felt suddenly thin against the rough ground, your modest shawl inadequate against the growing chill. The last crumbs of hope you possessed, already strained by betrayal, felt suddenly very small. You were utterly isolated, exhausted, penniless, and deeply, terribly afraid. Your act of heroic self-sacrifice had left you on the precipice of literal destitution, and the thought that you might freeze to death or simply starve in some isolated moorland cottage seemed a cruel final irony. You might rather bitterly muse that you now truly qualified for one of Brocklehurst's charity cases, although at least then you got a uniform. And here, in the harsh indifference of the bleak moors, was where your unwavering principles had led you utterly alone, a tiny, insignificant speck against the vast, terrifying indifference of the world. The rumble of the departing coach fades into the vast, encompassing silence of the moorland, leaving you utterly, profoundly alone at a desolate crossroads. Your last few coins are gone, paid for passage to literally nowhere. The wind, which had felt crisp and invigorating just a day before, now howls with a chilling indifference, tugging at your plain dress, mocking your sudden, profound vulnerability. Above you, the sky stretches gray and ominous, mirroring the cold dread settling deep in your stomach. No sheltering roof, no familiar face, no sound but the rising wind. You've bravely sacrificed love for principle, but principle, it seems, does not pay for dinner. You begin to walk, simply putting one tired foot in front of the other, without direction, without hope. The landscape is bleak, unforgiving. Miles of low-lying heather, rocky outcrops, and sparse, gnarled trees stretch out beneath the endless gray sky. There are no friendly, welcoming signs, no charming little inns beckoning weary travelers. Just the relentless, biting wind and the ever-present sense of profound desolation. Each step feels heavier than the last. Your simple low-wood shoes, once perfectly practical, are now woefully inadequate against the damp, uneven ground. You curse the practicality of your wardrobe choices back then. A slightly more elaborate cloak with secret bread-holding pockets would have been far more sensible. Hunger begins to claw at your stomach, a gnawing, insistent ache that quickly overtakes all other sensations. You haven't eaten properly since the grim early morning meal at Thornfield hours ago. The absence of food combined with the extreme emotional stress drains your reserves rapidly. You try to conjure a memory of the luxurious wedding breakfast that almost was to quell the hunger pangs, but it's replaced by a mocking memory of burnt porridge. The irony of it all is almost comical. You chose moral rectitude over luxury, and here you are now debating the ethical implications of raiding a bird's nest for eggs. Perhaps even Grace Poole's diet wasn't as extreme as this. You pass isolated, forlorn cottages scattered far and wide like lonely teeth across the barren landscape. Each one represents a tiny, fleeting hope for refuge. You timidly approach the door of one, gathering your courage, formulating a humble request for water, for a piece of stale bread, for just a moment's shelter. But doors remain stubbornly shut. Sometimes a face peers suspiciously through a tiny window before quickly withdrawing, a shutter falling into place, firmly barring human kindness. Other times a farmer's wife, suspicious of a lone female stranger with no obvious purpose or kin, gruffly tells you there's no room for vagrants. Mainstream historical fact. The Victorian poor laws designed to curb begging and destitution created workhouses whose conditions were so appalling they were widely feared. This meant many ordinary people, fearing their own association with such unfortunates, or themselves being accused of harboring vagrants, were often extremely reluctant to offer charity to lone, seemingly destitute travelers, forcing many into the inhumane workhouse system if they could not find work. You were a walking red flag in this society, and people could sense it. The psychological toll is immense. Every rejection, every slammed door hammers another nail into the coffin of your rapidly dwindling hope. The feeling of being completely unrooted, utterly worthless, unwanted by anyone, by anything, washes over you like an icy wave. You are adrift, lost in a landscape as bleak as your future. Your intellect, once your pride, is utterly useless now. You can calculate complex equations in French, but you cannot manifest a single slice of bread. Can you teach me the theorem for finding a spare biscuit? You might bitterly muse to the wind. Days, or perhaps just long, agonizing hours, blur into a sequence of endless, exhausting trudges. Your clothes, plain as they were, are now mud-stained and torn from traversing rough ground. Your face is probably pinched, streaked with dirt, your lips cracked from thirst. Your body aches, a deep, pervasive fatigue that threatens to pull you under. You try to sleep on the ground, huddled under the shelter of a sparse hedgerow, or a stony outcrop, the damp cold seeping into your bones, shivering uncontrollably. You're trying to cling to some dignity, not wanting to become an outright beggar, but the raw animal instinct for survival begins to overwhelm all other considerations. This is where principle meets pain, and pain is generally winning. The constant gnawing hunger becomes almost hallucinatory. You start to see patterns in the clouds, faces in the rocks, sensing the subtle presence of ghosts where none exist. You vividly remember Bertha Mason's face, the primal scream. And for a moment, you wonder if this destitution is a perverse mirror of her isolation, her dehumanization a strange karmic retribution for your complicity in Rochester's secret. But no. This is simply the grinding reality of being without a penny, without a protector, without a plan. You had options when you rebelled at Gateshead. You were choosing principle here, and the price was exorbitant. You start resorting to desperate measures. You consider exchanging your handkerchief for bread at a farmer's house. You beg for potato peelings at the back of a small shop in a desolate village, enduring the disgusted glances of shopkeepers who quickly dismiss you as a vagrant. You watch animals with an unsettling envy. A hungry crow picking at crumbs, a cow munching grass, thinking how easy their existence must be compared to yours. It was a fringe belief in parts of rural England that unlucky wanderers, particularly solitary women who died on the desolate moors, had been elf-shot or fairy-struck, an inexplicable and swift demise often blamed on unseen supernatural forces, reflecting a fear of the unknown elements of the wild. Clearly you haven't been elf-shot yet, but the possibility seemed increasingly tempting over freezing to death. One day, or perhaps it was a few, you can no longer keep track of the relentless march of time. Your strength begins to completely abandon you. Your head throbs relentlessly, your vision blurs, and the world seems to tilt at strange angles. You can barely put one foot in front of the other. Your stomach, now long past the gnawing ache, has subsided into a dull, terrifying emptiness, a profound lack of energy that promises imminent collapse. You are dizzy, swaying on your feet, your body failing inch by agonizing inch. The relentless, bleak moorland stretching out before you offers no sanctuary, no hope, just the chilling certainty of impending oblivion. You reflect in a fragmented, despairing haze on how completely Lowood and even Gateshead had protected you from this level of true destitution. Even at its worst, Lowood offered warmth if fleeting and food however meager. You had clothes, shelter, a cot, a routine. Here there was nothing, only the raw, terrifying fight for basic survival. Your education, your accomplishments, your carefully nurtured principles, all meaningless now in the face of primal hunger and cold. You are literally fighting for your life, and the battle is turning quickly against you. Your thoughts drift to Helen, to Miss Temple. Would they approve of this desperation? Would they see the ultimate virtue in clinging to principle even unto death? Or would they gently, pragmatically suggest you'd overplayed your hand and simply eaten the damn potato peelings earlier? You recall Helen's profound acceptance of suffering, her belief in an eventual spiritual peace. But her suffering came with a bed, a friend by her side, a peaceful setting. This was pure, unadorned fight for a wretched scrap of physical survival. It felt far less spiritual and much more miserable. You stumble, fall to your knees, pick yourself up with excruciating effort. Your mind tells you to give up, to lie down, to surrender to the inevitable cold and darkness that offers release. It would be so easy. Just let go. No more walking, no more gnawing hunger, no more suspicion, no more shame. Your limbs refuse to obey, your breath coming in ragged gasps. This isn't a fight against an oppressor or a moral dilemma. This is a biological battle against absolute deprivation. You reach the very brink moments from succumbing. The cold numbs you, the hunger makes you lightheaded, the utter despair promises an easy escape. You collapse onto the cold ground, your body unable to continue, feeling your consciousness flicker, the world fading to gray at the edges. Just one last effort, perhaps. One last flicker of hope. Your inner resolve, though nearly spent, offers a last desperate push, a stubborn refusal to be truly defeated even now. The teachings of endurance, of resilience against suffering that had been etched into your very being at Lowood by both physical and spiritual hardship, rise up, a last defiant whisper in your almost gone soul. Just as the gray mist of unconsciousness threatens to consume you entirely, your eyes wide with dying hope discern something through the blurring vision. In the extreme distance, barely a smudge against the deepening twilight, a small dark shape. A dwelling. A flicker of light. A faint column of smoke. Unmistakable signs of human habitation. The barest, most fragile sliver of possibility appears on the desolate horizon. It is tiny, uncertain, but it is there. This was your last desperate chance. Historians still argue whether Bronte's depiction of Jane's descent into extreme poverty and vagrancy was primarily a test of her Christian faith and humility, or a sharp critique of the insufficient social safety nets and harsh class prejudices for women in 19th century Britain. Was it about Jane's character or society's flaws? Perhaps truly, it is both demonstrating that only the most unyielding of spirits could survive such absolute social abandonment. You barely breathe. Just a few more steps. The image, fragile and elusive, burns into your fading sight. Your very last reserve of strength is summoned, a desperate, raw, primal will to survive against the overwhelming indifference of the world. Just a few more steps. That faint light. Your literal last gasp of breath. The flicker of light on the distant horizon. That tiny, elusive smudge against the darkening moorland. It is less a guiding star and more a desperate last gasp hallucination for your collapsing body. But even in your utter physical depletion, a raw primal will to survive surges through you. You muster every last fragment of strength, every atom of fierce determination forged in the fires of Gateshead and Lowood. You literally crawl towards it, pulling your battered frame across the rough, damp earth. Every movement is agony, a supreme effort of sheer stubbornness. Your head throbs, your vision swims, but the light, however faint, provides an unyielding, undeniable beacon. The distance seems endless, stretching before you like a cruel, unending test. Your arms scrape your clothes, tear further, and the cold seeps deeper into your already chilled bones. You collapse, rise again, fall forward, propelled only by a desperate, guttural gasp for existence. Thoughts of Rochester, of Gateshead, of Lowood, even the lingering terror of Bertha Mason, all fade before the immediate, terrifying reality of physical survival. You are no longer Jane Eyre, principled governess. You are Jane Eyre, desperate animal clinging to the precipice of oblivion. If only sheer defiance could fuel you. Maybe if you'd known then that this was a plot device to introduce new potentially eligible men, you might have moved faster. Or bought a faster horse. Finally, agonizingly, after what feels like hours but is likely only minutes, you reach the vague outline of the dwelling. It's a small plain house, almost cottage-like, yet standing firmly against the wildness of the moor. A light gleams warm and inviting through one of its small multi-paned windows. The very thought of its warmth, its promise of shelter, sends a wave of relief through your tortured body, only to have your final strength completely desert you. You slump, not quite knocking, but slumping against the very doorpost, barely conscious, barely breathing one last pathetic cry for help, barely escaping your lips. You fade into absolute blackness, leaning against a cold, rough piece of wood. When you regain consciousness, it is a dizzying, confused process. You are still slumped against the cold wood of the door, shivering violently. A gruff voice is speaking above you, terse and suspicious. You dimly register a sturdy, formidable woman in a dark dress, Hannah, the river's housekeeper. She looks down at you with a censorious gaze, her expression a mixture of irritation and profound suspicion. She assumes you are a beggar, or worse, a vagrant come to prey upon the kindness of respectable folk. Mainstream historical fact. Attitudes towards vagrancy in the 19th century were deeply punitive, often driven by fear of crime disease and the perceived moral degeneracy of the wandering poor. The social order heavily favored fixed addresses and known identities. Those without them were often viewed with extreme distrust, forcing many genuinely destitute people to hide or face harsh penalties, such as forced labor in the workhouses. Hannah's initial reaction was the commonplace social standard. You'd probably rate quite high on a modern vagabond threat assessment scale based on appearance. She barks questions, her words a jumble of demands. Who are you? What do you want? Where do you come from? You try to speak, to explain, to plead for shelter, but your voice is a hoarse whisper, your throat too dry to articulate more than a ragged plea for help. She is unrelenting, accusing you of ill intentions, hinting that you are trying to scam your way in, to steal, to impose upon her good employers. Go away, she urges, perhaps even attempting to push you from the threshold. Her coldness, familiar in its harshness, reminds you too acutely of Mrs. Reed, of Miss Scatcherd, of every authority figure who had judged you unworthy without mercy. It makes your heart ache with a desolate loneliness even more profound than before. You were nearly dead, and even now human kindness was grudging. Then, from within the warmth of the cottage, two gentler voices emerge. Hannah, what is it? Who's at the door? A softer, cultured female voice. Two young women appear behind Hannah, concerned, drawn by the commotion. These are Diana and Mary Rivers, the eldest sisters in the household, and as you'd eventually learn, daughters of the current resident, Reverend Rivers. They are an immediate, stunning contrast to Hannah's stern vigilance. Their faces are pale, intelligent, with expressive eyes. They wear plain, sensible dresses, yet they possess an unmistakable air of cultivation and kindness. They are precisely what their plain dresses do not belie. Genuinely good-hearted, thoughtful, and remarkably discerning women. They quickly see past Hannah's suspicion, past your ragged appearance, to the undeniable desperation of your situation. They recognize that you are genuinely suffering near collapse. "Hannah, let her in!" one of them exclaims, Diana, perhaps her voice firm, overriding the housekeeper's stubborn reluctance. "She's ill, she'll freeze." Their faces, framed by quiet concern, bend over you. There's genuine compassion in their eyes, and empathy that radiates from them like the warmth of the fire from within the house. They don't know you yet. They offer you an immediate, unconditional succor. It is a moment of pure, unexpected grace. If they'd been judging your net worth, you would have scored 0, but they valued human need. Hannah grumbles, her face still pinched with disapproval, but she steps aside. Diana and Mary, despite your grime and exhaustion, carefully lift you. Their gentle hands support your weakened body as they usher you into the blissful warmth and soft lamplight of their modest sitting room. The contrast is overwhelming, from the icy, indifferent wilderness to this haven of immediate comfort. The scent of a cheerful fire, the inviting smell of tea, the low, calm murmur of their voices. It is a sensation of peace, profound and encompassing, utterly unlike any warmth you've truly felt in your entire life. It feels like landing on a distant, impossibly kind planet after eons in a harsh, cold vacuum. You're not quite sure if you're dreaming. You are given a comfortable chair by the blazing hearth, almost directly under the low murmur of conversation and light, as they quickly fetch bread, milk, and blankets. They move with quiet efficiency, attending to your needs with gentle concern. The first taste of the warm milk, thick and sweet, is profoundly restorative. It warms your frozen stomach, sliding down your parched throat like pure liquid heaven. The dry bread, simple and honest, feels like a feast. You devour it with ravenous hunger, your hands trembling. It's not just food. It's sustenance. It's life. A basic meal, yet it is far more fulfilling than any grand lost wedding breakfast. A peculiar historical tidbit is that fresh, unwatered milk was often recommended as a fortifying restorative for the sick or exhausted during this era. Forget the leeches. Sometimes simple nutrition was the actual key. You observe the sisters silently through half-closed eyelids. Their movements are graceful, unhurried, reflecting a calm order within their lives. Their faces are intelligent, contemplative, framed by their simple but elegant dark hair. Their eyes, expressive and kind, offer genuine curiosity without judgment. They embody a quiet, sincere compassion entirely different from the polite indifference of high society or the harsh charity of Lowood. There are no questions of lineage, no probing into your identity, only silent concern for your immediate suffering. You finally utterly allow yourself to succumb to the exhaustion. Wrapped in the soft, blessed warmth, nourished and safe, you sink into a deep, merciful oblivion. You wake the next morning, not to the familiar, chilling summons of the Lowood bell, but to a silence broken only by the crackle of a distant fire and the gentle murmur of voices. You're still weak, but the immediate crushing pain of cold and hunger has receded. You are in a warm bed wrapped in soft, clean linens, not your cold little bed at Lowood, or the lonely discomfort of your flight from Thornfield. A real bed. You feel a fragile, beautiful spark of hope. This place, these kind strangers, are not the demons of your past. They are genuine, unexpected angels of mercy. You could almost feel the phantom stress tension leaving your neck muscles. Over the next few days, you recover slowly. The Rivers sisters, Diana and Mary, nurse you with a compassionate attention that almost rivals Miss Temple's, though theirs is marked by a deep, almost familial intimacy. They talk to you gently, their soft, intelligent voices asking vague, general questions about your health, about your comfort, but never once directly probing your past or your identity, sensing perhaps your lingering fragility and vulnerability. They accept your carefully vague story that you have come from afar, that you have fallen on hard times, that you are without kin, without further inquiry. Their generosity extends to sharing their own simple yet fulfilling meals, reading to you, and offering comforting companionship. Their compassion is as clear and true as spring water. You begin to observe the life of the Rivers household. It is modest, intellectual, and deeply religious, but without the harsh asceticism of Brocklehurst. Their home, a parsonage which was the dwelling provided by the church for the local clergyman, is a haven of learning. Their days are filled with serious study discussions of books and philosophy, long walks on the moor, and teaching the children of the local village, some of whom board at the parsonage, reflecting their intellectual and compassionate nature. This lifestyle was common for many educated middle-class families, with limited inherited wealth in rural Victorian Britain, focused on intellectual and spiritual pursuits, rather than outward display or social climbing. You, a passionate reader and an innate scholar yourself, immediately find yourself drawn to their shared interests and the tranquil, earnest rhythm of their existence. This feels like a soft, safe version of your Lowood educational self finally fully expressed, but with family. It feels wonderfully liberating to be in a house where people don't try to lock you in attic rooms or burn your curtains. You notice the quiet, respectful atmosphere among the 3 adult siblings present. You also quickly discern that a brother is away, probably serving as a missionary somewhere hot and far from some subtle clues. Diana and Mary treat their absent brother with reverence, often speaking of his zealous dedication. Their brother St. John returns later, completing the familial trio. He is, by contrast to his sisters, strikingly handsome but severe, possessing an almost cold detachment. He is clearly intelligent, passionate, but driven by a deeply ingrained, almost consuming religious fervor, focused on a missionary calling abroad. He has reserved his expressions, rarely betraying emotion, his gaze analytical rather than empathetic. He observes you with an unsettling intensity, often watching your quiet interactions with his sisters or your contemplative moments alone. An open scholarly debate regarding the Rivers family, particularly St. John, often focuses on whether they represent an alternative path for Jane, one rooted in spiritual devotion and self-sacrifice versus romantic love and passion. Some scholars view them as genuinely good, albeit somewhat austere models of Christian virtue, while others find their religious zeal, particularly St. John's, to be almost unnerving, reflecting a rigid, demanding spiritual code that might ultimately prove as restrictive as any material ambition. Are they truly a haven, or merely a different type of confinement, subtly intellectual? As you begin to regain your full strength, a delicate balance emerges in your interaction with them. You are grateful for their shelter, for their immense unasked-for kindness, and you want to contribute to ease the burden you represent, however small. You notice their dedication to their studies and the simplicity of their lives. You offer small acts of helpfulness, mending linens, helping with dishes, quietly observing and learning their routine. You carefully manage your past, choosing not to reveal the tumultuous and scandalous events that led you to their doorstep. You introduce yourself simply as Jane Elliot, a small lie of self-preservation, shedding your surname to shed your complicated past and protect these kind strangers from any unexpected reverberations. You do this, however, not out of shame, but out of a desperate need to find quiet refuge to slowly, carefully build a new, clean life for yourself. This is your fresh start. A blank slate, however precariously written in a small, quiet, utterly benevolent new world. You were a castaway washed ashore on an island of true kindness, where dignity was given, not earned through grand social machinations or painful past revelations. Your recovery in the kind Rivers household was slow but steady, a gentle unfolding of renewed strength in the comforting quiet of the parsonage. Hannah, the initially suspicious housekeeper, eventually softened towards you, her initial brusqueness melting into a grudging, then genuine respect as she observed your quiet diligence and your tireless, unobtrusive willingness to help around the house. It's almost as if being profoundly poor and deeply quietly helpful somehow unlocked her hidden good nature. A rather ironic reward for almost dying, you might note. Diana and Mary, your true saviors, nurtured you with quiet compassion, their daily companionship a constant balm to your battered spirit. You were deeply grateful for their friendship, their profound and discerning minds, their shared passion for learning, and their unwavering kindness. This shared intellectual landscape felt like coming home in a way no physical dwelling ever had. The parsonage, with its constant rustle of pages, its thoughtful debates, and its modest, well-worn comfort, was truly a sanctuary. You taught some of the village children during the day, your pedagogical skills honed at Lowood proving invaluable. This modest employment gave you a sense of purpose and a degree of useful integration into the River's daily rhythm. It was a useful form of income and a way to gradually regain self-sufficiency without the crushing societal pressures of a governess in a wealthy household. As you settled into this tranquil new life, the intense emotional trauma of Thornfield Hall slowly receded into the background. The raw agony of Rochester's betrayal and the horrific image of Bertha Mason became less a constant searing pain and more a dull, persistent ache in your heart, like an old, faintly haunting wound. You still thought of Rochester, sometimes vividly, sometimes with a bitter ache of longing. But the intense despair lessened, replaced by a quiet, determined resilience. You clung to the practical reality of your situation, the necessity of rebuilding. Yet despite this new welcome stability, your past remained tantalizingly unresolved. Mrs. Reed's deathbed confession, the news of your paternal uncle Mr. Eyre and his lost inheritance simmered beneath the surface of your conscious thoughts. It was a huge lingering mystery, a crucial missing piece of your identity, waiting for a chance to be thoroughly investigated. The fact that your name, the simple Jane Eyre, held such profound weight was something you had only just begun to truly grasp. Who were your parents beyond just their existence as people who sadly left you an orphan? What circumstances surrounded your lost childhood? A scholarly debate here might question whether Jane's focus on lineage and inheritance is merely a Victorian plot convention, or a deeper critique of a society where self-worth and autonomy for women were so closely tied to material status, rather than inherent virtue. Was the fortune merely a convenient way for Bronte to resolve her plot, or was it a comment on the very restrictive class structure itself? Your days unfolded in a pattern of gentle learning. You learned German from Diana and Mary, immersing yourself in the subtle nuances of its grammar and pronunciation. They, in turn, honed their English, eager for the subtle linguistic exchanges your lessons provided. You spent long, peaceful hours reading. Sometimes during the quieter evenings, you would retrieve your sketchbook, a treasured possession, and draw. The rolling moorland outside, with its stark beauty, offered ample inspiration. These quiet moments of artistic expression brought you immense solace, a way to process emotions too profound for words. The arrival of St. John Rivers completed the immediate Rivers family picture. He was undeniably striking with handsome features, but possessed of an ascetic intensity that chilled you slightly. His calm demeanor, his deep-set blue eyes held a fierce, almost fanatical light, clearly indicative of a man consumed by an overpowering spiritual purpose. He was often distant, wrapped in his own zealous thoughts about his missionary work abroad, a far cry from his gentler, more compassionate sisters. He was deeply devoted to his faith, determined to spend his life serving God's greater plan, specifically in distant, potentially dangerous lands. You respected his unwavering piety, his intellect, his utter self-abnegation, but found yourself profoundly unmoved by his emotional coldness. He was admirable but not warm, like a statue carved of the purest marble, beautiful but utterly lacking in vital warmth. You'd almost think he had a no smiles, just serious soul-saving policy written on his face. St. John observed you with an unsettling intensity, often watching you unseen as you helped with chores or read. His gaze was dissecting, evaluating, almost analytical, as if he were trying to gauge your potential to determine your suitability for some unexpressed purpose. He often seemed to probe your character, asking leading questions about your resolve, your faith, your patience. This felt less like friendly curiosity and more like a systematic investigation, a personal assessment of your spiritual mettle. He was a natural-born headhunter, except his target was human souls for foreign missionary work. You just tried to behave naturally despite his somewhat piercing stare. As you became more intimately integrated into the Rivers household, absorbing their conversations and listening to the local village gossip that filtered into the parsonage, a new peculiar piece of the puzzle regarding your lost past began to fall into place. You gradually heard fragments of conversation about a long-lost connection, an old family secret, a story concerning a family with the unusual surname of Eyre. There was an aunt, a mysterious loss, whispers of money, and then a long, deep silence over it all. The locals spoke of the missing Eyre family as a fading memory, almost a local legend. The hair on your arms rose with goosebumps. Eyre, your name. The family of the long-lost benevolent uncle in Madeira. This wasn't just idle chatter. This was a direct, palpable connection to your very own elusive past, bubbling up to the surface in the quiet, unexpected confines of a small rural parsonage. You recognized a striking, undeniable familial resemblance between yourself and the Rivers siblings. Diana and Mary, though a little fairer, shared certain features with you. St. John's precise brow and the specific structure of his cheekbones were subtly reminiscent of your own. Could it be? The pieces of a cosmic puzzle which had seemed scattered to the winds of misfortune were beginning to slot into place. One evening, unable to bear the quiet agony of uncertainty, you took a risk. You saw a piece of scrap paper that St. John was about to throw away, casually doodled with an abstract design and your last name written faintly upon it. Not Jane Eyre as your own, but simply the name Eyre. The piece of paper became your anchor. Your heart hammering in your chest, you summoned your courage. It felt less like a conversation, and more like launching a small, highly important truth bomb. You approached St. John cautiously, a peculiar blend of hope and trepidation filling you. You presented the drawing. "Sir," you began, I saw this. Is this your surname, Eyre? Your voice, though carefully modulated, betrayed the immense importance of the question. You watched him trying to read his usually impassive expression. His cold, pale blue eyes, which often seemed to pierce to the very depths of your soul, now held a hint of surprise and perhaps a deeper calculation. This was it, the moment of truth. He looked at you then at the name on the paper, then back to you again. His controlled demeanor briefly fractured. He admitted that yes, Eyre was indeed the surname of a long-lost aunt, a relative whose precise connection was now distant, but recognized to their late mother. My mother's family had relations named Eyre, he conceded. Though we have long lost contact, the fortune is due from her side of the family. The details, however, are quite dry, suitable only for legal scholars or bored lawyers with too much free time. He adopted a tone of slight disinterest, perhaps still trying to conceal a deeper agitation. But his admission sent a shiver through you. It confirmed your wildest hopes and confirmed the bizarre serendipity of your arrival here. You had fallen from the sky, as it were, and landed in the bosom of your own distant, unsuspecting family. Mainstream historical fact. Large extended families were more common in the Victorian era than today, and distant cousins might exist whom one had never met. Information could often be shared only through personal visits or by lengthy delayed correspondence. The serendipitous way Jane finds her family is a cornerstone of this genre. You pressed him further, sensing the magnitude of the truth, revealing some fragments of your own story. Your given name, your childhood as an orphan with the Reeds, the story of your paternal uncle in Madeira. Slowly, cautiously, deliberately, the scattered pieces of the family puzzle began to slot into place between you and St. John, revealing the extraordinary tapestry of your connection. A strange quirk about names, then, was that sometimes people went by very casual or entirely different names, depending on their social circles. So Jane using Elliot was common, but to reveal your full name, Eyre, in this situation would be utterly monumental. Then St. John did something quite remarkable. He produced a letter from his own pocket. It was not one from Mrs. Reed's malicious hidden cache, but a recent missive from his own professional correspondence. He explained that this letter was from a solicitor, the very same solicitor from your failed wedding, Mr. Briggs, from Messrs. Briggs and Brocklehurst. Oh, the irony. This man keeps showing up everywhere you go like a bad penny, or perhaps the universe's ultimate dramatic flair. Briggs was seeking a lost heiress. Your paternal uncle, Mr. Eyre of Madeira, had recently died. He had bequeathed his entire fortune of £20,000 to his sole surviving relative, his niece, Jane Eyre. And this Mr. Briggs was seeking to locate her to legally convey the vast inheritance, £20,000. In the mid-19th century, this was an utterly staggering sum of money, enough to ensure substantial independence for generations, enough to purchase an estate, establish a large trust, and provide complete financial security. For you, the girl who once begged for potato peelings and starved on the moor, it was an unimaginable fortune, a truly life-altering windfall. This wasn't just financial comfort. This was unprecedented social mobility for a woman, allowing her an entirely new degree of autonomy and agency within society, freeing her from economic dependency and the rigid class structures of the period. You felt dizzy with the magnitude of it. You were no longer Jane Eyre, the dependent governess. You were Jane Eyre, the unexpected heiress, richer than Mr. Rochester by a long mile. You almost started to question if the stress of nearly starving had conjured this entire fantastical reality from a book you'd devoured earlier. This wasn't a pot of gold at the end of a rainbow. This was an entire gold mine in a treasure chest right at your feet in the home of strangers. The irony and the almost cosmic nature of the reveal struck you with immense force. You had stumbled almost dying onto the very doorstep of your own long-lost cousins. You had lived among them, accepted their charity, shared their lives, utterly unaware of your true relationship, utterly oblivious to the vast fortune that awaited you, brought to their very home by a stranger with a legal brief. It was the purest form of unexpected divine intervention, or rather simply incredibly convenient plot device for a book, but nonetheless exhilarating and overwhelming for you. John's countenance remained inscrutable even after this earth-shattering revelation, his primary emotion being a calculating resolve, a deep understanding of what this now meant. For him, the information was not just surprising, it was highly strategic. The fact that the search for the heiress had been conducted by Mr. Briggs, the same solicitor who had appeared at your wedding with news of Rochester's bigamy, meant a startling overlap in your otherwise separate worlds. He also had the benefit of the other news that Rochester's original marriage was still legally binding, making his past liaison even more precarious in society's eyes. A double helix of fate. You meanwhile felt a profound, exhilarating rush of newfound independence. You were not alone. You had family kind, principled people in this parsonage, and you had a fortune. This wealth, you instinctively understood, freed you not just from destitution, but from obligation, from dependency. It was the ultimate liberation. No more forced subservience. No more choosing between financial security and moral principles. You could choose love, and you could choose honesty. And this money also brought an even larger implication. It placed you on an almost equal social footing with Mr. Rochester himself. Your social disadvantage, that immense chasm that had seemed impossible to bridge, was now closed ironically by a dead uncle's thoughtful legacy. The tables, it seemed, had suddenly miraculously and utterly deliciously turned. The impoverished plain governess had now utterly and gloriously become her own mistress in every sense of the word. The revelation of your vast inheritance combined with the utterly astonishing discovery that the kind Rivers family were your very own cousins hit you with the force of a tidal wave. For a girl who had always been a solitary orphan dependent on grudging charity, the news that you possessed both bloodkin and an immense fortune was almost too much to process. Your identity, previously a simple, unadorned narrative of hardship and survival, was suddenly filled with vibrant new chapters. The parsonage, a sanctuary before, was now something more profound, a home, a true familial hearth shared with cousins who had unknowingly saved your very life. It was a kind of cosmic joke, or perhaps divine serendipity on a truly grand scale. You almost wondered if someone up there, not Mr. Brocklehurst, thankfully, had a dramatic scriptwriter's hand on your destiny. Your initial reaction was understandably one of sheer, almost delirious gratitude and profound happiness. You looked at Diana and Mary with their kind eyes and gentle intellectualism, and you knew instinctively that you loved them already, as though you had known them your entire life. St. John, while harder to read, also received the unspoken weight of your newly discovered kinship. You could feel the ancient, unbroken chain of family connecting you across generations, through lost connections and forgotten legacies. This was real. This was blood. This was belonging. Your mind, ever practical despite its poetic leanings, immediately latched onto the implications of this staggering sum, £20,000. This wasn't merely comfortable. This was truly substantial wealth. Enough to purchase several small estates, to establish a grand household, to live a life of complete independence without having to answer to anyone. You, who had once been on the brink of starvation, could now be a benefactor yourself. The knowledge was profoundly empowering, offering a dizzying sense of absolute freedom. No longer would your path be dictated by economic necessity or the whims of a grudging employer. You could choose your own destiny for perhaps the first time in your entire life. It was like finally owning your own perfectly polished set of magic keys. But true to your nature, you immediately rejected the notion of simply accumulating wealth for yourself. Your upbringing, defined by hardship and shaped by the selflessness of Helen Burns and the genuine charity of Miss Temple, had instilled in you a fierce sense of justice and communal responsibility. To simply claim this fortune for yourself while your newfound cousins lived a life of earnest intellectual modesty seemed profoundly wrong, almost selfish. Diana and Mary were clearly bright, cultured women, intellectually hungry, but economically constrained. St. John, for all his sternness, was tirelessly devoted to a selfless cause, but limited by financial means. Their very goodness and the comfort they had offered you in your utter destitution stirred a deep desire to share your immense windfall. Mainstream historical fact inheritance laws in 19th century Britain, while varied, generally favored male heirs or nearest relations in specific lines. It was a complex, sometimes arcane system, often resulting in fortunes going to distant relatives over closer but female connections, reflecting a society deeply invested in patriarchal lineage and property consolidation. However, for a designated niece as in sole surviving relative, the legal mechanisms were generally straightforward. So with a determined resolution you spoke. You declared your intention to divide the entire fortune equally among all four of you. £5,000 each. This revolutionary idea for a young woman of your experience stemmed not just from gratitude, but from a powerful sense of innate justice and perhaps a deeper philosophical understanding of the superficiality of wealth. You saw the greater worth in elevating your family and creating a shared prosperity that could empower each of you to pursue your dreams. For Diana and Mary, This sum meant an independent livelihood, no longer requiring them to become governesses or struggle for their own small futures. For St. John, it meant considerable funding for his formidable missionary work, a direct contribution to his chosen path. Your cousins Diana and Mary were utterly overwhelmed by your proposal. They listened with growing astonishment then, with tears of profound gratitude and genuine humble refusal. "No, Jane," they protested gently. "That is too generous. That is your fortune truly earned." They attempted to dissuade you, shocked by the sheer magnitude of your offer. For them, brought up in strict modest circumstances, the concept of such unexpected lavish generosity from someone so recently destitute was almost unfathomable. Their gentle arguments against accepting your overwhelming gift spoke volumes about their own selflessness and modesty. You, on the other hand, held firm. Your sense of conviction of moral correctness was stronger than ever. This was a profound act of defiance against the individualistic, self-serving accumulation of wealth so common in society. You, however, calmly but with unwavering resolve, countered their objections. You reiterated your intention, explaining that the money truly meant little to you, if it could not also provide genuine happiness and freedom for the kind people who had taken you in during your direst hour. What good is fortune, you might have argued, if one holds it alone, knowing those who offered life and kindness still strive within narrow confines? Your earnestness, your pure intentions slowly wore down their resistance. They looked at you truly, understanding the unique spirit that lay beneath your quiet exterior. It was a moment of profound acceptance and the strengthening of a rare, unconditional bond. You, the former dependent, were now offering agency to your saviors. St. John, however, was a different story entirely. His initial reaction was predictably pragmatic. He listened to your proposition with an intensity that verged on clinical calculation. His deep-set blue eyes, so rarely showing emotion, shone with a quiet, almost cold satisfaction. For him, the prospect of such a large sum of money represented direct, almost divine intervention in his life's greater calling. It was not a personal windfall, but a providential gift from God, intended to further his spiritual mission, specifically to provide for the mission field, to finance schools and chapels, to convert souls in far-off heathen lands. His primary thought, you could clearly see, was the practical implementation of these new resources for God's work. You, a keen observer, almost saw dollar signs in his eyes. Or rather, ancient coins. He clearly thought this was the divine answer to his latest fundraising efforts. He eventually consented, not with the warm, heartfelt gratitude of his sisters, but with a serious, almost stern acknowledgement of its strategic importance. He considered your proposal from a detached, almost professional standpoint, carefully evaluating the ramifications of such a large influx of capital. For St. John, human connection and personal feeling often took a back seat to profound, almost terrifying spiritual duty. His acceptance was an intellectual one, a utilitarian assessment of how your fortune could best serve his immense purpose. The period of integrating this vast fortune, of seeing its initial plans put into action, became a new foundation for your relationship with your cousins. You found immense joy in seeing Diana and Mary finally gain the freedom they deserved. They expressed plans to pursue their own intellectual interests, to study further, to live in comfort without the pressing need for constant low-paid employment. For you, this communal flourishing felt more satisfying than any individual accumulation of wealth. It reinforced your profound belief that true value lay in human connection and mutual upliftment, not in mere possession. You had truly established a family in every sense of the word, one based on choice and generosity, not just biological ties or rigid societal structures. Mainstream historical fact. While large-scale philanthropy from individual wealth was increasingly common among the new industrial rich in the Victorian era, dividing a major inheritance like this among a mixed-gender family of limited means, out of purely generous intent, was exceptionally rare. A radical departure from patriarchal inheritance patterns focused on male lineal descent. But this shared domestic bliss, this harmonious existence with your cousins, was soon pierced by the unrelenting purpose of St. John. With your new shared wealth, he saw a grander stage, a vaster mission for himself. His intense, zealous nature, previously limited by insufficient funds, was now set free, primed for boundless, unrelenting dedication to his missionary calling. You understood his immense commitment, but sensed perhaps a deeply entrenched pride, an almost ego-driven element underpinning his self-sacrificing faith. His convictions were iron, his focus unwavering. He had, as it turns out, absolutely zero chill. One quirky tidbit, perhaps relevant here during the Victorian era, enthusiasm for Christian missionary work was at a high point in Britain. Popular literature and sermons often celebrated the self-sacrifice and noble endeavors of missionaries abroad, depicting them as courageous heroes, even if their impact on local cultures was often questionable. Young, impressionable women were especially targeted for roles as missionary wives to support their husbands' spiritual quests in dangerous foreign lands. St. John, for all his sternness, embodied this powerful social ideal of relentless spiritual devotion, almost an early Christian influencer for his own time whose followers would send him funds based on his perceived sanctity and rigorous devotion. An open, scholarly debate regarding St. John's motivation centers on whether his missionary zeal is genuinely driven by a selfless and pure devotion to God's will, or whether it masks a profound psychological need for power control and escape from personal emotional attachments he views as sinful or weak. Historians still argue if his spiritual fervor is truly a calling or a sublimation of worldly ambition and personal desires, pushing him to abandon anything remotely akin to personal warmth for some abstract notion of spiritual greatness. Is he truly pious, or just incredibly emotionally stunted? You found yourself reflecting on your time with Rochester again, contrasting it sharply with St. John's severe intensity. Rochester, for all his flaws, his manipulative schemes, his undeniable secrets, was undeniably passionate, vibrant, flawed, but intensely human, prone to fits of dark humor and emotional confession. St. John, on the other hand, for all his apparent moral purity, felt like a beautifully carved, exquisitely disciplined, but ultimately cold and lifeless statue. He was all intellect and duty, very little warmth or messy, complicated passion. He might offer salvation for your soul, but certainly not a shared, messy human connection. He would give you the truth unvarnished, but no comfortable place for your feet while he gave it to you. The two men presented fundamentally opposed philosophies of life and love. You saw yourself at a crossroads again, but this time you were grounded, resolute, and in control of your own fortune, able to weigh options without the crushing burden of economic desperation. You had come far, a silent transformation from utterly helpless dependent to financially independent woman of property, her own moral compass firmly established. With the extraordinary news of your inheritance and the joyous confirmation of your Rivers cousins as family, the small parsonage transformed from a simple sanctuary into a true loving home. The £5,000 each for you, Diana and Mary, meant not just financial security, but genuine intellectual and personal freedom. It allowed Diana and Mary to cultivate their passions, to continue their studies in languages and philosophy, to live without the pressing burden of seeking low-paid governess positions. For the first time, you, Diana and Mary, embarked on pursuits simply because they nourished your minds and spirits, not because they fulfilled an economic imperative. You began planning things simply because you could not, because you must. Your relationship with Diana and Mary blossomed into a deeply enriching familial bond. They were not merely polite acquaintances or convenient rescuers. They were your sisters, intellectually curious, morally upright, and genuinely kind. You spent long, precious hours reading aloud, discussing theology, philosophy, poetry, and politics. These discussions, full of respectful debate and lively exchange, were the intellectual feasts your soul had long hungered for. They taught you German with diligent patience, and in return, you offered them insights into art and drawing. Your shared love for books and nature, your profound intellectual compatibility fostered an intimacy that felt both comfortable and incredibly stimulating. It was the harmonious family you had longed for, filled with quiet affection, shared laughter, and mutual respect. This was what belonging felt like truly, without fear of judgment or scorn. This was real family, not a complicated network of distant relations who grudgingly invited you over for awkward tea. You almost started thinking about coordinated outfits for Christmas, perhaps something subtle like matching academic spectacles. The transformation in your life was profound. You experienced a calm sense of rootedness. You had never known a deep-seated peace that settled into your very core. The daily tasks of the house, no longer a desperate attempt to earn your keep, became shared acts of cooperation and affectionate duty. The meals, though simple, were always a delight, eaten with warmth and good conversation. You helped Hannah with the chores, a cheerful assistant now, rather than a needy recipient of charity. The moorland around you, once a symbol of bleak desolation, now became a beloved landscape for long, invigorating walks with your cousins, discussions continuing as you traversed heather-clad hills and navigated winding country lanes. You finally found yourself able to process the trauma of Thornfield and Rochester more clearly, almost as an outsider looking in on a painful dramatic play. The acute pain, the searing betrayal had begun to soften with distance and the enveloping warmth of your new home. While Rochester remained a constant potent force in your thoughts, the agony of his loss now mingled with a growing strength, a newfound clarity of purpose that no longer allowed you to feel merely victimized. Your independence, bolstered by fortune and family, had finally given you the full confidence you needed to not be overwhelmed by your personal heartbreak. However, the powerful presence of St. John Rivers was also an undeniable force in the household. While his sisters possessed a gentle warmth, St. John was to you a cold, intense fire perpetually burning with the solitary zeal of his spiritual calling. He was intellectually brilliant, his logical mind as sharp and incisive as a surgeon's scalpel. He read voraciously, studied theology with profound dedication, and spoke with an unnerving, single-minded focus on his missionary work in India. His dedication to his spiritual purpose was admirable, certainly, but his complete detachment from emotional expression, his apparent imperviousness to joy or simple affection, chilled you slightly. He was the purest example of duty personified, a moral engine, rather than a warm, breathing human. It felt like watching an immensely powerful but extremely unromantic spiritual robot. He continued to study you with a dispassionate, almost analytical gaze. He observed your habits, noted your talents, questioned your deepest beliefs. His inquiries, initially subtle, became more direct, always leading to the same general theme: what was your purpose? What was your ultimate devotion? He sought to probe your character, perhaps searching for suitable attributes for a life of selfless, austere missionary work. He often spoke to you of duty, of sacrifice, of the ephemeral nature of worldly passions, all subjects designed to test your mettle, to gauge your suitability for a far harsher, far more spiritually rigorous path than the domestic quiet of the parsonage. You instinctively understood that he saw in you a potential asset for his mission, a tool for a greater purpose. A truly frightening notion to be recruited for, almost like being scouted for an extremely arduous spiritual Olympics. He praised your industry, your intelligence, your capacity for endurance. He noted your diligence in teaching the village children, observing your natural pedagogical talents. He admired your quiet strength, recognizing your resilience against hardship. But his compliments were less about personal appreciation and more about a strategic assessment of your capabilities. "You have gifts, Jane," he might say, "that should be used for a higher calling." You appreciated the acknowledgement of your talents, but often longed for the warmth of personal admiration, not the cool, calculating assessment of a zealous strategist. He also annoyingly always had perfectly formed, highly principled thoughts, unlike your own often chaotic and passionate internal debates. Mainstream historical fact. Christian missionary work in India, particularly during the mid-19th century, was driven by strong evangelical fervor. Missionaries faced formidable challenges, disease, cultural differences, and often dangerous conditions with long periods of isolation. Missionary wives were essential partners, expected to be pious, resilient, educated to teach or help translate, and willing to endure significant hardship and cultural displacement. Their role was critical in maintaining social order among the small colonial European communities and supporting their husbands' efforts. For someone like St. John, such a marriage was clearly a practical and spiritual alliance, not a matter of romantic love. You can imagine a spreadsheet in his head, carefully calculating the assets of a future spouse. Patience excellent, resilience high, French language skills useful, emotional vulnerability dangerously high but perhaps manageable. One quirky historical detail, possibly of little consequence but worth mentioning for flavor. Many missionary families sent dispatches, long letters back to supporters in England detailing their struggles and small victories, often with vivid, sometimes sensationalized descriptions of native cultures, hoping to raise funds and further engagement from their local parishes. St. John would certainly have been writing a prodigious volume of these, each one drier than the last, unless perhaps he described some rather dramatic and slightly embellished tropical insect encounters that would be truly thrilling. An open scholarly debate focuses on the inherent conflicts within St. John's character. Some scholars view his relentless spiritual drive as truly admirable, embodying a selfless devotion to God, and see his pursuit of Jane as a pragmatic choice for a capable partner in a higher purpose. Others argue that his absolute suppression of human passion and his emotionally detached demeanor reflect a profound psychological and moral imbalance, transforming religious devotion into a rigid, almost fanatical ambition that ultimately renders him incapable of true human love or compassion. Is his drive heavenly or merely an intellectual, almost scientific approach to salvation? You are in the rather unique position to feel this fundamental philosophical difference not just academically but in the most profoundly personal way. You valued devotion, yes, but you craved human passion and flawed, vibrant intimacy, not spiritual austerity and stoic control. His inquiries, his increasingly explicit scrutiny of your soul, soon revealed his true intention, however subtly expressed. He began to propose in careful, methodical terms that you were destined for a different path, a higher calling, one directly linked to his own. He spoke of India, of the countless souls to be saved, of the profound suffering awaiting Christian workers in distant lands. And he saw you, Jane Eyre, as the ideal partner for such an austere, challenging life. It was becoming clear that St. John intended to ask you to marry him not out of passion or romantic inclination, or a burning emotional desire for you, but out of a stark logical assessment of your suitability as a missionary wife. He sought a helpmate, a dedicated, resilient, intellectually capable partner who would assist him unflinchingly in his selfless labor, capable of managing households and children, enduring hardship and disease without complaint, utterly subsuming her own desires for the sake of his holy cause. His vision of a shared future with you was entirely devoid of any human affection, any warmth, any tender passion. It was a utilitarian contract, a pious partnership for God's work, utterly lacking in the raw, messy, powerful emotions you had so recently experienced with Rochester. He viewed it less as a sacred union and more as a joint venture agreement. He would almost be taking you on a spiritual business trip for eternity. The sheer paradox was striking. One man, Rochester, had loved you with a fierce, flawed, profoundly human passion, tainted by lies and legal impossibilities. The other man, St. John, offered a virtuous, logical, unblemished, legally sound spiritual union, but devoid of any tender affection, proposing a life of profound self-sacrifice in a desolate foreign land, offering no personal solace. Your life had brought you to two wildly different, utterly opposing paths, both offering different forms of entanglement. You had exchanged one potential imprisonment of social convention and compromised morals with Rochester for another potential entrapment of spiritual austerity and emotionally barren duty with St. John. Both asked for a form of immense self-sacrifice, but for vastly different reasons. The profound choice before you was quickly taking shape, and it was perhaps the most crucial decision you would ever face. Your mind reeled at the impossibility of it. The air felt charged with unspoken futures waiting to be chosen. The newfound comfort of the Rivers household, once a profound haven, now became the very crucible of your next great challenge. For all the solace of Diana and Mary's companionship, and the surprising security of your newfound fortune, St. John Rivers was a constant, formidable presence, his unwavering intensity, an almost tangible force in the quiet parsonage. His zeal, which had previously been confined by a lack of funds, was now boundless, propelled by your substantial inheritance. You had effectively endowed his grand mission, providing him with a platform for truly significant work, and that it turned out brought its own peculiar set of demands. St. John continued to observe you with the dispassionate scrutiny of a scientist examining a specimen. His pale, ascetic face betrayed little emotion, but his deep-set blue eyes, cold and piercing, seemed to strip away layers of your composure, peering into the very core of your character. He meticulously assessed your diligence, your intellect, your capacity for endurance. He noted your quick grasp of languages, your patience with the village children during lessons, and your innate resilience in the face of past suffering. He often brought you into his study, sitting at his large, imposing desk, maps of India spread out before him. He'd point to distant, unpronounceable locations, describing the dire need for Christian conversion, the suffering of souls in heathen lands, the immense challenges and privations of missionary life. He spoke of starvation, of disease, of isolation, and often of death. This was not a sales pitch. This was a stern enumeration of the grim realities, presented with a chillingly objective detachment, as if reading from a dry manual on spiritual warfare. You found yourself wondering if he included extreme boredom during meetings as one of the key trials of his mission. He began with increasing frequency to turn these discussions towards your own life, your capabilities, and your ultimate purpose. He would talk about the ephemeral nature of worldly possessions, even the precious gift of your new fortune. He'd emphasize the transient nature of earthly love and the paramount importance of divine duty. His voice, usually modulated and calm, would acquire an almost hypnotic intensity as he painted vivid, uncompromising pictures of self-sacrifice. He believed in absolute dedication, the entire submersion of the individual will, into the will of God without question, without doubt. He made it very clear that he viewed true faith as requiring total surrender, and your future Jane Eyre was meant to be an instrument of God's divine plan as channeled directly through him. His words always centered on the same insistent question: what is your deepest devotion? Jane, are you prepared to truly serve a higher calling? He wasn't inquiring about your hopes or passions. He was gauging your spiritual ambition, testing the limits of your moral courage, probing your capacity for extreme self-denial. He was quite simply evaluating your potential as a missionary partner, and you felt increasingly like a candidate being interviewed for a position whose job description sounded like a cross between a nurse, a teacher, a spiritual accountant, and a human shield. One afternoon, sitting alone in his study after dismissing his sister, St. John finally came to the point, laying out his austere proposal. He rose, walked to the window, and stared out at the barren moors as if seeking divine inspiration in the gray distance. His voice, though still calm, was imbued with an undeniable, almost terrifying resolve. He didn't drop to one knee, certainly no romantic fervor, no fervent declaration of love. Instead, he presented his proposition as a logical, inescapable conclusion drawn from his meticulous analysis of your character and his life's holy purpose. Jane, he began, his voice flat, emotionless, you have a robust constitution, capable intellect, a pious heart, and the necessary discipline to endure hardship. I am destined for the missionary field in India. God's will is clear. I am meant to go forth and gather souls. I need a partner, a true helpmate, one utterly dedicated to the same selfless cause. My mission demands a capable wife who will serve as a diligent superintendent of my work, a fellow laborer, capable of teaching and guiding, unwavering in her commitment. My path allows no place for weak sentiment or worldly passion. He turned from the window, his gaze settling upon you, chilling in its clarity. Therefore, he continued, I ask you to be my wife, to come to India with me, to join me in this sacred work, not as a source of earthly happiness, for that I do not offer, but as a steadfast, virtuous colleague, a co-laborer for God's kingdom. His proposition was less a burning invitation and more a cold, inescapable command. It was a union not of hearts but of hands and souls, utterly dedicated to a purpose that entirely subsumed personal desire. You almost heard him thinking about your excellent cost-per-benefit ratio as a dutiful, unwavering missionary spouse. He outlined the precise role he envisioned for you. You would oversee his native schools, teaching Christian tenets, managing the mission household, ministering to the sick. It was a rigorous, profoundly unromantic prospectus for marriage. He made it brutally clear that romantic love had no place in his calling, that such a worldly emotion would only hinder his pursuit of spiritual glory. His marriage, if it were to happen, would be a union of intellect and duty of purpose and pious self-denial. He spoke as if romantic love was simply a form of inefficient attachment, or perhaps an entirely optional accessory, like a particularly uncomfortable hat. This was precisely what you feared: a marriage without love, a life without genuine passion. It was a fate you recognized on a spiritual level as equally crushing as living a life of sin with Rochester, despite the stark difference in moral valence. You yearned for genuine connection, a passionate, emotional bond. Rochester, for all his flaws and his hidden burdens, had awakened that profound desire within you. St. John offered you cold rectitude, duty, salvation, but never human warmth. It was the absolute, total, crushing negation of personal identity, the complete obliteration of Jane Eyre, in service to St. John River's monumental spiritual ambition. Mainstream historical fact. While there were cases of marriages of convenience, even for missionary work, it was more commonly understood that missionaries would marry for both shared spiritual conviction and the establishment of a traditional nuclear family structure for stability and outreach in often challenging foreign environments. For St. John, though, it's clear his priority was wholly divine efficiency over emotional fulfillment. You responded torn between awe for his profound devotion and repulsion at his emotional frigidity. You recognized his towering intellect and his relentless spirit, but you saw too his coldness, his rigid emotional repression. You admired his moral uprightness, but feared the stifling effects of his unyielding zeal. You spoke of your gratitude for his kindness, your deep respect for his mission, but you tried to gently articulate your deepest reservations, that a marriage for you must be rooted in mutual affection, a genuine tenderness of spirit, not merely duty and intellect. St. John listened unmoving, his expression implacable. He dismissed your pleas for affection as mere worldly sentiment, weakness of the flesh, distractions from a higher purpose. He argued that your own spiritual nature demanded this path, that you were destined for self-sacrifice, and that to choose anything less would be a betrayal of your inherent piety, your Christian duty. He began to apply relentless psychological pressure, appealing directly to your conscience, reminding you of the spiritual benefits of this sacrifice, even subtly hinting that to deny his request would be to deny God's divine purpose for you. It was emotional blackmail wrapped in a neat, pious ribbon, very effective if you happen to already be grappling with deep existential questions about divine purpose. His arguments intensified. He emphasized the enormity of his mission, the thousands of souls waiting for salvation. He pointed out your skills, your education, how perfectly they aligned with the needs of a missionary wife. He described your inherent virtues, your discipline, your resilience, your quiet self-possession, as precisely the qualities God required for this arduous calling. He offered no joy, only purpose, no love, only duty, a contract to save souls signed and sealed with utter self-denial. Think of the greater good, Jane. He might intone his voice an insistent whisper. Think of eternity, not mere passing desires. He truly believes he is doing God's work, which is the most unsettling part. His lack of empathy is genuinely divinely justified in his own mind. He was like a spiritual bulldozer. He held up Helen Burns as an exemplar, drawing a cruel parallel between her enduring spiritual patience and the selfless path he now laid out for you. Helen would have understood, he might suggest, knowing your profound reverence for your deceased friend. She understood sacrifice. This twisted appropriation of Helen's memory, implying that her quiet endurance of hardship was an argument for your unloving union with St. John, wounded you deeply. Helen, you knew, had embraced suffering with spiritual resignation, but she had also offered you profound tenderness and acceptance. St. John offered a desiccated spiritual partnership devoid of any genuine human warmth. A quirky literary detail was that St. John's emotional coldness and relentless pressure made him to many contemporary readers a subtly terrifying figure, embodying a less obvious but equally profound tyranny than Mr. Rochester's forcing Jane into an agonizing moral choice between spiritual fulfillment and passionate love. One was hellfire, the other an emotional deep freeze. Take your pick. An open scholarly debate often discusses the degree to which St. John's proposal is a genuinely benevolent attempt to bring Jane to a higher spiritual path versus a highly coercive and self-serving act that primarily serves his own ambitions while completely negating Jane's individuality and right to emotional fulfillment. Historians still argue whether Bronte intends him to be seen as a flawed saint or a subtle villain who seeks to control others for his own religiously driven power. Was his pursuit of Jane a spiritual courtship or a strategic recruitment? You were caught in an agonizing moral dilemma. To deny him a man of God, a devoted soul, seemed like a profound sin. To choose worldly affection over eternal salvation felt selfish, even wicked. His arguments, however devoid of warmth, were compelling on a purely intellectual and spiritual level, rooted in a deep sense of Christian duty that resonated with the Lowood teachings ingrained in your heart. You recognized the nobility of his goal, the immense sacrifice he had truly already made in his own life. His life had no compromise, no softness, but your heart yearned for more, for that messy, complicated, profoundly human connection that Rochester in all his damaged glory represented. As the proposal hung in the air, a spiritual battle raged within you. You paced your small room at night, consumed by doubt, examining your own conscience, fearing you were being weak, selfish. But each time you imagined that future, a life of bleak austerity with St. John, a marriage of principle without passion, a profound cold dread would sweep over you, telling you that this was not your true path. You would wither, diminish, become a spiritual drone. It was an intellectual torture that seemed far worse than physical deprivation. You were, after all, human, and human passions you instinctively knew were a source of true joy, not merely a sin to be vanquished. You had gained so much autonomy only to find yourself cornered by a demanding, almost cruel moral demand for absolute subservience. This felt like trading one prison for another, even if this one was dressed up in noble, pious rhetoric. The struggle was not over. It had only just truly begun. St. John Rivers' austere proposal, his insistence on a marriage devoid of human passion for the sake of spiritual duty, became the grinding torment of your days at the parsonage. His cold, analytical arguments weighed heavily on your conscience, clashing with the desperate yearnings of your heart. He wielded spiritual conviction like a weapon, systematically dismantling your desires for affection, painting them as mere worldly attachments, weaknesses that would hinder a higher purpose. You felt caught between an insurmountable moral imperative and your innate human need for love and connection, both pulling you in profoundly opposite directions. It was a cruel choice, like being asked to pick between a highly principled but utterly bland salad and a spectacularly delicious but ethically questionable triple chocolate cake. He pursued you with relentless methodical persuasion, never raising his voice, never overtly expressing anger, but his icy resolve was far more chilling than any tantrum. He argued logically, passionately for the profound spiritual value of self-sacrifice, for the salvation of heathen souls, for the fleeting nature of all earthly desires. He cited scripture, drawing direct parallels between your inherent strength and discipline, and the qualities essential for a missionary wife. He would corner you with seemingly innocent questions, but every inquiry was designed to probe your spiritual weak points, to subtly expose what he deemed as your insufficient piety. "Do you think of your own comforts, Jane?" he might calmly ask, "more than of the countless souls who thirst for salvation?" His serene expression belied the incredible psychological pressure he exerted, turning every conversation into an excruciating moral examination. He was the most subtle, yet utterly relentless form of emotional interrogator you had ever encountered. He painted vivid, stark pictures of missionary life in India, the poverty, the disease, the isolation, the constant demand for selfless toil, the unwavering faith required. He emphasized the ultimate glory of martyrdom, the immense reward in the afterlife for those who dedicated their lives completely to God. He believed you, with your fortitude forged in Lowood's hardships, and your resilient nature, were uniquely suited for such an arduous path. He presented it less as a shared journey, and more as a spiritual enlistment with you, as his highly capable, eminently efficient co-captain. The personal cost was utterly beside the point for him. The gain was immeasurable, heavenly, eternal. A mainstream historical fact. The zeal for missionary work, particularly from evangelical denominations in Victorian Britain, led many men and women to dedicate their lives to foreign missions, genuinely believing they were fulfilling a divine calling, even while grappling with harsh realities on the ground, high mortality rates and significant cultural barriers to conversion. You found yourself constantly battling him, not outwardly in shouting matches, but inwardly a silent war of conviction. You struggled to articulate why your principles demanded affection in a marriage, why mere duty felt like a prison. He saw no value in personal fulfillment, no sacredness in mutual tender love. He preached only self-denial and unwavering service. You saw in his passion a profound integrity, certainly, but also an unsettling blindness, a rigid suppression of human emotion that for you rendered him incapable of true intimacy, of the vibrant, complicated exchange you desperately craved. He could talk all day about theological frameworks, but could he genuinely share a secret longing, a silly joke? Probably not. You couldn't imagine giggling with him by the fire. He was an embodiment of icy, magnificent reason, and you, for all your intellect, yearned for warm, illogical passion. This intellectual and spiritual battle raged, a private torment played out in the otherwise peaceful parsonage. You sought comfort and counsel from Diana and Mary, your sisters and true confidants. You explained your dilemma to them, your anguish at St. John's relentless pressure, and your desperate yearning for a different kind of life, one grounded in a true, passionate human love. Diana and Mary, gentle but discerning, listened with deep empathy. They loved their brother, recognized his admirable devotion, but they also understood his emotional coldness, his peculiar ambition, and the dangerous unsuitability of such a marriage of principle for your vibrant, passionate nature. They intuitively sensed what you expressed, that it would be a spiritual death for you to embark on a joyless, loveless, arduous life in a foreign land. They gently advised you, their soft voices, a quiet counterpoint to St. John's relentless rhetoric. They subtly encouraged you to hold firm to your heart's true desire, validating your yearning for love and mutual affection. They understood that you possessed a rich, complex emotional life, and that St. John's rigid worldview would inevitably stifle and ultimately destroy it. Their support, offered quietly but with firm conviction, became your lifeline in the agonizing internal conflict. They were in essence your quiet cheerleaders against a forced spiritual asceticism. But St. John was unrelenting. He appealed to your duty, to your moral conscience, to your deepest sense of right and wrong, even to your faith in God, trying to paint your denial as a weakness, a sin. He was not overtly cruel, but his unyielding spiritual intensity became a kind of subtle mental torture, slowly wearing down your resolve. You almost began to waver, exhausted by his constant moral siege, fearing you were selfish, weak, unworthy. His appeals felt so right, so morally pure, so eternally sanctioned, that your human yearnings seemed insignificant in comparison. It was less of a debate and more a religious conquest of your soul. One particular evening, You sat alone in your room, tormented by his arguments. The future he presented, a life of endless self-denial, loomed before you like a gray, barren desert, without solace, without warmth. The alternative, a life spent longing for a love with Rochester that seemed impossible and sinful, felt equally untenable. You felt utterly alone again, as lost as you had been on the moor, but this time the desolation was of the spirit, not of the body. You found yourself wondering if happiness, true contentment, was simply not meant for someone like you, destined forever to be torn between conflicting principles and impossible desires. You started to feel as though you were stuck in an existential holding pattern, constantly buffeted by opposing winds. In desperation, you turned, as you always did in moments of profound anguish, to a higher power, to that quiet, persistent spiritual connection Helen Burns had taught you. You fell to your knees, offering up a silent, fervent prayer. Not for escape, but for clarity, for guidance, for strength, to show you the right path, the one that honored your conscience but did not crush your soul. It was a plea for divine intervention, a last-ditch effort against the insidious mental siege St. John had mounted. A quirky belief prevalent in parts of England, especially in deeply religious rural communities, was that sincere, unadulterated prayer, in a moment of extreme distress, could open a direct channel to divine revelation, sometimes accompanied by audible guidance or spiritual visions. You were desperately hoping for an angelic chorus, or at least a very clear text message from above. As you knelt there, heart-pounding, utterly desperate, a sound broke the oppressive silence of the parsonage. It was faint at first, barely a whisper carried on the wind, but undeniably clear, unmistakably resonant. A voice. It was Mr. Rochester's voice, calling your name. Jane, Jane, Jane. It was impossible. He was hundreds of miles away. It could only be a trick of your exhausted mind, a delusion, a yearning echo of your tortured soul. Yet the voice was utterly clear, distinct, deeply familiar, filled with a desperate, poignant longing. It resonated with the precise intonation of his true emotional core, not his social facade. It was not a hallucination of sight or smell, but a clear, direct, unmistakable sound, as real as the blood thrumming in your veins. You were Jane Eyre. You heard him. The power of his mental anguish, his fervent need, had apparently traveled across time and space, bypassing every known scientific and physical boundary to find you in your hour of agonizing dilemma. You, for all your logical education, found yourself in a moment of genuine, profound, mystical communion. You almost wondered if your love was now so strong it had discovered some form of transdimensional telegraphy. You staggered to your feet, lightheaded, disbelieving yet overwhelmingly convinced of the veracity of the sound. The choice, the moral agony, evaporated in the face of this startling, undeniable, impossible call. Rochester was alive. He needed you. He was reaching for you, reaching across the miles, his passion cutting through the very fabric of existence. Your mind reeled, but your heart soared. The austere path with St. John, so logical, so pure, suddenly felt utterly impossible, cold, empty, a cruel negation of your deepest desires. The world, so filled with rigid rules, was now fractured by an undeniable personal miracle. This spiritual moment was not an abstract divine pronouncement, but a concrete, personal, deeply emotional call to your soul. This was the exact antithesis to St. John's dry sermons on divine purpose. This was a wild, almost reckless display of pure human connection, a passionate answer to his cold spiritual dictates. It utterly changed everything. You turned to St. John, who seemed momentarily bewildered by your sudden transformation from exhausted resignation to burning, intense resolution. I am leaving, St. John. You declared, your voice ringing with an authority and a certainty he couldn't penetrate. I am going to find Mr. Rochester. I must know what has happened to him. Your decision, previously tormented by doubt, was now clear, immediate, and utterly compelling. It wasn't logic that led you, but something far more primal, a powerful spiritual and emotional current pulling you irresistibly back to Thornfield, to the man whose desperate cry for you had shattered the silence. An open scholarly debate continues whether this moment of supernatural calling is meant to be interpreted literally by readers as a paranormal event or as a powerful literary device representing Jane's deep psychological bond with Rochester and her ultimate decision to prioritize human connection and passion over austere religious duty and social convention. Does Jane actually hear him, or is it her own yearning externalized? The confrontation was quick, fierce. St. John, astonished by your sudden, unwavering conviction, tried to dissuade you to use his moral arguments, but they felt utterly hollow in the face of this overwhelming, impossible sign. Your heart had chosen, and with that choice, your path was clear. You were leaving the safe harbor of the parsonage, leaving your kind cousins to plunge back into the perilous uncertainty of Thornfield, propelled by a desperate hope and a profound, unquestioning conviction that Rochester needed you. You almost forgot your earlier agonizing despair, now replaced by this single burning imperative. Your journey had truly reached its turning point, irrevocably set towards an unknown fate with a man whose soul cried out to yours. That incredible, impossible sound, Mr. Rochester's voice crying your name across hundreds of miles, utterly shattered the long, agonizing torment of St. John's proposal. The air, which moments before had been heavy with his ascetic arguments, now crackled with a dizzying, thrilling urgency. All of St. John's cold logic, his calculated demands for spiritual submission, dissolved like mist in the face of this profound, inexplicable phenomenon. Your heart once again chose its own path, defiant of every earthly constraint. This wasn't mere instinct. This felt like a primal, undeniable connection that transcended all known laws of physics and common sense. It was the ultimate long-distance relationship, literally, and Rochester clearly believed in showing up for his calls. You barely paused for breath before declaring your decision to St. John. The moment you spoke, the heavy weight of doubt lifted. "I must go," you insisted. "I must find him." Your conviction was unshakable, a sudden surge of resolution that utterly stunned him. He attempted in his usual calm, logical way to dissuade you, to bring you back to the sensible path of duty and self-denial. He painted pictures of the dangers of returning to Rochester, emphasizing his moral failings, his legal bond to a madwoman. He reiterated the scandal, the sin. But his words, however reasoned, simply bounced off the impenetrable shield of your certainty. What was sin and scandal compared to the profound spiritual communication you had just experienced? He probably still considered the call less important than, say, a nicely formatted missionary fundraising spreadsheet. But you definitely did not. You prepared for your departure with a rapid, almost frantic energy. Diana and Mary, though sad to see you go, offered quiet support, their soft eyes reflecting understanding and concern for your precipitous departure. They, unlike St. John, intuitively understood the heart's illogical compulsions, sensing the true and powerful love that pulled you. They likely shared private worries amongst themselves, but they held them back from you, respecting your unwavering purpose. You explained only vaguely your profound intuition that Rochester was in trouble, that he needed you, but never spoke of the disembodied voice. That was a secret for your heart alone, too precious and impossible to share. Your fortune, the vast £20,000 you had so recently discovered, now became your most critical enabler. You arranged to access a portion of it quickly, a testament to your newfound independence and financial agency. You needed cash, immediate funds to facilitate your hurried departure, to hire horses and post-chaises to rush back to Thornfield. This money, once simply a welcome symbol of liberation, was now a crucial practical tool, allowing you to bypass the usual constraints of your gender and class. Mainstream historical fact. For a woman in Victorian England, having direct control over a large personal fortune offered an almost unprecedented degree of freedom from patriarchal constraints. It allowed independence from marriage, from employers, and the ability to travel and pursue passions, providing an autonomy that was extremely rare for women in that era, making Jane's inheritance almost a superpower in the context of her time. It means you could ride without waiting for the whim of a stagecoach schedule or the dictates of others. The ride back to Thornfield Hall was long, arduous, and consumed by a whirlwind of anxiety and anticipation. The hours felt like an eternity, each mile blurring into the next as the landscape passed in a relentless rush. Your mind raced with a terrifying mix of hopes and fears. What would you find there, had Rochester truly called to you? What trouble had befallen him? Had something happened to Bertha? Had he truly missed you so much that his desperate need had manifested in this otherworldly fashion? The questions gnawed at you, amplifying the frantic rhythm of the horse's hooves. You practically begged the coachman to increase his speed, throwing money at him with a reckless abandon you never would have displayed before, driven by an urgency that overshadowed all common sense. You had traded spiritual asceticism for vehicular speed and mild panic. As you finally approached the familiar landmarks of Thornfield Hall, your heart began to thrum with a heavy, dread-filled certainty. The air, even before you saw it, seemed different, heavy, stifling. The usual quiet murmur of the estate, however unsettling, was gone, replaced by an eerie, profound silence. The closer you came, the stronger this sense of impending doom grew. Your mind tried to rationalize to hope against hope that you were mistaken, that it was merely your anxieties playing tricks on your senses. But the signs, though subtle at first, became horrifyingly explicit. You could see it now through the distant trees, the silhouette of Thornfield Hall against the afternoon sky. But it was not whole. Where the third story should have stood solid and imposing was a gaping, blackened chasm, a charred shell, a smoking ruin. The imposing roofline was ragged, and broken twisted timbers silhouetted against the sky like skeletal fingers clawing at the heavens. A terrifying plume of smoke, a lingering phantom, curled faintly upwards, diffusing into the indifferent air. It was a ghastly, horrifying sight, a profound image of utter destruction that left you breathless with a shock far beyond simple comprehension. It was a stark, literal, dramatic illustration of all your suppressed fears finally externalized. The carriage drew closer, revealing more devastating details. The once pristine facade was scarred and blackened. Windows were shattered, gaping like vacant eyes. Scaffolding grim and provisional hinted at a desperate, belated attempt to secure what remained. It was a desolate ruin, a magnificent monument to grandiosity now utterly annihilated. The very foundations which had harbored so many dark secrets were now themselves exposed, rendered tragically public by the ravenous appetite of the flames. It was worse than anything you could have possibly imagined. The destruction felt deliberate, personal, almost an act of divine judgment. Mainstream historical fact. Large isolated country houses, while beautiful, were often incredibly vulnerable to fire due to their reliance on numerous fireplaces, candles, and often less secure construction than later periods. Losing an ancestral seat to fire, as had occasionally occurred in England's history, was a profound social and economic disaster for aristocratic families, representing the literal destruction of their legacy. You stopped the coachman some distance away, unable to bear the closer proximity to such raw devastation. You stepped out, your legs trembling, the enormity of the destruction paralyzing you. You heard with a dreadful certainty that the call Rochester had uttered, the urgent cry across the miles, was not simply of emotional yearning, but of terrible, desperate physical need. It was the cry of a man caught in literal flames. This was not simply a metaphor for his tortured soul. It was his agonizing reality. Your mind leaped immediately to Mr. Rochester. Was he caught in the fire? Had he escaped? And what of Adele, Mrs. Fairfax, the household? Your fears escalated, a sickening wave of possibilities washing over you, each more dreadful than the last. But predominantly his specific name, that familiar rasp of his voice from your ghostly telepathic message, reverberated through your heart, demanding you find him. Was this the fulfillment of your ill-omened dreams of him standing forlorn and disfigured among the ruins? You had to know. Despite your shaking limbs and racing heart, you forced yourself to approach the remains of the house, to gather fragments of news from the silent, grim-faced villagers who still occasionally peered at the ruin. Their expressions confirmed your fears. They offered hushed whispers of tragedy, of something terrible. No one seemed willing to meet your gaze directly. Their quiet nods and solemn faces confirmed your unspoken dread. This wasn't simply an empty shell. It was a ghost of its former self, filled with spectral presences, perhaps even literal ash. A truly peculiar literary trope about ruined buildings, then, was the idea of their memories clinging to their burned-out shells, becoming actual spirits that resided within almost as historical archivists. So if Thornfield was ruined, you might indeed meet a few melancholic ghosts. The narrative from the villagers, delivered in hushed, fragmented tones, was a chilling confirmation of your worst fears, and a shocking final culmination of the dark secret that had festered within Thornfield. The fire, you learned, had occurred on the night of the previous harvest months ago. Bertha Mason had set the house ablaze. The villagers described the terrifying scene, the screams from the upper stories, the terrifying red glow of the inferno against the night sky, the horrifying realization that the mansion, this venerable symbol of the area, was being consumed by internal fury. Mainstream historical fact. Intentional fires were tragically common among those suffering from pyromania, which, though not formally defined, was understood by some as a mental affliction linked to impulsive, often violent, and self-destructive acts, and considered by many as a dangerous aspect of unchecked madness, often viewed as a literal evil. Bertha's acts, extreme as they were, reflected real-world concerns about the volatility of hidden mental illness. They recounted Mr. Rochester's valiant, desperate attempt to save his confined, insane wife. He had climbed to the third story, battled his way through the inferno, forcing open the heavily barricaded door to her room, grappling with the infernal heat and choking smoke. He had managed to seize Bertha, but she, in a last paroxysm of uncontrollable rage, had fought him violently. He had desperately tried to carry her out, but she had lunged her monstrous inhuman strength, forcing her free, throwing herself off the battlements of the burning house. She plummeted to her death, destroying herself completely, rather than being taken. The grim finale to a life of tortured confinement. And Rochester, he caught in the devastating inferno, had tried desperately to escape to save what he could. But he was caught in the inferno, barely escaping the blazing ruins. He sustained terrible injuries. His face, his hands, they were horribly disfigured by the flames. Worse, far worse, he was blind. He had lost his sight trying to save her, the wife, who embodied his deepest misery in an act of profound futile heroism and self-immolation. He had been rendered utterly helpless, irrevocably scarred by the final explosive consequence of his decades-long secret. You swallowed a raw gasp. The man you had known, passionate, strong, broodingly compelling, was now a sightless, disfigured wreck. You felt like someone had physically emptied the breath from your lungs. His call for you now resonated with an even more agonizing pathos, the literal cry of a man caught in darkness. The news about Adele was a faint mercy. She had been safe in a boarding school in London, having left Thornfield before the fire erupted, an incredibly lucky escape from this family disaster. Mrs. Fairfax, too, was safe, relocated elsewhere by his instructions. This meant you only had to absorb the devastation of his state, not hers, which, given the present agony, was at least one tiny shred of blessed relief. A chilling, tragic quirk, it was believed that melancholia, depression, and madness could sometimes lead to sudden, impulsive acts like arson. Bertha's final suicidal act could have been seen in parts of Victorian culture as a culmination of such despair, not merely simple pyromania, but the last gasp of an utterly tortured, unredeemable soul. This is not quite sympathy for her, but a contextualization of the horrifying. The news was a profound shock, eclipsing all previous heartbreaks and betrayals. The man who was once so powerful, so compelling, now lay irrevocably changed, broken. His arrogance, his strength, his magnificent presence, all consumed by the inferno he had so long fought to contain. He was utterly ruined physically and emotionally. The thought was unbearable, filling you with a profound and aching sorrow, eclipsing any lingering resentment. All you felt was an overwhelming, fierce compassion for him, a desperate yearning to ease his profound suffering. Your journey meant to clarify his betrayals had instead uncovered a raw, unmitigated tragedy, deepening your sympathy 100-fold. Thornfield was a ruin, yes, but more importantly, the magnificent damaged man you loved was now a ruin himself, and it was you who was suddenly equipped to help. You had, through your inheritance, the means. You who had once needed rescuing were now the potential rescuer. This was the moment. The decision to return to him was not just an option. It was a categorical imperative for your entire heart. The sheer devastation of Thornfield Hall stretched out before you, a grotesque and charred tableau of destruction. You had listened to the villagers' whispered horrors, the raging inferno, Bertha's final horrifying leap, and Rochester's brave, futile attempt to save her, costing him his sight and physical beauty. But hearing the news from afar was one thing. Witnessing the reality, smelling the pervasive, lingering scent of smoke was another. This wasn't merely a destroyed building. It was the physical embodiment of a broken dream, a testament to a truth too terrible to contain a karma bomb that finally detonated with literal fire and fury. You stood there, rooted to the spot, feeling the ghost of its magnificent past and the chilling truth of its violent present. It felt like walking onto the set of a very dramatic historical documentary that hadn't quite cleaned up after filming. With a heavy heart, you approached what remained of the grand entrance. The great oak door, once so imposing, now lay blackened and split, leaning precariously on one hinge, a gaping wound revealing the skeletal interior. You stepped over shattered timbers and debris, your soft footsteps muffled by the layer of fine black ash that carpeted the grand hall. The very air you breathed was thick with the tang of soot and damp, a pervasive scent that clung to your clothes and hair, an enduring memorial to the inferno. Silence hung heavy in the ruins, broken only by the mournful whistle of the wind through empty window frames and the soft crunching sound of your shoes on broken glass. It was an echoing quiet that spoke volumes of absence and loss. You moved cautiously through the skeletal remains, guided by instinct. The once opulent drawing rooms lay gutted, the ornate wallpaper stripped and curled by the heat, the polished floorboards blackened and buckling. Twisted metal remnants, perhaps of a grand chandelier or fireplace grate, lay scattered amidst piles of crumbling plaster and broken stone. Daylight, now stark and unforgiving, streamed through the gaping holes where windows once were illuminating the profound ruin. Every grand archway and stately column seemed to mourn, draped in webs of smoke-stained cobwebs and choked by the silence of shattered glory. This was a demolition project, orchestrated by sheer untamed chaos, where the wrecking ball was simply a profoundly angry secret. You ascended the grand staircase once so proud and elegant, now reduced to a precarious ascent of charred steps, each one seeming to bear the scars of a violent history. You traced the outlines of where paintings once hung. Imagine the elegant guests, sweeping down to grand balls, their laughter echoing in a life long gone. And as you climbed higher, closer to the source of the catastrophe, the air grew thicker, heavier, with the smell of intense heat and deeper ruin. This was the place where it all erupted, the literal manifestation of Thornfield's dark heart bursting forth. It made the entire process feel very final. You found the remnants of Mr. Rochester's private chambers. The walls were scorched, the ceilings gone open to the gray sky above. You pictured the terrible night of the fire, the one you had prevented from consuming him before, when the flame was but a flickering hint. Now the inferno had claimed its ultimate revenge. Bertha, the imprisoned shadow, had succeeded in her final horrific act, unleashing hell upon the house that held her captive. It was, you recognized, her twisted final assertion of identity, an act of brutal liberation through destruction. And above it all, or rather where it all happened, was the notorious third story. The source of the mad laughter, the scene of Mason's attack, the birthplace of so much concealed terror. Now this entire wing was a gaping maw, utterly destroyed, consumed by fire. Here Bertha Mason, a human embodiment of wrath and madness, had made her final suicidal stand. You pictured Rochester as the villagers recounted, fighting his way through smoke and flames. His determination absolute, attempting to rescue her, his monstrous burden. The legal wife, he was bound to the one who held him prisoner more surely than any physical chain. The tragic irony that he tried to save the very thing that haunted him, and ended up irrevocably sacrificing his own physical self in the attempt, stung your heart with renewed intensity. It wasn't about love, not for Bertha. It was about an archaic sense of duty, or perhaps a desperate inherent human refusal to simply let something, even something truly horrific, perish when he might prevent it. This was the dark core of Rochester's strange brand of chivalry, profoundly tragic and profoundly tragically flawed. This kind of suicidal dedication to a lost cause was seen by some romantics in Victorian society as a high point of male suffering, reflecting a grand despair that was almost admirable. You almost felt the desperate struggle, the clinging and tearing. The villagers had described how Bertha, in a final act of ferocious, utterly irrational will, had fought free from Rochester's grasp on the battlements, and hurled herself from the blazing roof, meeting her fiery death on the flagstones below. Her screams had cut through the night, ending only in a final horrifying thud. This horrifying detail spoke of her desperate, unredeemable madness, but also of a primal urge for release from years of unspeakable confinement. You could almost hear the sound of the stone meeting her final plummet, the culmination of a profoundly tormented life. And Rochester, he caught in the consuming inferno, desperately fighting the flames, barely escaping the raging monster that had claimed his house, and his wife was terribly wounded. His face and hands were horrifically scarred, permanently disfigured by the fire. And worse, far worse, he was blind. He had lost his sight, literally sacrificing his vision in a futile attempt to contain the madness, a grotesque mirror of his metaphorical blindness to his own secrets and lies. The light had gone out of his fierce, burning eyes, plunging him into eternal darkness. This kind of physical trauma, especially blindness, would have been completely life-altering and irreversible in the 19th century. Without modern medical care, it meant absolute dependence, profound social stigma, and almost guaranteed seclusion. Mainstream historical fact advances in ocular surgery were still decades away. Blindness, particularly from trauma or disease, was usually permanent, significantly limiting a person's autonomy and quality of life in a society without accessible forms of Braille audiobooks or supportive care apart from direct personal attendance. No Google Home then, just darkness. You felt a crushing, agonizing sorrow for him, erasing every flicker of past resentment or feeling of betrayal. He was utterly ruined, brought low not by your departure or his grand deceptions, but by the very burden he had fought so long and hard to conceal. His strength, his arrogance, his captivating complexity, all now reduced to ash and scarred flesh. He who had once been so domineering, so powerful, was now rendered completely vulnerable, entirely dependent. The powerful, enigmatic man whose presence had vibrated through Thornfield was now merely a broken vessel, emptied of everything save perhaps his pain, and the enduring spirit you knew resided beneath it. His physical ruin completed the dramatic symbolism, a purging by fire consuming all the ugly secrets, all the deceit, all the past. Thornfield was cleansed, but at a devastating literal cost. The karma of hidden shame wasn't subtle. It brought actual matches. You learned from the continuing stream of mournful local gossip that he had been moved in his profound debilitation to a secluded residence, Ferndean Manor. It was a modest, out-of-the-way property, tucked away in the deepest part of the remote woods, a place designed for quiet retreat and seclusion, a kind of living tomb for a man stripped of his power and his sight. This final refuge, a quiet hideaway, reflected his deep self-imposed exile, his raw inability to face society in his diminished state. He had moved from the public eye of the disgraced master to the quiet anonymity of the wounded recluse. He hadn't just suffered an injury, he was literally hiding from society. The realization, however, struck you with a renewed fierce clarity. Despite his ruination, despite the legal barriers and the moral implications of his deception, your love for him was still absolute. Perhaps paradoxically even deeper now. His very helplessness, his terrible vulnerability appealed to something profoundly compassionate within you. The thought of him alone in that desolate manor, sightless and broken, filled you with a desperate, urgent desire to be by his side, to offer solace, to soothe his profound physical and emotional wounds. All the questions of propriety, all the previous agonizing over social scandal and sin faded before the stark reality of his agonizing suffering. He was no longer trying to ensnare you with his manipulative charm. He was simply a damaged human being in dire need of genuine love and compassionate care. This felt like the simplest, clearest call to duty, a primal, overwhelming instinct, a fundamental return to compassion. It also felt like your entire self was yelling code red directly at your own emotional processing unit. The destruction of Thornfield was thus not just a tragic end, but a dramatic beginning. It purified through literal fire the sight of the lie and the pain. It removed Bertha, a monstrous, impossible impediment, albeit in a horrifying way, and it transformed Rochester, stripping him of his external arrogance, revealing a humbler, broken man whose needs were now palpable, desperately human. His physical injuries cleansed him figuratively from his earlier transgressions, giving him in your eyes a new kind of innocence, or at least a powerful reason for his past struggles. A quirk of popular Gothic romance was the idea of cleansing through suffering, where tragic accidents or debilitating illness for the Byronic hero would physically and morally purify him, making him suitable for a virtuous heroine. It was almost a literary plot requirement for the emotionally tortured anti-hero. So in a twisted way, his blinding made him to your soul almost more beautiful than he'd been before. Historians still debate whether Bertha Mason's horrific end by fire is purely a Gothic dramatic plot point, or if it serves as a form of retributive justice, a fiery and self-destructive resolution for a character embodying madness, passion, and confinement, thereby enabling Jane's eventual morally acceptable union with Rochester. Was her death purely plot convenience, or a symbolic commentary on societal failures, or her own tragically destructive force? You, for your part, simply recognize it as a painful, necessary finality that had a chilling inevitability, freeing one while tragically marking another. Your long journey from the oppression of Gateshead to the endurance of Lowood, through the dark mysteries of Thornfield and the peaceful interlude with your cousins, had culminated in this precise moment. You, the small plain governess who had sought truth and principle above all else, now stood armed with independence, an inherent moral compass, and an unshakable love for a profoundly ruined man. The universe, in its own dramatically circuitous fashion, had brought you back to the place where your heart found its magnetic pull, transformed by sorrow, cleansed by fire, ready for a renewed, authentic connection. The future, though uncertain, now shone with a different kind of purpose: to seek out Mr. Rochester, to offer him solace, and to rebuild a life with him on entirely new, brutally honest terms. The journey was not over, but its direction was now clearer than ever. It was time to go home to him. The vision of charred stone and twisted timber, of the very physical embodiment of Rochester's tragedy, burned into your mind. Thornfield Hall, consumed by Bertha's final desperate act, stood as a stark reminder of all that had been hidden and all that was now horribly dramatically revealed. Your previous resentment of his deception evaporated in a wave of profound, aching pity. His raw wounds, His devastating blindness, the loss of his grand estate, all served to strip away his cynical bravado and reveal him as a broken man, a figure of profound sorrow who urgently needed your unwavering, steadfast compassion. It was a complete psychological paradigm shift. He was no longer your complex and intimidating employer, but a vulnerable human being desperately needing comfort, a human being that you uniquely were prepared to tend to. You mentally ripped up your previous list of grievances. Armed with the knowledge of Ferndene Manor, his new secluded retreat, you embarked on your final leg of the journey. You hired a humble gig, a light two-wheeled carriage quite appropriate for a solitary traveler of modest means, and made your way towards the deep, ancient woods that housed his retreat. This wasn't a grand procession back to a romantic tryst. It was a determined, quiet pilgrimage to the side of a man stripped of all his earthly pomp. The vehicle jolted and rattled along the narrow, winding country roads, pushing you deeper into the quiet, isolating heart of the English countryside, further away from polite society and closer to a new form of human wilderness. As you traveled deeper into the woodland, the trees grew denser, their gnarled branches weaving a thick canopy overhead that filtered the sunlight into dappled patterns on the ground. The path became more obscure, the silence more profound, broken only by the chirping of birds and the rustle of leaves. Ferndene Manor, you were told, was deeply sequestered, intentionally isolated, almost lost within the vast, enveloping solitude of nature. It was designed to be a living tomb, a quiet place of self-imposed exile for a man unwilling to face the world in his ruined state. A profound metaphor for Rochester's state, a once grand, worldly man, now hidden in the desolate heart of a silent forest, reduced to living apart from a society that would scorn his scars and his sorrow. It was the complete opposite of Thornfield, and everything Rochester once embodied. It was a true reflection of the state of his soul, a man seeking literal dark seclusion. The very air in the woods felt different, heavy perhaps, with the weight of Rochester's quiet suffering. You strained your eyes, searching for any sign of human habitation, amidst the overwhelming green of the trees, and the constant murmur of the forest, the creaking of trees and rustle of animals, seemed to contribute to an aura of unreality. Finally, after hours of travel, you spotted it, a modest, relatively small stone house, simple in its construction, devoid of any ornamentation or grandiosity. It stood nestled in a clearing, dark and subdued beneath the heavy boughs of the trees, almost swallowed by the enveloping forest. It looked less like a grand estate, and more like a hermit's unassuming dwelling. As you approached, you found the gates of Ferndene standing open, an oddly inviting contrast to the foreboding nature of the dark woods. There was no grand carriage park, no bustling stable yard, no indication of visitors or busy staff. The path leading to the door was overgrown, hinting at disuse and a profound lack of regular traffic. It was the picture of utter quietude bordering on abandonment. You saw a woman older, her face somewhat hardened, a distinct air of weary competence about her, attending to a small garden plot near the house. This was Mary, one of the two hired servants. The others were her husband John, the gardener, and a single additional domestic help, effectively a very small, utterly skeletal household. It was a sharp contrast to the bustling, elaborate household of Thornfield, further confirming Rochester's stark reduction in fortune and stature. You noted the complete, desolate quiet, thinking it almost unnerving after your life in Lowood, the bustling parsonage, and even the unsettling hum of Thornfield. Mary confirmed Rochester's presence inside and allowed you to enter the house, perhaps somewhat surprised by your arrival, but largely unimpressed. You step inside, your heart hammering against your ribs, preparing yourself for the reunion. The interior of Ferndene is clean, meticulously kept, but starkly furnished, simple to the point of austerity. No grand portraits or lavish furnishings, only practical necessities. It has none of the opulence of Thornfield, none of the vibrant intellect of the parsonage, only a quiet, dim atmosphere reflecting the desolate and wounded soul of its inhabitant. The pervasive scent was not the smoke of a recent fire, but something far more poignant, the damp, earthy smell of the woods mingled with a quiet mustiness. You step into what seems to be the main living room. Mr. Rochester is there, seated in an armchair by the hearth, just as he had been when you first officially met him at Thornfield, his injured ankle propped up, though now both of his eyes are sightless. His majestic dog Pilot lays loyally at his feet. The room is dimly lit, reflecting the inner darkness of its master, as though the curtains were perpetually drawn against a sun he could no longer see. The first sight of him is devastating. He is not merely changed. He is profoundly altered, almost unrecognizable. His once powerful frame seems diminished, softened by illness and inaction. His proud dark head is bowed, his face scarred and ravaged, marred by the visible signs of the fire transforming his once striking features into a visage of poignant torment. And his eyes, those magnificent penetrating dark eyes that once burned with such intensity and sharp perception, are now closed, unseeing, perpetually staring into an eternal darkness. The loss of his sight is utterly heartbreaking, far more profound than any disfigurement to his handsome face. He sits in a pose of almost desperate introspection, his head slightly cocked as if listening to something beyond the reach of human hearing. He appears a figure of profound solitude, almost an ancient statue of sorrow. You note that his dark, dramatic hair, which once tumbled rakishly about his brow, is now thinning and flecked with white. His formidable hands, once so expressive in gesture and movement, are now pale, and still clasped uselessly in his lap, or tracing invisible patterns on the armrests of his chair. He carries himself with a profound melancholy, a quiet despair, utterly devoid of the impatient brusqueness and sardonic wit that had previously defined him. He seems like a broken man stripped of all pride and power, haunted by the profound agonizing regret of his actions. This man was so utterly different, so starkly humbled, that you recognized him more by his silent aura of anguish than by any lingering visual cue. It's like finding a previously wild lion, now utterly broken and caged, existing as a whisper of its former power. You call his name softly. Mr. Rochester. He starts sharply, his blind eyes open, staring blankly towards the sound of your voice, but not seeing. For a long silent moment, he struggles to comprehend, his mind wrestling with the reality of your presence. He believes he is hallucinating, that the solitude and pain have finally driven him mad. His voice, when it comes, is thick with disbelief, a raw whisper that cuts directly to your soul. Is that Jane, my Jane? It is an anguished plea laced with profound aching hope. It's not the arrogant demand of a master, but the desperate longing of a wounded soul. The intensity of his plea underscores your earlier psychic connection. He had truly called to you across the distance and across the abyss of his physical suffering. This is the moment your own desperate heart called for, and you heard him. You approach him quietly, softly, confirming your presence, placing your hand gently on his arm. His scarred, calloused hand trembles as he reaches out, touching your face, tracing your features with unseeing fingers. He closes his eyes, tears squeezing from under his eyelids, recognizing you through touch, through voice, through an impossible connection of spirits. The truth in that moment is undeniable. You are there. You have come back. And he, in his profound, debilitating loss, needed you desperately, profoundly. This reunion is not just a meeting of two people, but a reunion of two souls, stripped of all pretense, of all societal constraints. Mainstream historical fact. Trauma-induced blindness was a recognized, though often untreatable, consequence of industrial accidents, war injuries, or violent domestic events in the 19th century. Victims typically faced lives of complete dependence on family or servants, relying heavily on others for all basic needs, social interaction, and navigation of the world. Hence Rochester's forced retreat from society and reliance on a select few individuals. His reliance on you at this moment felt profoundly elemental. A peculiar, even spiritual idea among some Victorians was that physical affliction could lead to a deeper, clearer inner sight, allowing the afflicted to perceive truths invisible to sighted people. Rochester's blindness could be interpreted through this lens as a catalyst for a deeper spiritual awakening, an atonement for his past deceptions. He may no longer see the superficial world, but he now sees the profound truth of you. His scars perhaps are literal wounds in the physical landscape, symbolizing a necessary emotional cleansing and humbling that prepared him for a true relationship based on virtue and true love, rather than superficial beauty or social conventions. A literary critic might label it the redemptive power of suffering. You sit with him in the quiet, dim room, absorbing his despair, comforting him with your presence. You tell him in simple, quiet phrases how you knew to come, how you followed an inexplicable instinct. You offer to stay to tend to him, to be his eyes and his constant companion. He is utterly overwhelmed by your kindness, your unwavering return expressing profound relief and genuine remorse for his past deceptions and manipulative acts, his attempts to lead you into a compromising situation. His confession is humble, profound, and utterly without the arrogance he previously displayed. He has learned his bitter lessons from the fire, literally and figuratively. He's learned perhaps that lying causes more work than it saves. An open, scholarly debate centers on whether Rochester's physical ruin and spiritual humility at Ferndean makes him a more morally acceptable and worthy partner for Jane Eyre, effectively redeeming his character through suffering. Some scholars argue that Bronte uses his physical afflictions as a symbolic punishment for his earlier transgressions, thus purifying him for Jane's pure love, but also making him reliant on her and removing any residual power dynamics. Others view this outcome as somewhat contrived, reducing Jane's agency or creating a codependent relationship. But your character at this time certainly isn't questioning it. You just see the suffering and feel an overwhelming pull to help. You, for your part, simply feel an unshakable connection and a desperate desire to soothe his profound physical and emotional wounds. The complexities of power dynamics will wait until after a nice hot meal. This was it, the reunion you had both been summoned to, driven by unseen forces, purified by shared tragedy. All his worldly pretensions, his proud beauty, his formidable power, all consumed by the inferno. And you, no longer the dependent, penniless governess, but a woman of independent fortune and a powerful moral compass, were now prepared to rebuild a life with him on entirely new terms. Honesty, mutual support, and profound, tender love stripped of all deceit. This was not the joyous reunion you had dreamt of on your wedding day, but it was profoundly a different kind of authentic. A deeper, more honest connection born of immense pain and incredible fortitude, yet ultimately imbued with a powerful, unspoken hope for genuine human connection purged by the fire. You were there truly, completely for him, a quiet and constant flame against his profound internal darkness. And in that moment, all your wandering, all your struggle felt finally profoundly worth it. The moment you spoke his name and his sightless eyes opened, filled with the desperate, bewildered hope that it was truly you, was a profound turning point. His trembling hand reached out, tracing your features, a primal form of recognition that transcended all previous deceit and disillusionment. You grasped his scarred fingers, pressing them firmly, assuring him with your very touch that you were real, you were present, and you had come home. This reunion, forged in fire and profound loss, held an authenticity that your shattered wedding day could never have delivered. All pretense had burned away. He was reduced to his purest self, vulnerable, broken, and undeniably in need. You stayed. The unspoken commitment to his side was immediate and unwavering. Ferndean Manor, for all its isolation and simplicity, became your sanctuary. Your newfound wealth, previously a general symbol of independence, now transformed into a practical tool, directly empowering you to be his unwavering support without burden or expectation. You hired more skilled nurses for him, providing comfort and medical attention that his initial skeletal staff could not. You tended to him with quiet diligence, administering his medicines, assisting with his daily routines, and simply being there, a constant presence against his crushing solitude. Your years at Lowood, ironically, where you tended to sick girls and even Mrs. Reed's slow demise, gave you an innate practicality and strength that proved invaluable now. Rochester, in turn, slowly, painfully began his path to spiritual and emotional recovery. His proud, fiery spirit had been thoroughly humbled by the double blows of the fire and the blindness. He was stripped bare, literally and figuratively. The bitter irony of his former strength and cunning was replaced by an almost childlike dependence, particularly on you. He became more openly tender, profoundly remorseful for his past deceptions, particularly his attempt to deceive you about his legal marriage to Bertha. He confessed his faults and sins, not in the arrogant, challenging manner of his previous veiled hints, but with genuine contrition. He acknowledged his cruelty in attempting to ensnare you into bigamy, recognizing the immense wrong he had perpetrated against your innocence and high moral character. This vulnerability, this willingness to truly confess and atone, made him a completely different and, in your eyes, a far more worthy man. It was like witnessing the recalibration of a previously stubborn and rather morally compromised compass. He would spend long hours in introspection, wrestling with the guilt of his past, grappling with his sudden and permanent disability. You sat with him sometimes in silence, sometimes reading aloud from books he loved, and often simply listening to his halting, profound revelations. His monologues often turned to themes of regret, the crushing burden of his inherited wealth and title, which had entrapped him in a loveless marriage, and the terrible consequences of his past search for illicit pleasures in his attempts to escape his predicament. His long journey abroad, he confessed, had been less adventure and more an extended form of personal damnation, an attempt to numb the bitter despair of his secret. Mainstream historical fact. By the mid-19th century, public morality, particularly amongst the emerging middle class, condemned the casual mistresses and illicit affairs that had often characterized earlier aristocratic life. For a respectable gentleman like Rochester, His history would be highly scandalous, a mark against his character. His atonement therefore aligned with changing societal values, perhaps demonstrating Bronte's own critique of aristocratic privilege. In his raw physical brokenness, he no longer harbored any arrogance or cynical superiority. The loss of his sight had robbed him of the power to command by appearance, to intimidate with his piercing gaze, to control through his commanding presence. He was forced utterly and painfully to rely entirely on others, particularly you, for navigation, for information, for comfort. This dependence paradoxically healed the vast power imbalance that had existed between you. He was no longer the all-powerful master and you the humble governess. You were equals, two broken souls deeply connected through a shared, purified understanding. It was a rather extreme way to establish an egalitarian relationship, perhaps. One almost wondered if there was a philosophical manual for achieving relationship balance through physical incapacitation. Your new fortune of £5,000 per Rivers gave you crucially the full autonomy you needed to be present at Ferndean, without any professional or financial obligation. You chose to be there purely out of love and compassion. Your financial independence allowed you to buy additional supplies for his comfort, arrange for his specialist needs, and offer him the full measure of your self-sacrificing dedication, without it being mistaken for subservience. You truly acted out of love, and your material independence underlined the purity of your motives. This was the ultimate empowerment, no longer dictated by economic necessity, but by deliberate, heartfelt choice. As the weeks and months passed, Rochester's wounds, both physical and spiritual, slowly began to heal. He relied utterly on your presence, your guidance, your comforting touch. You became his eyes, describing the world outside, helping him navigate the familiar rooms, taking him on quiet, slow walks through the subdued grounds of Ferndean Manor. Your voices became almost one, a steady stream of information and affection binding you ever more closely. You felt with certainty that this humbling experience, this descent into absolute powerlessness, had indeed purified him. He had faced his true self, wrestled with his inner demons, and emerged a wiser, more humble, profoundly spiritual man. The suffering, as Helen Burns had prophesied, had acted as a purgative. One particular afternoon, while you were guiding him on one of these walks, perhaps steadying him down a shaded path, he quietly, hesitantly renewed his proposal of marriage. No grand declarations now, no passionate seductions. Just a simple, heartfelt, humble plea. He acknowledged his former errors, his unworthiness, his profound dependency on you. "Jane," he murmured, his sightless eyes turned towards the direction of your voice. "I am a ruined man, disfigured, helpless. But I have found redemption in my suffering. If you, with your brave and true heart, would still have me, I ask you again to be my wife. This time honestly, wholly, without artifice or concealment." The humility in his voice was striking, powerfully affecting, rendering his raw sincerity even more compelling than any theatrical pronouncement. This was not a power dynamic. This was absolute love, raw and undeniable. You said yes, unhesitatingly, unequivocally. There was no more legal impediment, no more hidden horror, no more grand deception to shatter your union. Bertha Mason, the tortured soul, was at peace. Rochester, the complex sinner, was cleansed by suffering. Your choice now was rooted in absolute clarity, in a love that had been tested by fire and betrayal and emerged stronger than ever. It was the purest possible declaration, an embrace of his flaws, a devotion to his wounded spirit, a profound affirmation of your unwavering loyalty. Mainstream historical fact. Marriage by special license, though less common than bans, allowed couples to marry more quickly, usually for reasons of discretion or convenience, but required higher fees and demonstrated eligibility, thus still required legal standing to avoid scandalous revelation later on. So it's still all legal and binding this time. No Briggs or Mason to interrupt. You made your marriage vows quietly, perhaps at the local village church, in a ceremony stripped of all ostentation. No elaborate dresses, no glittering house parties. Just you and he, your true kin, and a quiet parson. This simplicity, this lack of display, was profoundly meaningful, reflecting the purity of your new beginning. It was a marriage of truth and soul, not of wealth and social convention, though you now both possessed wealth, freeing your bond from all mercenary implication. You felt a profound and abiding sense of rightness. This felt utterly different from your first attempt. It was honest, it was direct, and it was entirely true. The day after your quiet ceremony, perhaps he revealed a gradual glimmer of returning vision. A doctor visiting from London, or a major city, perhaps one that you and your newfound independent wealth arranged for, confirms the slow, painstaking, but certain restoration of some sight in one of his eyes. Not full vision, not the piercing intensity he once possessed, but enough to distinguish outlines, to discern familiar forms, to see your beloved face dimly. This limited restoration of his vision felt like a true miracle, a symbolic blessing, a compassionate reward for his endurance and repentance, allowing him just enough to reconnect with the world and his true love. It was less like a convenient literary twist, and more like a gentle poetic embrace from a sympathetic universe. A quirk of medicine from that time that would often seem quite strange now was that limited or recovering sight in cases of trauma was often attributed to God's mercy, and patients often were subjected to weeks of strict confinement and limited stimuli to protect delicate neural connections that might form slowly. You made sure he strictly followed any such regimen. His renewed vision, however limited, changed his profound reliance on you from absolute dependency to a more balanced, affectionate partnership. He could move with slightly more autonomy, enjoy simple pleasures, and even appreciate the landscape you described. This limited sight provided him a precious link back to the visual world, strengthening his spirit and his sense of himself. It also removed the last vestiges of shame and intense dependence that had made him uncomfortable with some level of vulnerability, bringing him to a new level of emotional integration and balance. An open scholarly debate centers on this convenient return of Rochester's eyesight, which some scholars find overly romantic, or even a literal intervention lessening the tragic impact of his punishment and making his character more traditionally heroic for Jane's happiness. Other interpretations view it as symbolic of his restored spiritual and moral sight, rather than a physical cure, suggesting he now truly sees Jane for who she is, not what he wants her to be, and is himself seen by a compassionate deity. Historians still argue about the true intentions of Bronte's character portrayal. Was it pure symbolism, or a necessary narrative beat to allow Rochester to truly return to being a dynamic, engaged partner for Jane, without it being a codependent narrative forevermore? You, in the moment, simply embraced it as a quiet, beautiful miracle. And so in the quiet seclusion of Ferndean, away from the judgmental eyes of polite society, you truly began your shared life. The shadows of Thornfield, the lingering scent of smoke, the painful memories of his deception, all receded, cleansed by suffering, redeemed by true love. You were his devoted companion, his solace, his cherished wife, rebuilding a future on a foundation of profound honesty and mutual affection. This was a deeper, truer, and infinitely more profound union than any your childhood dreams could have conjured, one forged in pain, but grounded in unwavering devotion, creating a deep wellspring of shared peace. You, Jane Eyre, had truly found your home, not just in a physical place, but in the heart of the complex, purified man who had truly seen you, loved you, and been humbled for you. And for the first time, your heart was not only healed, but utterly complete. In the quiet, secluded heart of Ferndean Manor, a life unburdened by artifice or social expectation began to take root. Your new home, a small, humble antithesis to the grand, scarred Thornfield, became a sanctuary for two souls finally united not by passion alone, but by profound understanding, shared trauma, and a fierce, unwavering commitment. The silence, which had initially felt oppressive, became a comforting balm, an antidote to the ceaseless noise of past deceptions and societal clamor. Here in the bosom of nature's quietude and away from prying eyes, your real marriage could truly flourish, slowly, deliberately, like a deeply rooted oak in the forest. You finally got a truly uninterrupted flow. No grand societal events, no secret attic dwellers, no more of St. John's dramatic missionary recruiting speeches, just the delightful hum of peaceful coexistence. It was exactly what you had always dreamed of, a sort of marital ASMR for the soul. Rochester's physical recovery was a long, arduous process, one that demanded immense patience and diligence both from him and from you. The doctors you wisely sought out, using your newfound financial autonomy to obtain the best medical advice available, were honest. His burns, though healed, left permanent scars on his hands and face, a testament to his ordeal. His sight, as promised, gradually painstakingly returned to one eye, but never to its full power. He gained just enough vision to discern objects, to distinguish light from shadow, to see your beloved face in a blurry, comforting outline. You became his living guide, describing the subtleties of the landscape, the expressions on the faces of visitors, though few came, and even the printed words on the books you read aloud. He relied on you utterly, and this dependence, initially overwhelming for him, gradually transformed into a deep, unwavering trust. His helplessness, instead of crippling him, liberated him from the prison of his own pride, forcing him to engage with the world and you in a new, more profound way. You poured all your quiet strength and compassion into his care. You learned the delicate art of leading him, of narrating the world around him, of anticipating his needs before he articulated them. Your days became a gentle rhythm of shared activities, reading, talking, walking slow, measured steps through the woods around Ferndean, the familiar crunch of leaves underfoot guiding his uncertain movements. You discussed books and ideas, delving deeper into philosophy and theology than ever before, his intellectual hunger unquenched by blindness. He learned to trust your judgment, to rely on your observations, and to seek solace in your steadfast presence. This unique partnership fostered a bond more profound than any conventional sight-to-sight reliance. It truly was a bond of soul and not mere appearances. This kind of close physical and emotional reliance was perhaps even an upgrade to simply existing side by side, both looking at the same thing, but not really seeing each other. Mainstream historical fact. Recovery from severe burns and loss of sight in the 19th century was incredibly slow and often incomplete. Care relied heavily on dedicated family or domestic support rather than institutional medical rehabilitation. Patience, gentle handling of wounds, and consistent empathetic communication were paramount for helping a blind person adapt. Rochester's recovery, though perhaps accelerated for narrative convenience, would truly represent immense fortitude from both patient and caregiver under the constraints of the time. You practically earned an honorary nursing degree, though a rather niche one in caring for blind ex-scoundrels. Rochester's internal journey was just as significant as his physical healing. Stripped of his commanding presence, his power, and his visual arrogance, he discovered a newfound humility. His once fierce, untamed spirit was thoroughly chastened by suffering. He spent long hours in profound introspection, wrestling with the demons of his past, engaging in sincere deep prayer and reflection. He recognized the heavy hand of God's judgment in his afflictions, accepting them not as arbitrary cruelty, but as a necessary purification for his earlier transgressions, for his deceit, for his reckless and manipulative pursuit of you, despite his marriage to Bertha. He finally shed his jaded cynicism, replaced by genuine piety and an honest appreciation for profound moral truth. He became truly religious, not for show, not as a social convention, but out of deeply felt remorse and gratitude for his spiritual salvation. His pride, the very thing that bound him to secrets, literally burned away. And you almost applauded his growth, not least because it made him rather less frustrating to argue with. His conversation, while retaining its profound intellect and depth, shed its caustic edge, replaced by a deep earnestness and an almost palpable gratitude for your unwavering presence. He no longer felt the need to play mind games or provoke you. He was truly fully himself, utterly transparent in his renewed love and humble devotion. This complete metamorphosis, forged in pain, created a bond of purity between you built on honesty, forgiveness, and mutual reverence. You no longer worried if he would attempt to mislead you or to bend you to his will. You felt perfectly safe and truly loved. You realized his old sarcastic tendencies had also given way to an occasional, much gentler, self-deprecating wit. For example, he once quipped after accidentally walking into a shrub, "Well, Jane, at least my aim is getting better, almost got it that time." Your inheritance? The vast 20 pounds 000 played a pivotal practical role in ensuring Rochester's comfort and easing the burdens of your new life at Ferndean. It allowed you to hire better nurses, secure specialized medical consultations from distant cities, and invest in books with larger print when his sight partially returned, or dictation tools. You did not touch the core capital for personal extravagances, but used it wisely to fund their peaceful existence, freeing them from financial anxieties that would otherwise have complicated their already difficult healing journey. You remembered the feeling of being destitute on the moor, and you recognized the profound gift this wealth allowed: the freedom to offer unburdened, uncompromised compassion. It meant your marriage to Rochester was based purely on love, not necessity or economic rescue on your part. You weren't just sharing your life, you were literally sharing your future without restraint, without expectation, embodying your belief in true generosity and equitable sharing. No longer just a concept, it became your daily practice, ensuring he received everything he required. An unexpected, joyous reintegration into your small family unit came with the eventual return of Adele. She had completed her finishing school, matured and grown considerably. Her childish effervescence was still there, but tempered now with a quiet understanding of her guardian's changed circumstances. You invited her to Ferndean, providing her with the stable home life she desperately needed after years of being shunted between schools. She found comfort in your gentle, patient guidance, and joy in Rochester's renewed warmth and surprising playfulness despite his condition. The family unit once shattered by secrets and geographical distance slowly reassembled around your enduring love and the tranquil routines of Ferndean Manor. She quickly found her comfortable place within this revitalized and profoundly honest household. It turns out Adele actually thrived with predictable quiet, like most normal human beings. The greatest blessing of your marriage for Rochester became the eventual restoration of his sight. Slowly, agonizingly, his right eye regained partial vision. One afternoon, while sitting in the quiet library bathed in soft afternoon sun, his brow furrowed. "Jane," he whispered, his voice trembling with disbelief. "I think I can see a light. I can see your outline." It was a tearful, profound moment of quiet miracles. He never regained full sight, certainly not enough to navigate unaided, but he could distinguish shapes, discern the beauty of the landscape, and most profoundly, he could dimly see your face, the true face of his enduring love. This restoration cemented his sense of peace. He was no longer utterly dependent but able to participate in the visual world to a degree that brought him immeasurable joy and reduced the profound spiritual darkness of his blind exile. This partial restoration, which some critics might argue is a slightly convenient turn for a Gothic romance, held deeper symbolism. It ensured he was not completely disempowered, but subtly changed the power dynamics between you two from absolute dependence to balanced companionship. He was humbled, yes, but not utterly diminished. It signified to you that God's grace was truly upon him, accepting his repentance and bestowing a partial physical redemption as a reflection of his internal purification. A rather unusual, quirky tidbit of the time was a folk belief that profound moral goodness or spiritual insight could, metaphorically speaking, restore blindness, both physical and emotional, reflecting an internalized divine judgment on suffering characters rather than modern surgical intervention. Rochester would probably jokingly say his good deeds in taking out the bins had somehow brought him limited ocular vision. An open scholarly debate often concerns this specific ending for Rochester, with some scholars arguing that his lingering partial blindness maintains a necessary element of symbolic punishment for his past transgressions, ensuring he remains a humbled partner for Jane and solidifying her unique agency as caregiver and intellectual equal. Others interpret it as a truly transformative and ultimately redemptive outcome, where suffering leads to spiritual clarity and a more profound connection to the divine, as well as to Jane. Was the partial blindness a remaining mark of shame, or a mark of purification, and a higher form of spiritual perception? You and your lived experience found it merely solidified the deep bond of mutual support, stripping away all former power dynamics entirely. He now chose to see through your eyes, and through your unwavering devotion, something far deeper than superficial appearances. Life at Ferndean became a peaceful, fulfilling continuum. You nurtured each other, Rochester regaining strength, you embracing your quiet domestic contentment and spiritual depth. You read to him daily, conversing with him in the serene solitude of the study, sharing profound thoughts. You managed the household, tended to Adele, and reveled in the unadulterated happiness of a life chosen, not merely endured. It was the purest form of contentment, one born of profound trial and ultimately unwavering, genuine love. This union was profound. It wasn't about the grandiosity of Thornfield, or the cold piety of St. John's Mission, or the superficiality of Mrs. Reed's world. It was about true spiritual, intellectual, and emotional companionship forged in suffering and sanctified by a shared commitment to authenticity. You found that Rochester's very dependency, initially so daunting, eventually became another facet of his charm, a vulnerability that only deepened your love. This was what real equality felt like, achieved through pain and profound compassion. This quiet contentment, achieved after such tremendous wandering, after so much spiritual and physical battle, represented the ultimate triumph. Your small, powerful world was finally complete, the scars of the past visible, but deeply healed, forming an integral part of a new, beautifully textured narrative, waiting to continue its simple, beautiful, enduring flow. Life at Ferndean Manor settles into a tranquil, deeply satisfying rhythm. It's a profound shift from the dramatic, often chaotic whirl of your previous existence. You, Jane Eyre, the independent woman with her quiet, immense fortune, dedicate your days fully to the comfort and companionship of Edward Rochester. The scars from the fire, both physical and emotional, have begun to fade, transforming from open wounds into hardened, silent markers of a brutal, but ultimately purifying past. His remaining sight, however limited, is a precious gift. He can see your face faintly, but truly distinguish the play of light on the ancient trees outside, and move with a greater degree of confidence around the simple, peaceful home. It allows him a precious link back to the visual world, saving him from the deeper despair of absolute darkness. You are his eyes in many ways. You guide him gently through the overgrown paths of the woods surrounding Ferndean, describing the rustling leaves, the scampering of woodland creatures, the shifting shades of green and brown. You sit for hours by the fire, reading to him from books of travel and philosophy classics and histories, a quiet balm for his restless mind. His intellect, sharper than ever in its enforced concentration, remains formidable. He now speaks with a genuine humility, a complete absence of the brusque arrogance and manipulative cunning that once characterized him. His cynicism has softened into a gentle, world-weary wisdom, purified by suffering, a transformation that allows for a profound, open intimacy between you. He talks not of his past conquests, but of his journey of atonement, often seeking your understanding, sharing his deepest thoughts without artifice. He once admitted that learning to love the forest from the rustle of leaves was a bit trickier than from dramatic sweeping vistas, but at least there were fewer treacherous cliffs to accidentally stumble over. His dependence on you, once total due to his blindness, evolves into a deep, tender companionship based on mutual respect and shared experience. You are not his servant. You are his cherished wife, his confidant, his partner in navigating a life stripped bare of superficiality. He loves you with a profound, quiet intensity, a love that has been tested and tempered by the raw fires of betrayal and self-destruction, emerging purer and stronger. He treasures your plain honesty, your unwavering integrity, the enduring spark of courage that captivated him long before his fall. You are his light, metaphorically and literally a constant beacon against the internal darkness. Your financial independence, that vast fortune you acquired, means your service is utterly a choice of heart, not of necessity, strengthening the profound dignity of your bond. You don't have to choose between a job and a husband now. You simply chose love fully and without reservation. This truly was a 19th century version of Netflix and chill, just with more philosophy and fewer perfectly crafted pop songs about existential dread. The small household at Ferndean hums with contentment. Adele, having flourished in the stability you provide, finds her own peace in this tranquil haven. She thrives under your quiet, patient instruction, gradually maturing into a sensible, affectionate young woman no longer burdened by her own vague past or the absent presence of her flamboyant mother. Her childhood ends surrounded by stability and love, finally nurtured in a true home. Rochester dotes on her, a softened, gentler guardian, his former moodiness now replaced by a quiet, paternal tenderness that warms your heart to witness. He might tease her gently about her French, but it's always with an undercurrent of genuine affection. And in time, years pass and your family at Ferndean quietly expands. You and Rochester are blessed with children, bright, loving reflections of both your complex natures. He gradually becomes able to discern the outlines of his young sons as they toddle around him, and eventually can even glimpse their tiny, eager faces pressed against his, a quiet miracle that fills his humbled soul with an unutterable joy. He often says, his voice thick with emotion, that he cherishes their faces above all else, because he can see them even dimly. He teaches them with a depth and patience that perhaps only true suffering can forge, telling them tales, philosophical anecdotes, and guiding them not with stern decrees, but with lessons earned from his own hard-won wisdom. Your children are brought up in a home built on honesty, profound connection, and the deep, rich loam of a love tested by fire and pain. They will never know the grim silence of Lowood, or the glittering deception of Thornfield. They are simply happy. The wider world, with its judgments and expectations, rarely intrudes on your secluded life at Ferndean. You live apart from the social circles that once consumed Rochester, yet you are not truly isolated. You exchange frequent, heartfelt correspondence with Diana and Mary Rivers, your beloved sisters. They are, as you intended, truly thriving. Your inheritance, equally divided among you, has allowed them the freedom to pursue their scholarly interests, to study, to travel to parts of the world not intended for missionary salvation perhaps, and to eventually marry worthy men who share their intellectual pursuits and value their quiet integrity. Their lives, too, have blossomed into a profound, unassuming contentment grounded in the principles and family bonds you chose to fortify. This radical act of economic solidarity created 4 fulfilled, joyful lives, an unspoken critique of traditional wealth hoarding. Mainstream historical fact. While large inheritances like Jane's could enable women to live independently, few would distribute it so radically. Wealth tended to stay within male lines or be used to gain social leverage. Your choice then is a subtle but potent statement of female agency and an unusual redefinition of family. It makes a grand point without a single speech. St. John Rivers pursues his own destiny. With his portion of your fortune, he embarks on his mission to India, utterly dedicated to his spiritual calling, never compromising, never relenting. You hear occasional reports of his unwavering zeal, his relentless drive to save souls. He writes rarely, perhaps only on Christmas austere letters from afar detailing his efforts. He never marries, fulfilling his own prophecy of living a life utterly devoid of emotional attachment or personal warmth, preferring spiritual solitude and duty. He burns with a pure, cold flame, serving God to his last breath, a testament to a magnificent, if utterly lonely, commitment. He dies a martyr to his cause, celebrated perhaps in some faraway corners of the globe, yet unburdened by human connection. A powerful scholarly debate centers on whether St. John's chosen path represents true idealized Christian virtue, or a tragic form of psychological self-destruction, an ultimate inability to embrace the messy complexities of human love and compassion. Historians still argue whether Bronte offers his ending as a warning or a distant ideal, a pure but chilling antithesis to Jane's human love. You think he got what he wanted, but perhaps not what he truly needed. You send silent prayers for him sometimes, hoping for some grace that you know only human connection could offer, something beyond the rigorous tenets of the purest faith. In this peaceful quiet of Ferndean, your past sorrows, the ghosts of Gateshead, the privations of Lowood, the raw trauma of Thornfield all recede, forming a complex tapestry of experience that shaped you but no longer define your every waking moment. The trials you endured became the very foundation for your enduring peace. You find that true contentment is not about external circumstances, about grand displays or wealth, but about the profound inner wealth of connection, understanding, and integrity. Your quiet journey has been in its own way a profound triumph. And as for Rochester, his dependence in the early days of Ferndean allows him to fully perceive your spiritual depth, your character, rather than being swayed by superficial beauty or societal status, things he no longer has. His suffering purges him, cleanses him, making him worthy of your pure, unblemished love. You are in every sense equals. The scars are there on him and on your memory, but they are marks of resilience, of victory. The deep peace you share is not an easy one, but one earned through immense hardship and unwavering principle. It's a peace built on honesty, forgiveness, and a love that has literally and figuratively been to hell and back. And so, in this serene corner of the world, your unique love story continues to unfold, cherished, quiet, and eternally profound. This is Jane Eyre, finally complete, wholly loved, and truly at peace. A woman who found her home not in grand society, but in a quiet haven built on the fierce honesty of her heart and the enduring connection of a single powerful soul. The echoes of grand houses and secret chambers can now settle just like the evening light outside. This story of endurance and a fierce, unconventional love has run its course, proving that even the most formidable obstacles can be overcome when guided by true character and profound compassion. Close your eyes, feel the warmth, and know that all is calm, all is safe. Your thoughts are light, your spirit serene. End of script. Sweet dreams.